Welcome for real to the 2020 Summer Invitational. I'll be your host, Swkoll. And today we'll be looking at the finals for the Summer Invitational. So this will consist of a bunch of matches. First being rounds of 5, then progressing off to rounds of 7. Let's see, what do you think will be interesting to watch? I think Tagged versus Jagged will be an interesting series. So I think we'll do that to start, especially considering that Tagada taking the first pick will actually choose Settins. Now I am streaming with a 45-second delay to prevent cheating. Looks like Farms is currently setting up his stream, or perhaps forgets that Isis is not in the pool anymore. So the way the map pool has worked is that each player, and actually Sasuke, got to submit a map to the pool. And with that, the remaining maps were just picked by me to balance it out. There's currently 4 5x5s, 7 10x10s, and 4 20x20s to create a nice balanced pool. I know that a lot of players, especially Tagada, have been practicing a lot in the preceding few days. So it'll be definitely interesting to see what sort of build orders they go for, especially on a map as difficult to play as Settins. Although Jagged is a very good player, I know he is streaming this game, and I believe Tagada is as well. But it looks like Tagada is choosing Cybern, while Jagged, surely he's not going random, right? I think that might be silly. But who knows? Random can be a legitimate choice. We saw Blinchik doing it a lot in the group stages last week. Although, where did that get him? Not in this tournament. But Jagged is probably setting up his stream or something. So my predictions, I suppose, is I know Pepsi has been practicing a lot and doing a lot of build orders, but Patrick is just so strong. I think there's a possibility of an upset here, but it's not super likely. Meanwhile, down here, this is probably Blackheart, although Blackheart and Farms both have not been practicing very much recently. So this could really be either of them, though maybe slightly favored to Blackheart. Down here, Nexus versus Paralon is not going to be a fun time for Paralon, I don't imagine. Nexus is just so good. And now, Tagada versus Jagged. I would give Tagada the edge here, but this is really anyone's game. So this is a best of 5, with the first map being picked by Tagada. And it is Settins Clutch, FAF version. The infamous 20x20 Teams Games map. And we have both players actually opting to go for UEF. So we have Tagada in the top side with Jagged in the bottom. And I'm going to Epic Tourney Host. Epic Tourney Host, well, this gives me the opportunity to perhaps bring up the master volume a bit. Alright. False start. First game goes to Tagada for getting Jagged to quit because of the broken music mod. Although not actually. Well, third time is the charm. You know, let's see, what maps are other people playing first? Patrick is choosing to fight Pepsi on Crazy Rush. I had an insider tip that Pepsi is planning on vetoing all the 20x20s versus Patrick, so if you have all your 20x20s gone, you might as well pick something crazy to try to throw Pepsi off his game, and that's probably Crazy Rush.
Group formed.
Are we waiting for Sasuke? I don't know what Sasuke's watching. Does he have his stream up yet?
Group formed.
Oh, he's coming in. Oh, look, Sasuke has production value. Awesome. I really appreciate that he's streaming this tournament. So now we have, yet again, welcome to Setton's Clutch. On the top, we have Tagada, who I know has been practicing specific build orders just for this very occasion, and he'll be doing some very decisive P-Gen placement. Probably getting, actually, second land off for P-Gens, perhaps before going to mid. Meanwhile, Jagged down here will actually be getting a 5 P-Gen second air build, presumably using a lot of tree reclaim to get himself there, and then maybe going to the mid. This is such a difficult map to play 1v1, because you have this mid, which means your ACUs need to go there, and you have such far apart expansions that make bombers, proxies, and all manner of interesting, aggressive options possible. So it looks like we're seeing Tagada with first NG to the middle, which means he's probably going to send his ACU a little late, but Jagged with a second Mech Marine, perhaps anticipating this early engineer. Looks like he might actually intercept it. There is no scout with this Mech Marine, and we're actually seeing a second Mech Marine, so this is very aggressive from Jagged, probably trying to do some run-bys and deny the expansions with that Mech Marine. Although we will see some Mech Marines out from Tagada. This one with a scout, perhaps with good micro, can intercept one of Jagged's Mech Marines. Although we shall see. This early NG, though, might just be dead. I'll take wagers on its probability of surviving. So we're seeing both players rush the Hydro as per usual. Although Jagged is slightly faster. Alright, now we're seeing the NGs run by. Looks like this guy might not see the engineer, but if quick reaction from Tagada might be able to intercept this. They shoot. Jagged's running by, but the angle perhaps means that Tagada can catch up if he micros correctly, trying to deny this engineer or Mech Marine from running by. We'll actually see the ACU start to make its way to the middle. It's going to force this Mech Marine back to play defense. The scout is getting a lot of good shots off, which probably will mean that Tagada's Mech Marine will win the fight if they do close, and Jagged's mech marine's kind of in a corner. We're seeing aggressive micro from Jagged, perhaps a bit better dodging, but the Scout's DPS is making the difference, and they both kill each other perfectly with the Scout surviving. So Jagged with the slightly better micro, but Tagada with the extra DPS from bringing the Snoop will succeed. Meanwhile, this mech marine does pick off the engineer in mid. While we're at it, let's turn on the mini map so we can see what's going on. Get that nice and big so you can see it on Twitch. And now this is a very dead mech marine. He was trying to run by, but the ACU is very close to the left side. I mean, there wasn't much other option for him to run by. This tank creep would have picked off the other mech marine, but Tagada's ACU faster to mid. Although, and basically even on factory count, and Tagada also faster to expanding. So we're seeing these three expanding engineers and this fourth one going out. And meanwhile, we just have these two from Jagged. Perhaps he's planning a defensive drop to the back. That's something you can always do on this map, is drop the back. And Rami asks us today the final, and yes, this is the final. Well, not the final, but it's the day of finals. This is the single elimination bracket containing the 8 players who made it out of the group stage, vying for that shot at their share of the $650+ prize pool. Meanwhile, we see this bomber comes in, does a bit of micro, doesn't have a scout with it, so it's going to have to micro itself. It does see this, it's going to park itself. And it's going to have to go around. Interceptor is out from Tagada, but I don't think he saw that. Not quite any reaction there. But this is a very good engineer to kill. Will we see the dodge? No dodge. Jagged picks it up handily. And now the bomber is going to try to search for the back. No reaction yet from Tagada. Perhaps focused on other things. There's just a million little things you've got to micro on this map. And he is going to send the interceptors to look. Meanwhile, this scout from Tagada is getting good intel for his own bomber when he decides to send that out. And both ACUs just chilling in mid. Tagada has brought like 3 snoops with him, putting on impressive amounts of no effective DPS. But you do what you do. So this bomber without the scout is going to have a difficult time trying to find this engineer, but the interceptors look like they're not in the right place, so this bomber might actually spot it first. Both ACUs sucking mass and building tonks. Although Jagged, because he took this engineer out with the bomber, will get this expansion faster than Tagada. Although we are seeing a bit of a score lead from Tagada, just probably due to that faster expansion. And here comes the bomber. It flies over this random naval engineer. Scouting that. That's a very good scout for Jagged, actually, because now he gets to lock onto this bomber and just kill it. More scuffling in mid. Tagada did have the more land-based offensive, so he will have more tanks early on. Although I'm sure that advantage is somewhat fading. We're currently at 6 land factories, almost to 7th for Jagged, and significantly more. This looks like 9 from Tagada, and he's getting his transport up. Tagada looking to push Jagged perhaps out of the way. But Jagged will opt to put some serious DPS onto Tagada's ACU while he gets that reclaim. Tagada will have to respect this. He pushed back slightly. Now this early forward naval factory does promise to do some good denial, and this bomber does find some mexes and will auto-attack them. Kind of unfortunate. A good scout back here, and this bomber could have killed like 2 more engineers. So it looks like Tagada is pulling ahead in the reclaim game. Currently sitting at 7k versus 3k, almost a 4k mass lead for Taggett in terms of the reclaim, but if he dies here, then that doesn't matter. Taking a lot of free tank damage here. Does he have overcharge? Doesn't look like it to me. But he does have a lot of power, and he can just retreat into the water as he will have to. Jagged being very defensive with the ACU, because he does have inferior tank numbers. But all that means is that Taggett will actually not have to respect this, and Jagged, being extremely defensive, will back up. There is this frigate that will also provide land support. Get some free shots off onto these tanks. This is an interesting idea. We don't usually see this. Meanwhile, Jagged dropping to the back to make up for his slower expansion speed. And now overcharges out from Taggett. This frigate needs to be careful, otherwise it will be OC'd and die. It's actually shooting the ACU. Or at least trying to. It will provide great radar, though. That's a big benefit. Meanwhile, Taggett will secure the rock in the rightmost ocean. I'm not sure Taggett is as safe as he might like to think he is. He is down like 6,000 HP on the ACU, and he's in definite forcing draw range should Jagged choose to do so. He's actually shift-G'ing his tanks defensively, allowing Jagged to basically get free shots off with his ACU. Jagged's 2/3 of the way to his first vet level, and we're seeing the Tech 2 land out from Taggett, almost to that Tech 2 P-Gen. Meanwhile, Jagged looking to just double down on the land spam. Taggett using that superior reclaim to his advantage. We haven't seen any proxies, but this bomber will make its way across here, which will be more of a nuisance than anything else. And this transport thinks it's like a bomber or something. So we'll see Jagged try to push in here, maybe use the advantage of Taggett's slow Tech 2 play. No Sparkies. It's very sad. Always love a good Sparky. But good overcharges out from Taggett, and I wonder if this is a draw forcing move from Jagged. He realizes he's pretty far behind in the reclaim, and he is going to follow Taggett's ACU around, but he's not putting the DPS onto it. I think that if Jagged had just started OCing Taggett's ACU, he could get him down in the red and force the draw. But perhaps that's not the game Jagged wants to play. Though we see Jagged being much slower to the expansion than Taggett was, making this score lead a bit worse. Now Taggett going to get Tech 2, probably gun, on his ACU. Meanwhile, Jagged retreating into the water, perhaps for his own upgrades. This engineer has been doing good reclaiming work this entire time, though. Hopefully evening back up that reclaim count. Let's take a look. Jagged currently at 8,000 versus the 11,000 from Taggett, so still about 3,000 behind, but making up that difference. So the big problem that he's having is these are mongeese and shield, and there's no answer as of yet. We have the Tech 2 land, starting to build up support factories, but no T2P gen as of yet. And these mongeese are just going to absolutely wreck the tank force from Jagged. We're already seeing some of them almost to their first vet, and now with the shield out, they become so much stronger. The DPS from the frigate should help. But now look at this control. Taggett actually microing the mongeese to the back of the tanks to allow the tanks to eat shots for them. And now putting them all under this shield. This is basically a complete land wipe from Jagged. These mongeese can now push forward, secure the expansion, and just conveniently, Taggett is now down with Tech 2 on the ACU, and he will get gun very fast because he has the T2P gen and a second one coming up shortly. He can afford this. Jagged, no upgrade on his own ACU as of yet, and he's just throwing tanks into this force. The mongeese ready to roll out. Is there anything to stop them? I'm not sure. Meanwhile, this engineer walked and built this factory. Again, the slower expansion, but what can you do? Sneaky Tech 2 air from Jagged, but it will be scouted by Tagada's great scouts. Tagada actually having to pause that while he gets his second T2P gen up. Jagged coming into the water, perhaps getting some good overcharges. Nope. He pokes his head out, reminds the army to respect the fact that his ACU is there, and he will retreat back into the water. Meanwhile, Tagada doesn't really need to push this. He's got this nice reclaim field. There's like 5,000, almost 6,000 reclaim here. That's pretty significant. He is getting it with engineers on an attack move from some factory somewhere. So he can get T2, he can get gun, he can push this. Meanwhile, Jagged building up his own T2 Mongoose force, pausing his Tech 1 land, and it looks like we will see an offensive drop from Jagged, looking to drop directly onto this position, but Tagada has fortified it quite heavily. He's got the static PD, he's got a factory, he's got arty and tanks out, and these two ships will pass in the night. This is two Mongoose on a transport. And this is going to be very annoying unless Jagged somehow miraculously intercepts this. There are interceptors in the area, but there's no way he got a lock, right? Meanwhile, we see this second drop of Mongoose and Striker. And now there are like a few mech marines here, but that won't do it. And the out-of-field interceptors realize that something just happened, but being out of fuel, they are way too slow to react, and the Mongoose will get in the back. These are T2 mexes. Jagged will need to pull troops away from the front to respond. Unless he's got the... Yeah, it looks like he's getting the gunships, but none as of yet. He almost might want to consider sending the transport to go shoot at these Mongoose. Looks like the first Mongoose will inexplicably die. First T2 mech survives due to UEF health nonsense. Meanwhile, Jagged recycling some T1 PD. This drop is successful, takes out that mechs. And now gunships are out. Looks like these Mongoose aren't actually going to kill anything, which is kind of unfortunate. They're just going to damage some T2 PDs, although subsequent drops from Tagada might end up killing them. Meanwhile, it looks like Jagged will secure this top pond quite heavily, while Tagada secures the southern pond. And Tagada more than happy to just build a Tech 2 PD here. Doesn't feel the need to force his way in and do any sort of confrontation that might cost him the game. He does have superior Mongoose numbers. He has a lot of Mongoose. This is 34 Mongoose. That costs 7,000 mass. That's a huge investment. Just his land units alone cost about 12,000 mass. And if we go and we look at Jagged's army, yeah, he's only got about 10,000 mass, and most of this is in more Tech 1. So he's going to try to use his ACU. He's got gun. He's got T2. He can take some hits from a T2 PD. Plus, Tagada is stalling energy, which makes this an opportune time to force his way forward. But this shield PD with about infinite Mongoose is not something that Jagged can really consider pushing into. So we are seeing additional Mongoose drops around the side, but no flak. I'd almost want to see like a significant drop of like shield plus Mongoose plus flak. Make it something that he has to pull actual units out of the way for. Now we're seeing T3 land from Jagged and T3 land from Tagada. This investment into T2 land got very silly very fast. Now with the shields and a TMD, these mobile missile launchers won't be able to do anything. Looks like the drop will take out that T2 mech that was damaged earlier. So that is a win for them. Meanwhile, Jagged trying to get into this pond, but there's already about nearly a dozen frigates in the water. And that's just going to be a very difficult fight for him to win. Although, interestingly, Jagged's opting to just sort of chill in this pond over here. Not trying to build any sort of T2 PD line of his own, as one might see. Meanwhile, more drops up on the top. Artie's taking out a few T1 mexes here and there. This is just going to be very annoying. Tagada responding to it with T1 bombers. Very efficient. That's just kind of unfortunate. Meanwhile, down in the south, we will see a naval crush, but Jagged actually coming out of the water will take a lot of damage from literally all of the Mongoose in the entire world. Ground firing in the ACU with the Mongoose, using the AoE of their grenade launcher to try and damage Jagged's ACU. Will force him back in the water, and he'll lost about 10,000 health there. Very scary. Frigates are being picked off by the world's greatest anti-naval unit, the Mongoose. And now Spearhead's being brought out. An interesting choice versus exactly zero static defense, but they will break these shields quite effectively. And prevent Jagged from getting into any sort of offensive posture. Jagged trying to make something where it gets a second vet at least. But will be forced back into the water. And now Percival's coming out from Tagada and torpedo bombers. Is he going to snipe? I think Tagada might just see an opportunity for a snipe. Jagged is pretty low, and if he runs out, all the Mongoose can swarm him. This is a very dangerous position from Jagged. I'm not entirely sure how he's going to get himself out of this one. Perhaps a T2 transport. He does have it over here. Going for another drop directly into the back of the base, actually. And with 3 torpedo bombers, Tagada will move out. Jagged being forced onto the land, or I don't know if he's just trying to get shots off. He really needs to run the hell away. He's down to 6k HP due to his little escapades. He needs to bring his own air. Does he have air control? We haven't seen any real air fights, but no. The answer is no, he does not have air control. Tagada just has a massive sword of interceptors, and like Jagged has 3 interceptors? Now Jagged down to 4k HP, trying to make his way back onto land, but as soon as he does, infinite Mongoose shots will bring him down, and that is game 1 for Tagada. Tagada getting that early advantage, the faster expansion, the more reclaim, and just snowballing that into a position where Jagged really can't do anything about it. We did see some nice drops from both players, but all in all, Tagada with the superior strategy. And that wraps it up for game 1. Jagged, of course, gets the second map. Let's see. Patrick and Pepsi still playing on Crazy Rush. Nexus and Paralon also playing on Crazy Rush. Interesting choice there. So the question is, if you're Jagged, what do you pick versus Tagada? Probably like Badlands or something, right? Unless Tagada has vetoed that. Yeah, it is really interesting seeing what these 2K level guys do on Settins. Because there's a lot of options, and the meta really hasn't been hammered out because there's just so many things you can do. Jagged, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Group formed.
Jagged. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe he has a plan, but this is a tag at a map if you've ever seen one. Not only does he not veto it, he picks it himself. Alright. So, I mean, there's two ways I see this going. Either Jagged just gets crushed, or he has some amazing build order and strategy that's just going to blow my mind. And I guess we will, in short order, see what is going on here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, actually, I think optimal balance will put them in the correct spots. Nope. You will see. And maybe rehost. I tried to tell him. I tried to tell him, but I was too slow. Yeah, I suppose Jagged just picking an interesting map. Like, of all the maps, there's 15 maps in this pool, and his first choice to face versus Tagada is the ditch. I'm gonna have to watch his stream later and hear what his justification is for that. Because I don't know, maybe I'm overplaying Tagada's prowess on the ditch because he's crushed me on it on a few occasions.
Formed.
Wait, no. There we go. But Jagged actually going Seraphim versus Cybern. I don't know if I'd like that. You think Zooies would be good, but just the level of bomber spam that you're capable of putting out onto this map means that the Zooies aren't actually that strong because they die to auto-attacking bombers. And if a bomber kills 2 Zooies, it's paid for itself. Yeah, I wonder if Tagada just vetoed all of the 5x5s. It's definitely plausible. With the exception of, like, Crazy Rush. Because Jagged is stronger on the smaller maps, and Tagada is the weakest on them. Yes, I tried to sneak into the tournament. Guess what, guys? I'm Petrick all along. You've been bamboozled. So the way this map works, for those who aren't familiar, is there's like infinite reclaim. There's 400,000 reclaim. You can build like Mavers off the reclaim on this map. But it's all spread out, and it's all in these 750 mass chunks. The same rocks you see on like DeRosa's. So the trick is you just have to build power. Just build as much power as you possibly can, expand as fast as you possibly can, get the rocks. Thomas is absolutely correct. Aeon for Zars is the way to go. Because Zars are just so good. They win air. And then they kill Navy, and then they win game. Tagada feeling the need to issue manual reclaim orders to all the rocks. I wonder how many hours Tagada spent figuring out that this is the actual maximum closest place you can attack move the engineer. Well, that was approximately 00 seconds. So it looks like Tagada actually getting a second land factory out before the third air factory. A bit of an interesting decision there. versus Jagged, who's going straight for that second air factory. Although this is almost certainly going to be an engineering land factory, just exists to pump out additional engineers to get that build capacity up and claim all that reclaim. Tagada now issuing the manual reclaim orders. See, the problem is almost you can easily waste mass if you issue too many reclaim orders, because there's so much. Like, this alone will overflow your mass bar if you're not spending it. But Tagada, look, he doesn't build mass extractors because you don't need mass extractors. Like, why would you want mass extractors? They cost power. They produce something that's completely worthless, mass. Jagged also doing that and rushing out the first transport. Does he have power for that? I assume he has, like... He does have the power for this. He actually has a lot of power. And now he's getting up his second land factory. Meanwhile, over in Casa de Tagada, and Tagada does not have sufficient power to spam out this transport. Wait. Beautiful build order timing there from Tagada. Just absolutely perfect. Got down to like 50 power or something, doesn't stall, and he gets his 6th engineer transport out of his base as soon as possible. Jagged's is also leaving, but he only put 4 engineers on it, so he will be a bit slower. Meanwhile, this engineer transport can drop here, and then here, and then here. Maybe get some land spam up, depending on how he drops his engineers, but this being Tagada, I think he'll probably play this defensive. Maybe 2-2 and 2. Certainly a possibility. At some point you do want to like grab the mixes, but this Hydra's not done. And Tagada doesn't believe in this Hydra, which I think is kind of interesting. Like, you have so many engineers on power spam, then this Hydra's not far away. You could just walk. But here comes the Inti and Bomber spam. Like, if you want to be really annoying, you can just have a factory that builds exclusively bombers and just attack move them like this and attack move them like this, and that's just really devastating. Because your opponent constantly has to either micro against them or go ahead and build static AA over everywhere, and the bombers can kill that. This is a nice scout from Jagged, and a good time to see what Tagada is investing into. Will we see a second transport from these players? Not as of yet. And there's the first bomber. Is this a bomber on repeat factory? Let's see. It is. It is. And it's just gonna go here and attack, move, and kill everything. Meanwhile, over in Fort Jagged, seeing some of these factories go up. The second drop is about to be loaded and sent to the top side. Looks like we will see a bit of a land spam coming out from Jagged in the south. They're going to commit to at least 5 land factories. I didn't know these rocks were 75 mass. Neat. As we can see, players have taken like 20,000 mass out of the map so far. Almost an inconsequential percentage. But this bomber's going to show up at a very opportune time. It might be able to kill the engineers dropped here, and maybe even here, before they can get up a land factory. So Tagada with lots of nice scouts, looking for the proxy, because that's something that happens a lot on this map, is someone will send an engineer in transport with 6 NGs and just drop them like here. Build 20 million land factories, spam them all towards your base, and that can be a real nuisance to deal with. You need the T2 air to clean it up, you need to counter your own land spam, and it's very distracting. But it looks like neither player will actually opt to do anything. And Thomas, you didn't invent the T1 bomber. I'm sorry to tell you. Meanwhile, this bomber, it missed these NGs. Looks like this Transport will actually hide from the scout, but I don't think the bomber cares. I think the bomber will lock on either way. He's got some inties nearby, and oh, here we go. And the dodge, is the dodge good enough? Very close, but not quite. So that's going to deny this expansion for some time, picking off the bomber, but of course, it's a repeat bomber factory. It does not care. There's a second bomber. And like, what, worst case, you donate these like 50 mass chunks of reclaim? No one cares. Like, they can't spend all the reclaim they have. Why would they need more? Looks like Jagged's going to get in the water a bit faster than Tagada. That could be significant. Getting the frigates out to deny this naval production before it starts can be a huge advantage, and just the bomber spam coming out from Tagada going to be pretty good. Looks like Tagada will build his own counter land spam down here. Probably a lot of fighting going to happen over here, except if Jagged decides that Zuis are his best friend. And just try to spam him across here. Looks like he is... This engineer has a very ambitious plan. He's going to single-handedly build about 10 different land factories. But Jagged, does he know about this? Does he know all this stuff's here? He doesn't. He has no idea. He hasn't scouted this in, like, ever. Like, he doesn't know. He doesn't know there's a land spam coming down here. I mean, there's probably spaces in here where Tagada could be hiding a proxy if he so desired. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Well, and by hurt I mean being mildly annoying. There's like tons of engineers here. So bomber doing bomber things. We're seeing both of these players eco up. Actually pretty similar scores, all things considered. Tagada doing his trademark drop with a tank to win these sort of drop wars. Actually going to just fly overhead. These engines are fast. They can probably get a PD up and win the land span. But now Jagged being forced to get these static AAs up. Frigates coming out. Looks like Tagada will probably not be denied Navy. Mostly to the fact that Jagged has only so many hands. Only so much APM to deal with, and looks like these Mantis actually successfully running by. We're seeing the Enzines coming out to deny the Mantis spam. But Mantis spam just really strong. Although somehow Jagged is now ahead in score. I guess he's just winning the reclaim fight. Yeah, look. There's significantly less here than there is for Tagada over here. And we can actually check reclaim numbers. Tagada currently at 43,000, while Jagged is at 47,000. So Jagged actually with superior reclaim numbers here. I don't know, maybe I wrote him off too quick. I think there is... He's playing well so far. He's putting on pressure. I am too surprised that the score is so even, Thomas. This is surprisingly a good play from Jagged on the ditch. Maybe he's been secretly doing build orders while we haven't been looking. Yeah, let's do a T2 max count while we're at it. Tagada currently at a grand total of 6 T2 maxes. Meanwhile, Jagged has a T3 max, a single one, and 6 T2 maxes. I don't know if that was a mistake. This might actually be intentional. Is there a second? Yeah, this is intentional. He's getting a second T3 max. That's actually going to be a huge deal later in this game. T3 maxes are expensive, but they do pay for themselves eventually. And that is probably what's contributing a lot to the score lead. And there's just Z's getting behind enemy lines. There's PD here to the... When you have to build a PD here to defend against Zuis, you know your opponent is doing something crazy. We're seeing offensive Zui drops way over here. Is that gonna have a... Yeah, Tageda's got a radar here. He'll see this. The Zui drop perhaps a bit far from anything worthwhile. The Mantis will clean it up. But over here, both players believe that radars are for chumps. So they're just building lines of factories into each other. This factory will actually be cancelled because it's intersecting a factory from Jagged. Though we are seeing nice T2 airplay from Tageda, even if Jagged has beat him to the T3 air. Look at this air grid being built ahead of time for T2. Meanwhile, over at Jagged HQ, we have the second T3 P-Gen building two T3 mexes at the same time because he can afford it. Jagged just ecoing like crazy, and he's not being punished for it at all. These gunships are trying to do something here, but they will all die to this static AA because they have not focus fired it nearly in time. Jagged getting maybe T2, T3, probably as a utility. Would not expect him to actually go and commit to a comm drop at this point in time, but the naval harass here is significant. If this frigate just got in and killed all that, that would be really devastating. And now Corsairs coming in to try to take out the land spam. But Seraphim, with their access to floating flak, make this actually effective. So maybe Seraphim's not the worst thing here? Something mirrors are the only thing you see in high-level tournament matches. Yeah, but these Corsairs are flying over a lot of flak, and Corsairs aren't free. Meanwhile, we see Tageda just now getting his second T3 mech. With all these frigates here, it looks like they're actually trying to take down this factory. Won't be super successful at that. We're seeing T2 Navy out for Jagged. The missile cruiser from Seraphim will be something to be reckoned with if he can deny this Navy, which I think there's a decent chance he wins Navy here. This is a lot of aggression, and Tageda losing a good chunk of his build power. I mean, the gunships are doing great work. Tageda now has caught back up on score. Oh, you got this random arty fight up in the top. Mantis occasionally slipping past. There's Thams. Look, they've all been queued over here, so the Thams think that the best way to do this is to go like this. I'm half surprised we haven't seen T2 land out from Tageda. Just to get... Oh, that's a lot of T2 Corsairs that are dead. They snipe a T1 mechs, they snipe themselves. This is almost like strat defense here, but it's actually Corsair defense. So the question is, how much T3 air are we seeing from Jagged? I'll tell you exactly 0. Well, he's got a few ASFs down there to pick off any strats, but he's being pretty defensive with his air. No early strat, despite the fact that he beat Tageda to it. And now we'll see. Yeah, just the amount of T3 mexes has me concerned for Tageda's health and well-being. Raz coming out from Jagged. That's an interesting choice. Although something that's going to hurt Jagged in the long run is he has not opted to get like the 30,000 mass on this cliff. And Tageda is dropping this. He's got more engineers up here. He is building reclaim factories. And now these gunships actually being very offensive. But ASFs will react with the air this close. He killed some engineers on the T2 naval factory. That's pretty solid. Advanced Raz. This is an interesting build order from Jagged. This is almost reminiscent of some like 2013 Sentence stuff. Yeah, let's give a quick reclaim count. We've got Tageda currently sitting at 117,000 and operating at about plus 200. Meanwhile, we have Jagged operating at an even higher 120,000, sitting at plus 250. So superior reclaim from Jagged and superior income from Jagged. Plus 50 isn't huge, but that's like 2 T3 mexes extra. You're seeing some harassment over here. Being marginally, maybe not cost effective in terms of mass, but perhaps cost effective in terms of APM. And now Tagada has a lot of frigates. He's a lot of frigates. This is a concerning amount of frigates. Meanwhile, this push, there's actually nothing here to stop it. There's a lot of flak. They're actually going to deal decent damage to these bombers and ASFs if they hang out too long. These flaks vetting up. And they can pose a significant threat. There is a T3 land factory here, though, and they will get bricks up in time before the army can reach. That's an expensive investment. Apparently Nexus has won 3-0 versus Paralon. Not a hugely surprising result. Thanks to Paralon for playing. T2 transport being brought in to deal damage. This is a attack move transport. Its job to feed veterancy to the enemy flak. Or maybe if it can crash damage and kill something? That was close. But it looks like Tagada has managed to clean this up in the long view. There's another 14, 18,000 mass up in this top corner, which is not insignificant. Of course now, Othams from Jagged, of course also amphibious, able to fight off the bricks. So we're seeing a huge commitment to T3 land spam here from Jagged. Which is certainly interesting. We're also seeing T3 land spam down here. Jagged putting a lot of mass into T3 land, and perhaps not enough into frigates. Starting to see some advanced destroyers. Are we going to see torp bombers out from Jagged? Perhaps this Mantis gives exactly 0 hex. Let's do a T3 mechs count while we're at it. Tagada currently at a grand total of 6 T3 mexes versus also 6 T3 mexes. So it looks like Tagada has caught up in the T3 mechs game. Jagged, please fix T2 transport crash damage. You know, it's wacky when your opponent is spamming mobile missile launchers across. There's no T2 PD here. What are these MMLs doing? The Jagged does have the nice ARAS. This is a lot of dams. They need many more flaks than they currently have to support them. Because I'm not sure Jagged can win an air fight if it occurs. Let's look at the amount of ASF for Tagada and then go and look at, well, maybe a somewhat similar cloud for South 61 versus 28. So almost double ASF for Tagada. That's not an air fight that Jagged would like to take. And if Tagada took it, he could probably win the game off of it right here, right now. So more floaty flag fighting Corsairs. Only 2 bricks here from Tagada. And just the attack move T2 transports. I think Tagada may have forgotten about this. I mean, they can shoot. So why not? Meanwhile, these Othams going to make their way sneakily off to this position and try to crush it before it gets its T3 land up. And that might be doable. Though I'm not convinced that winning this game with T3 land is the way to go. Meanwhile, Tagada getting up his Omni. What is Jagged planning? Are we seeing any, like, nukes or anything? Yes. Jagged is almost to a nuke. Is there any SMD? I'm looking for an SMD. Oh, I'd like to order an SMD, please. No SMD from Tagada, so that could be a game-winning nuke from Jagged. Tagada looks like he hasn't scouted in some time. Actually, has he scouted? Let's check this. He is aware of the nuke in the technical sense of the fact that he has scouted it being built. But is he consciously aware that a nuke is under construction? Maybe not. Maybe not. I think Tagada will have to make use of air to kill this nuke. He might be able to do that. It is under 2 T2 shields. There's a SAM nearby, not that that's going to do much. Plus the bomber doesn't have a great path. There is decent air defense on the sides. It's just made of T1 static AA to defend against all the silly harassing that Tagada has been doing. Wait, what? He has SMD where? Oh yeah, here it is. I'm very smart. He was hiding. Excellent caster. Great icons. So yeah, he is aware of this, but like, there's no SMD in this expansion. See, is he building SMD over here? No. So there is utility in this nuke, even if it isn't used to bomb the base. Like, you can't build the probably 3 SMDs you'd need. That'd be very expensive. It's more expensive than the nuke. Which is why it works. Like, you can just kill T3 mexes. All this production. And it's dead. Yeah, this nuke is not finishing before this SMD is loaded. Meanwhile, these Othams actually making good progress. There's only a few T1 bombers in the area, although there's not much here to kill. This was a T2 mex, this is a T2 mex. To the extent that T2 mexes matter. Meanwhile, these guys made their way across the map and are now chilling out. Unfortunately, these guys have lost their flak. There is some reinforcing flak coming over, and now we're seeing the destroyers out from Tagada looking to make a bit of a push, but he does not have the frigate numbers or the destroyer numbers to make this push, and Jagged will just jump on that position. 3 Destros and easily double the frigates versus 2 Destros and some engineers to pick up the pieces. Tagada does not want to be caught out like this, but he doesn't have much of a choice. Meanwhile, Brick's getting massacred up in the top. This is suicide Brick territory. Although there is so much mass here, just if Sasuke is listening, I have no idea. But this naval crush is going to be pretty huge. Tagada might need to start building torp bombers just to deal with this, because this looks like a naval crush. And Jagged with the naval crush. Is Jagged winning this? Is this real life? Alright, we're seeing SMD started from Tagada. But this nuke is almost halfway, and you can't beat a halfway finished nuke with starting SMD now. There's not even a lot of build power in this SMD. So that's not finishing in time. Although maybe it will convince Jagged not to go ahead and interfere. But this is all engineer supported. And he's got nowhere else to build a, like, naval factory, right? Like, the Othams have been putting pressure on his engineers. Like, there's no way to build a naval factory. Maybe down here. But this Tech 2 Naval HQ looks very dead. The torp bombers are coming out, and air cover from Tagada will help. Corsairs also providing support, because there are in fact no cruisers here. But that doesn't even really matter. If the T2 HQ dies and all this production dies, Jagged can just build cruisers forever and not really care. Although somehow it survives because the destroyers decide to go on a bit of a vacation there. Look at this beautiful Seraphim AA doing approximately 0 DPS because we round down. Oh, please, please kill this. Please kill this. Please. Jagged, I will not forgive you. Alright. This will die. So, Tagda loses the T2 HQ. He's gonna lose this top expansion to a nuke. That's not great. Jagged still needs more SAMs, though. Look at this Torp battle. Alright, what is the DPS of an Otham torpedo launcher? I don't know this. Alright, the DPS is actually 15 versus a brick, which has a DPS of 20. But there's just so it's almost the same. This is epic torpedo battle. The bricks are dying to the Otham torpedoes. This is incredible. And now the Seraphim cruiser spam will start. And ooh, this is an airfight. This looks like an airfight. Jagged better respect this. No, Takeda will opt not to risk it. He's not going to risk it. He's going to let his torp bombers do their torp bombing. These factories did survive, so they will grab the measly 15,000 reclaim. Jagged finally getting around to claiming this. Very even scores at 24 minutes. This is incredibly even scores for a ditch match. Meanwhile, the Othams and Flak are making their way around. There's not a lot here to defend. He's actually preemptively building a ton of T2 point defense, but these T3 mexes are in fact vulnerable. Meanwhile, this SMD is not. It's halfway done. That's sad, SMD. And the nuke is now loaded. So Jagged needs to figure out where he's going to launch that. He might be a bit preoccupied at the present moment. I think the top is the clear option. Kill the T3 mexes. Kill the land HQ. Does he have a second land HQ? Nah, he doesn't. That'd be kind of expensive. But cruisers are not in sufficient number to actually, you know, defend air. He's got all this land production. Build floaty flak. Floaty flak. Go. Oh, and here is the air fight. This is not what Jagged wanted. Because now this will be the signal for Tagada to actually, you know, do something with his air control. This is 0 air micros from Jagged. Oh, now we've got it. And there's the nuke. Nuke is out. But pretty decisive air win from Tagada. Not exactly what Jagged wanted to happen, but with sufficient flak, anything is possible. Does Seraphim T3 AA float? I don't think so. But we're going to check real quick before that nuke lands. It does not. It does not float. So it looks like Jagged is doing the correct thing, sending it to the top. This will be a lot of T3 mexes, and the SMD just finishes. T3 land HQ dead. This will kill support factory, ton of build power. Some of the engineers are trying to run away, but they're not getting far. And boom. Great placement there. Takes out all the factories, all the T3 mexes. And now that's a very open field for Jagged to run his army through. Now, of course, Tagada, even with air control, will have to contend with the fact that Jagged can spam cruisers ad infinitum. Are we seeing any solar burst or anything? No. More air grid. Oh, and now we're seeing strats. I mean, you gotta build strats, right? Oh, that's brutal. T2 flak, not exactly capable of handling with the strat bombers. If I was Jagged, and I'm not, I would consider building, like, just 20 Seraphim cruisers. Because Seraphim cruisers are cost-effective en masse versus torp bombers. And look at these authors. Killing... oop, that one missed. Killing these T3 mexes, that's going to hurt Tagada's economy quite significantly. Tagada now sitting at 390 with a nice little power stall and about 200,000 reclaimed mass. Meanwhile, we have Jagged sitting over at almost 60,000 more and about 350 mass. So that's pretty good for Jagged. I was not expecting this level of performance. I'm going to be blunt. But Jagged has surprised us. Alright, these strap bombers flying around. There's just... This is flak. You're bombing flak, sir. He's killing some T3 mexes, but... Strap bombers aren't free. Strap bombers are not free. Oh, yeah, this guy came back. A 5 vet awesome with almost 9,000 mass killed. Will be cleaned up by a strap bomber, but that's very cost effective guy. And now the south expansion can just be nuked because there's no SMD here either. Meanwhile, Jagged is almost to his second nuke. I mean, sure, fine, this is nice and loaded and everything, but this is also T3 mexes and T3 support factories. Is he building a new T3 HQ? Or has he decided that land factories are dumb? Tagada with his own nuke. I mean, if you can't beat him, join him. Does Jagged have SMD? He does, in the main. Almost second missile loaded. In the expansions, though, no SMD down here. We're seeing SMD up at the top. It looks like an SMD planned. But that will probably not be done in time, considering this nuke is almost 2/3 done. This is enough scouts to make your opponent think it's ASF, if they're not paying too much attention to the flying speed. So maybe this is an elaborate bait. He's sending what is approximately all the scouts. This is... Alright, now he's... Tagada sees what's up. This is 85 scouts. And Tagada will not buy the bait. But this is not really an ASF force he can deal with. He will split them up into 2 groups. And just flax in all sorts of good places. Does Jagged spot the nuke? Yeah, he knows this is here. He knows this is here. He knows there's a lot of assistance on it, so he should probably be pretty concerned. Is he building SMG down here? I mean, this is mostly wrecked. Welcome to Nuke Wars High-Level Tournament Edition. Alright, and now the cruiser spam is starting to be cost-effective. There's floaty flak to deal with the torp bombers. The cruisers are getting into position, and... Tagada does nuke this, but a naval nuke might not be off the cards in short order. What's the range of these Seraphim cruisers? Can they hit? Well, there's the nuke. I'm not sure they can hit this nuke. It seems a bit far. Oh, and Jagged with the nuke. We'll nuke the southern expansion here. Oh, and there's an SMD. Might survive, actually. Even if the Phobos are making their way around. And strap bombers just dying, because strap bombers cannot fight infinite amounts of air. Oh, and ASF trying to clear the way for straps, but there's just cruisers here, and are they going to just bomb this naval factory? Now an air fight over the world's entire supply of cruisers, and strap bombers don't even make it. Tagada looks like he might win this anyway, though, despite the SAMs and the cruisers and the T3 AAs. But this is going to be a costly fight for Tagada, because he had way more, and he's getting down into even numbers. And now he has to retreat back over the cruisers and the SAMs, just tearing apart his air force. ASFs are falling all over the place. Now this is a nice little 60,000 mass reclaim field. Tagada going to go ahead and nuke, looks like the top, which is the absolutely sensible thing to do. Yep. Let's check the SMD. Just finished building. This is the game of nuking SMDs that are just finished building. Meanwhile, this SMD does survive, so in the long term, you will be able to reestablish this as a nuke-proof base. But does Jagged really care that this dies? I mean, this is 4 T3 Mexes, that's significant, but, you know, there's nothing else there. The fact that the SMD dying is probably a significant cost of the whole expansion. What happened to Tagada's brain? That's a great question. I am not a psychologist, though, so I won't be able to answer that. Yeah, it actually pauses the SMD once he realizes it's dead. And yeah, the T3NG's made it out, and all the units did. So that's 4 T3 Mexes dead for Jagged. Meanwhile, these cruisers are going to start picking away, forcing up static TMD. Still no. Oh, there's an SMD here. This is loaded. So it looks like Tagada will nuke-proof himself for the foreseeable future. And how'd these bricks get here? I guess they just literally walked the whole way. Now the rebuilding will commence. I wouldn't count Tagada out of this game just yet. Making sure he doesn't have Navy. He's almost to his second nuke, though. That's pretty good. Meanwhile, there's no SMD down in the south. And this is where the HQ is. This is a lot of mass. And look at all these T3 Mexes dying to these bricks. They're bricks have a huge amount of mass skill. He needs to get some gunships down here, like, as soon as humanly possible. Jagged building, actually, teledefense. Very sensible. But it looks like Jagged might win the good old torpedo, or not torpedo, tactical missile war. Why does automod stop people saying Ythotha? I guess because it contains thought. Oop. There. We can now talk about air experimentals. Oh. Oh no. Is there a backup SMD? Where's the backup SMD? Tagada calls GG after losing his SMD to cruiser spam. How soon is that nuke loaded? Nearly. Jagged will just accept the GG because Tagada's base is dead. This is all dead. He has to build, like, power in the expansions now, and that's hard. Plus he has no plan for getting Navy back because there is no plan. Finally, Gunship's cleaning this up. And now we're seeing T3 already coming out from Jagged. This is just brutal. Tagada going to commit to the laser, but so much teledefense here. This is Jagged is extremely safe. The nuke is also extremely safe. It's the teledefense. It's actually kind of close to the nuke. Maybe you stand here and you're safe from the teledefense, but there's gunships nearby, and getting all that stuff done ahead of time. And these cruisers are just troublesome. This army can push its way up. Those bricks will die. Jagged wondering why he called GG and then didn't surrender. BM from Tagada as he eclipses 1 million score. We're gonna see teleporter, or is he gonna try to, like, drop? I don't think he can drop. Yeah, there's teleporter. How's that nuke coming? Slow. Perhaps he should assist it, like... Might be smart. He's got a T2 transport standing by to save himself. He's got 15,000 HP from the T3. Tagada's starting to lose his air grid. Let's see. How is Tagada's power situation going? Oh, oh, that's Jagged. Jagged's got more power than he knows what to do with. Tagada kind of needs this power. He does need this power to buy himself the teleporter. But he's going all in on the nuke. He hasn't scouted. He's got a little teledefense here. But he's going all in because this is a tournament game. Target priority. Snipe. Oh, he's going in for it. He's almost done. This should finish. He's got the power for it. These P-gens will survive for the foreseeable future. Do we have anything else going on? Land Army's just sort of chilling around. Gunships doing gunshipy things. Dying to flak. As they do. Tagada always says GG and then doesn't surrender. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Tagada actually going to kill these P-gens himself. Like, very few missiles actually hit these. They were just reclaimed into oblivion. Alright, so now he has teleporter. Now he has laser and gun. And there's the nuke. He better get out of there as soon as possible. Let's see, is there more tele-defense? Oh, wait, Jagged, what? Oh, that's an SCU. Alright, we're fine. Jagged's ACU is actually over here, next to all the tele-defense in the world. Corsairs? Corsairs, what are you doing? What are you doing, Corsairs? Some of them will make it. No, never mind. They're all dead. Alright, so, looks like Tagada just getting his air out of there. He needs to, alright, he's teleporting away. Directly, let me see where, right here. Next to the SMD. Jagged's ACU is a bit out of the way. He's just building himself more defenses. And there's the teleport, and he's dead. Actual GG from Tagada. Teleporting into what looks about 30 million Tech 1 PDs and T3 shields. Turns out tele-defense does work. His base is dead. GG. Very surprising one from Jagged. I thought Tagada would have had this in the bag. I have to apologize. There's actually a chicken here that we missed. Not that it matters, because his base is dead anyway. But it's a neat chicken. So well played from Jagged. That ties up the series 1-1. Sasuke, I crushed. Alright, let's update the good old challenge. Nexus 3-0'd. Not super surprising. But now we will see Game 3 from Tagada versus Jagged. Looks like it's going to be on Badlands.
Group formed.
This, of course, being Tagada's pick.
Group formed.
Jagged perhaps needing a bit of a breather after that game. Let's see, how are other people doing? Looks like Patrick is fighting on Desert Arena. It's an interesting, might be a good map for Pepsi. We go and spoil the results for ourselves. Looks like there was a draw. And then, alright, looks like first game went to, I didn't rate it, so no clue. Bugged hotkeys. Yeah, this looks like a draw. Patrick actually losing lots of rating due to draws. Badlands? What? Is that a map? It is in fact a map. It was basically the most popular map of the group stage. Due to the fact that everyone could pick it and everyone loves Badlands. Unless you like normalize it for being a group stage, in which case everyone loves ISIS. Out of all of the series that were fought in group stage, I think it was Group C, all but one of them had a Fields of ISIS game. All but one of them. And now that's a pretty serious commitment. Look at all these streams. Look at all these streams. Should we do something? Update the post.
Сейчас намного сложнее.
That's Sasuke. There she is, like 100 people watching. It's pretty good. Although he usually has quite a few. Like the following in that guy. All right. Looks like Jagged just taking her breather. People joining games clearly titled Tournament. But what else can we expect? What else we see in Farms? Currently playing on Pyramid versus Blackheart. I wonder who picked this map. Here we go. So it looks like it will be a UEF mirror here on Badlands. Tagged versus Jagged Appliance. Classic 1v1 map, even if it's also technically playable 4v4. You've got the nice reclaim patches, the distant expansion that you walk your ACU to. Not perfectly symmetrical reclaim. All the features of a classic map. So it looks like Jagged will be doing the, or Tagada will be doing the 2P gen, then walk. I'm sure that will make Thomas cringe. Well, Jagged will be doing the less P-gen intensive, literally just the mexes and then run over with your ACU. Grabbing some early tree groups. And then second Mech Marine out from Jagged. He knows that Tagada likes to play this map defensively. And it's possible to get an early raid off if you're being careful. Look at this. The pathing specifically to avoid crushing these tree groups. And that's some next level play. Now first Engie out to the Hydro. ACU will assist. Meanwhile, Tagada being a bit slower with the ACU because he got these 2P gens, giving him that extra power early, but slowing down his Hydro. Mech Marine? Mech Marine. Mr. Mech Marine, sir. There we go. Unfortunately, this scout from Tagada should spot it. It's too bad, though. It could be, like, over here by now. If not for that unfortunate move order. Perhaps Jagged's still living off the high of the previous game. Let's see. A lot more Engies assisting the ACU over here. Looks like the air factories should finish maybe a second earlier for Jagged. Oh, actually, Tagada going straight ahead and deciding that he'll get the land factory fourth after two, or the air factory fourth after two land factories being added on. Whereas Jagged will get the air factory and then the land factories. Meanwhile, this Mech Marine sure to be a nuisance. He's going to break every single tree group along the way, force this tank to chase it around the block. And just be a nuisance. Of course, Tagada's expanding engineer pretty slow, so there wasn't actually anything to raid here. Well, not that slow, but relatively slow, if you know what I mean. Well, the Tagada will be faster to this expansion. Lots of nice rock clicking going on. And now, Jagged will go first Inti, second Inti. We'll be getting like a bomber at some point to justify this earlier air factory. Who knows? He's planning on getting exactly 3 interceptors and then running out of power. This Hydra will not finish in time. So a bit of a build order kerfuffle. Meanwhile, Tagada being extremely efficient. About to start his second Hydra himself. ACU doing a bit of unfortunate walking, but what can you do? Meanwhile, yeah, second tank will come around and be drawn back to kill off this Mech Marine, which actually has been taking a lot of damage from the Snoop. Oh, we're seeing a bit of micro? A little, but not enough. Second Hydra from Tagada, and Tagada is taking a bit of a score lead. This tank actually in position to take out this engineer, as a raid on the left is picked off by Jaga's ACU. Look at that. Oh, tries to reclaim it, but it is a tank. That's usually not a winning move, and that is a significant pickup for Tagada. Even if there are more engineers here, this will slow down the factory, slow down the reclaim. So Jagged got the faster air factory, but looks like he's only interested in using it defensively. Or not at all, now that he's kind of out of power. Looks like this tank will run away into the back. We'll probably kill this engineer. And be a general nuisance. And thus ends the Snoop Wars. Jagged actually using his ACU to grab this forward Hydro faster. It's an interesting move. We'll give him an early power boost, but Tagada has a nice army that's just going to come down this right side. I don't think he can actually push in, but he can certainly try. This engineer actually hiding from the tank. That's pretty smart. But Tagada, just with superior army numbers at this point, currently sitting at 26 tanks versus 16 tanks. That's almost double the tanks, giving Tagada a decisive early advantage. Plus, he doesn't have this tank to deal with. That's just going to be a hassle. You almost want to see a bomber just to go kill it without having to pull your tanks back yourself. Tagada being faster to this expansion, faster to the side. Building up that nice early advantage that you need going forward. Jagged has, in the meantime, discouraged a push through here, but I'm not sure there's much you can do. When the ACU comes, I don't think Tagada's the kind of player that will actually try to push into the base with his ACU. But he is the type of player who will beat Jagged to the transport. Jagged does even have a transport queued up. Let's have a look. No. Currently no plans for transport from Jagged. Perhaps not Jagged's best map. And this will finally get cleaned up. But this army perhaps overextending itself, even though Jagged will respect it. Jagged will be forced to give it some respect in turn, and now drops to the right side. Jagged doing his standard drop it with a tank, or in this case, an artillery piece. And actually bringing up even more forces to really secure this side, which is actually very sensible. Those forces were nearby. And what is 4 additional attacks on this side going to do for him? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Meanwhile, this expansion is super useful. It gives you nice radar coverage of half of the map. You can build land factories up here that spam up MMLs that can take out this expansion. Meanwhile, Jagged being a bit aggressive with his ACU to grab the reclaim in the middle. All well and good. Let's see, T2 max counts. Looks like Jagged is at 1.5, and he's got his Tech 2 land factory done. Meanwhile, Jagged also with his Tech 2 land factory done, and at, looks like exactly 1 1/3 T2 max. So it's very, very slight lead in the overall max count from Jagged. This basically is more significant. Actually, this is probably even more significant than a 1/6 of a Tech 2 mass extractor. But now things are starting to become a bit static. These arties are in a position to make this Tech 1 PD look like a bit of a fool. And actually a cliff-built factory from Tagada, now supported by a whole boatload of tanks, will defeat this slower cliff-built factory from Jagged, barring anything crazy. The radar does go down in the middle, which is inconvenient for Tagada, but now with the Mongoose bringing their own radar with them, that's going to be a serious problem for Jagged to deal with. So Tagada, he's got the early lead, he's snowballing it, he's got both of the sides, he's getting T2 and probably gun with the SU, so maybe he is looking to build some sort of offensive position here. Excellent Sparky from Jagged. Getting it out there and getting that T2 PD up. Artie's being annoying. And this little run by, not going to accomplish much. Tagada looks like he's not interested in fighting over here, or into the enemy ACU, so he will wall this off. And rely on pushing through the middle and the right side of the map. A few mongoose skirmishes. Single shield would be very effective here. And here they come for Tagada. Tagada might be able to just pressure in through the middle. The Sparky perhaps needs to head over here. Tagada finding something amusing. Perhaps look at this T1 already. It just died. Jagged actually going to double down on the T2BD over here. And get T2 with his ACU also. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god, that's painful. Jagged built 4 T2 HQs. Oh no. Oh. That's where all the mass is going. Oh. That hurts. It hurts a lot. I think Tagada, that's what he was laughing at. Just a devastating mistake from Jagged. Even though Tagada can't really push in here. I mean, he can reclaim them, but that's lost mass, lost time. Now he doesn't have any support factories that he needed to spam things out with. He's going to try to convert this into a ton of T2 mexes, but Tageda's ahead in that count. Yeah, Tageda's currently at 104 mass, with a grand total of 7 T2 mexes. Meanwhile, Jagged is over with only 67, and 2 T2 mexes, and like a ton of them being built at the same time. And just, this is so demoralizing too. You can't count out that sort of effect. You think you're doing fine, and then suddenly you make a huge mistake like that, and you're behind even more. Although this fight here, not exactly advantageous for Tageda. Fighting under 2 T2 PDs, the shields will sink most of the shots. But it looks like Jagged actually pushing here on the left. I mean, he can't push far, there's too many reinforcements. And a drop going around the side. Is this? It's a pillar and something else. Oh, but looks like Jagged does spot it with some radar. And we'll move to intercept. Yeah, it looks like 2 pillars there. Nice try from Tageda, because he does control these sides. Those things are harder to spot, but Jagged does manage to pick it off. And now Jagged with T2 and gun will try to push through the middle, or at least hold it. Meanwhile, Tageda has paused his gun, perhaps until he gets more T2P gens. He's currently sitting at 3. How much power does he have? Not a lot. He's running a lot of shields. Like 9 shields, each of these consumes like 60 power. It's like a T2P gen worth right there. It looks like Tageda is just teching up faster than Jagged at this point. So Jagged needs to do something aggressive with the ACU. Try to take this position maybe. Get a lucky shot off on that T2 radar. He is behind, and he needs to do something before Tageda can snowball. Jagged not building T2 TMD. He always likes to harp on people about this in cast, but here he is. Yeah, I'm calling him out. Not building TMD defensively. Perhaps this is all part of a sick meta play to make everyone think they should build TMD, and then he never does it himself. Looks like Sparkies are going to creep PD behind him as he pushes in. We're seeing T3 land yet? Nope, not yet. This is actually a scary push on the left side. There's no T2 PD over here yet. Looks like the Sparky will be sent to go and finish that off. Caution is the name in the game for Jagged right now. He doesn't want to be too aggressive. This is a lot of mongoose, but he does have the gun. Unfortunately, he has wasted the opportunity of him getting gunned several minutes before Tageda. So now Tageda's ACU will come in and create the opportunity for a push. Nice auto OC there, taking out the shield. So Jagged gonna respect it a lot. We saw this in the Sentence game too. Jagged just likes to respect the good old Tageda ACU, but both players giving each other lots of respect. Tageda definitely doesn't want a draw to happen. But he will sit in range of this T2PD. Yeah, get up T2PD of his own. We'll see a bit of a T2PD war. But there's unlikely anything any of these people can do before T3 land. And that's why we'll see it from both of these players. Jagged actually with the faster T3 land, even if he is a bit behind in the overall economy. This push, though, is still very scary. We do have some fallback PD now, though, from Jagged. But not a lot. Just a single tech 2, and there are many shields in this composition. And the hill certainly won't help. Jagged might feel the need to retreat his army just to make sure that these guys can't run by. It looks like the T2PD will stabilize the situation. Tageda being forced to get respect. No static already yet, so we know things haven't gone too crazy. Demolishers coming in. But you need a lot of them with the amount of shields being constructed in this area. More power, more economy. Let's see. Tagada currently sitting at a nice 1-3-2 versus Jagged currently about 30 mass behind, actually. But he is going to creep forward, crush the position from Tagada. That's probably the name of the game. Maybe secure a bit of this reclaim. Nope, this didn't work. Or maybe it will. Maybe it will work. Jagged needs to stop spamming or stalling. Oh, Jagged, your shield is down. Yep, there goes that. Stop building shields you can't afford. Where's the power? Is he not building more power? He's getting more support factories. What's going on here? Alright, looks like he can afford it. Was he doing some sort of, like, intentional toggling? I don't think that's not good, though. So surely not. No static RDs out from Tagada. Or T2, or T3 RDs. Because Tagada is a sensible man. You will see the Percy's coming out to the left side where they cannot be overcharged. And now with stealth fields and... Yeah, I think this is crushed. Thomas, UEF deserves all the good things in the world. Oh, he doesn't have enough energy to actually build stuff with his ACU. And keep the shield up. But meanwhile, Percy on the left will just eat Mongoose for dinner. That is the problem with the Mongoose shield combo. It dies to T3 like really, really fast. Like there's a Percy over here. The T2PD is not exactly going to deter a Percival. Especially with pillars in support. Just having to back up, show respect. He's losing a few of his shields here. Meanwhile, Jagged did make some progress. He cleared this out. Tag is just going to fall back to a more secure position and get his own spearheads out to deny any sort of creep. RD actually being used defensively to shell this position. That's pretty good. Yes, UEF is the good at everything faction. And Cybern is too. I'll accept a UEF nerf when Mantis get nerfed. Factional differences, what are they? This is just a superior force from Tagada. Percy's being dropped in. But we're already seeing 4 Percys, multiple parashields here. Just a lot. Oh, wait. Is this intentional? It's a lot of build power in the T2 land factory. Jagged is building a lot of shields. I'm not sure exactly what he's protecting. Yeah, this is not a favorable fight for Jagged over on the left side. He's running out of Percys. He's now out of Percys, and there's just like a handful of Mongoose here. Jagged gonna retreat to try to intercept this push. Thankfully, he doesn't have enough mass to turn any of this into Tech 2 mass extractors yet, so it won't be a huge loss. Yeah, this RD war over literally nothing has accomplished literally nothing. Like, this is... It's like 3-ish thousand mass. Give me 3 Percys instead and you would have won this left side. I mean, the RDs can sort of harass this. Here, a bomber. Yeah, but now he can just sort of push into the left side. Tag it up being cautious as usual. If this army were to be crushed, then the reclaim alone could get Jagged back into this game. Like, this is a very expensive army. Especially considering all the Percys that are already dead. Now the ACU here, with its overcharge capabilities, will attempt to cut off the retreat of the Percys. Unless they decide they don't want to retreat. Meanwhile, 2 spearheads and some arty will kill shields defending nothing. So the ACU will come out to secure this while there's not enough Percys here. There's no shields. Oh god, no. Jagged, don't do this to me. You can't win. I mean, at least you'll get the reclaim. If you can secure this eventually. This Mongoose is actually doing good work by bouncing against this Percy, delaying it. That's all he can hope to accomplish at this point. Yeah, I think Thomas has a good point. T3P gen for overcharge. ACU shield would be really good because these Percys will be scary. Now gunships coming out from Tegeda. Very offensive gunships. We'll try to put pressure on the ACU and... Oh, not enough energy storage quite there. Gotta kill remaining Percy. So, Tegeda is playing a bit of who's encircling whom here. With this army just sort of being able to harass Jagged after he stopped throwing his Percys into that. Please. Percys are close to vet. That's a 2-vet Mongoose. This is an almost 2-vet Percy. Very efficient under the shields. And now, like, gunships will slowly kill Jagged's ACU? Question mark? Yeah, pushing through the middle. Jagged sort of finding himself denying units in this position, but now he's just dying to 2 gunships because he lacks the ability to shoot up. And now the Percys will be like, yeah, we can kill this man. Already shelling their own base because they've lost the position, and this is what they have to do. And they kill scouts, they kill air scouts. These units just need to run in. Like, Jagged is down to 3k HP. He needs flak, he needs something, and yep, he just calls GG. Mobile shields, that would have helped. But GG, Tegeda wins. Few critical mistakes there after making 4 T2 land HQs there from Jagged, not being able to secure the expansions. And then a few annoying raids, and that'll just let Tegeda win the game. He built a SAM. Siri, your opponent doesn't even have T3 air. What is the SAM doing? Is that a SAM to protect you from Janus? It might be. Anyway, Tegeda takes the series so far as 2-1. One more game for him to win, but Jagged will get the next map pick. Looks like the rest of the series are still going on, as Nexus gets to enjoy a nice coffee break. Looks like Pepsi and Patrick just finished whatever the heck they were playing. Alright, Patrick wins 3-1 versus Pepsi. So Pepsi taking a game off Patrick. That's pretty solid. Thanks for playing, Pepsi. Now they're waiting on the Blackheart versus Farms series to conclude. Where's Blackheart? Oh, here he is. He's just not in the tournament chat. Let's see, what are they just played on Pyramid. Farms beat Blackheart on Pyramid. That's kind of unfortunate for Blackheart. So it looks like that series is currently 1-1. Tying it up. And now looks like point of reach, and that should be Blackheart's pick. So did Farms actually pick Pyramid? Yeah, I guess so. Interesting choices. I kind of want to see what Tagada will choose to round out their series. Or Jagged will choose. Because 2-1 is a dangerous position. It's now sudden death for Jagged. Meanwhile, Petrick and Nexus can sit and enjoy a nice cup of tea while they wait for their opponents to tire out. I'm gonna grab a drink of water. Okay, I'm back. And it looks like Jagged will opt to take the series to via 3. An excellent choice for him.
Group formed.
Looks like perhaps a UEF mirror is in the works, as Tagada tries to secure his place in the semifinals. And we're off. It looks like we'll see another UEF mirror, as people are recognizing the power of UEF, especially after that Titan buff. I think that plays a role. And just Titans are better than Loyalists now. which gives UEF a decent early T3 option that they were lacking before versus Cybran. Meanwhile, people are just realizing that turns out shields plus range bots super strong, just incredibly strong. So we have another classic ladder map in the cards, even though that we haven't seen it in ladder for a while. We will see a interesting keygen pattern from good old Tagada. Perhaps designed to perfectly maximize engineer build range. Okay, 7. This is the first round and the fourth game in a best of 5 between Tagada and Jagged in the Summer Invitational tourney. The series is currently 2-1 in favor of Tagada. Now Jagged is trying to tie it up. See, Thomas, if you could have been here, you could have made you could have put a fun map into the pool. But no. Like 5. No, this was at least like 2 months ago, I think. 2-3 months. Several rotations ago. So what are we seeing here? Standard second layer builds from Tagada. And a second land build from Jagged. That's an interesting choice. Although maybe he feels like Tagada won't capitalize on having air first and just build interceptors, allowing him to do some pretty aggressive raids. If you can raid and secure these positions, like deny this reclaim early on, that can be hugely significant. And if your opponent decides, you know what? Where's that us? No, he is getting the second land. This is just a very confusing web of P-gens and assist orders. So yeah, standard-ish stuff. Although, Tagada doing it much faster than Jagged. Only a single assisting engineer here. Meanwhile, Tagada's got 3. Jagged had timed you out. Wow. So I'm hearing I should ban you, Thomas? Is that the takeaway here? But no, I think you're absolutely right. Jagged should not veto 5x5s versus Tagada. That is a huge mistake. Now we're seeing Tagada almost with his... Oh yeah, huge build order advantage here from Tagada. Jagged picks this map, but he did not plan out a super strong build order, I gotta say. At 3.5 factories versus not even the third factory, Tagada pulling ahead decisively. Gonna have to get that interceptor out versus other interceptor. No, I think Jagged is superior on 5x5s versus Tagada by a pretty substantial margin. So, no super aggressive raids. Just a few nice scouts from both players. Pretty slow to the top expansion from Jagged. Usually like to see an early expanding engineer there, but he's just going to walk within ECU. Well, you had the tough climb of fighting Petrick in the first stage. You took a game off of him, which is pretty strong there, Pepsi. But what can you do? Meanwhile, we're seeing more air. Players going vertically with their ACUs. Although often you can see both ACUs go to the same side. In this case, we will not, which usually means that we'll see a more passive approach from both of these players. Well, there's only so much prep one can do. Snoop v Snoop. Snoop wins. And this is a nice little pickup. Going to deny this reclaim factories a little while longer. Looks like we'll see our T2 land out from Tagada and T2 land out from Jagged at basically the same time. These players know their timings pretty well. And they know the substantial way to get ahead is by building a ton of shield geese and just raiding your opponent endlessly. Looks like Jagged will... Well, actually, both these players will sit in their forward expansions and build a bunch of land factories with the ACU. Not being super aggressive to try to take these corners. I'm a bit surprised we're not seeing a transport out from Tagada. That's usually his go-to move on these sorts of maps. But we are seeing one from Jagged. A drop here, get the early PD, secure this, that's pretty strong. Meanwhile, his ACU can pressure here if this is secured by a transport, creating a good opportunity. But we are seeing some early air control up from Tagada. It's like no significant interceptors from Jagged. There's like 2 here. And this is a nice force of 6. Not a huge investment from either side, but Tagada with a little bit of control. And look at these scores. Very, very similar. As both of them try to get all the reclaim that they need. Get to T2. Get that P-Gen up. Get the mexes. So where are we seeing this transport going? Looks like Jagged will drop the bottom expansion after getting this little group run over by a slightly smaller little raiding group. And now T2 max counts. Looks like Tagada just about to finish his second. Meanwhile, Jagged is just starting his second. So slightly, very, very slight tech advantage there for Tagada. This drop could pose significant issues. Meanwhile, these arties going to clear the way, allow Jagged to take the center before Tagada, perhaps. Little reclaim engineers getting picked off. And this is a very bold attack here from Jagged. Going to try and directly assault the sort of reclaim facility from Tagada, but this is a suicide mission. There's like no coming back from this. And this army here should be able to stop them from doing any significant damage. And now pillars coming out. Yeah, Jagged will try to retreat, but there's nowhere to really retreat to. And now the engineers going into the middle. This could be a huge boon for Jagged, especially considering he's about to secure the bottom right. There's like one little engineer up here, but it's gonna die. So Jagged perhaps with the superior position. he's going to get T2 with the ACU. Very sensible. T2 gun will definitely allow you to move forward and try to pressure this expansion. Oh, do you see it? Will these tanks be able to kill this engineer? Maybe. This one? Yep, that's a good pickup right there. Wow, is this the stream for depressed people? Wow, sad. So Jagged is definitely getting the mess in the center. We'll be able to secure all these wrecks. Probably the middle mexes relatively soon. And with this little advantage in the expansions, things aren't looking super great for Tagada. He does have a superior T2 land force going for him, which is something. And Jagged has helpfully taken out all of the PDs that are sort of on Tagada's side as he goes around and reclaims these. So Tagada certainly building up a substantial force out of T2 units. This top expansion is probably going to get overrun with Jagged's tanks in a not so great formation, as Tagada can just sort of run them over with pillars when he so desires. Now T2 done, getting gun. And now this PD looking not so strong. There is some arty here to counter, but with good positioning, Tagada will be able to take this over. And now Jagged, perhaps on the worst end of things. He's got no significant T2 armies. I mean, he's got this. That can probably crush here. But up top, he's getting overrun. Oh, can he kill this? Oh, these are just mongoose. This is getting overrun. His ACU needs to make some sort of aggressive play. And if we look at the economy, Jagged currently at 75. Two also 75, so very even in the economy. Although Jagged has a lot more reclaim left, like this hasn't been touched. It's like 2,500 mass. And now drops coming in from Tagada. He'll secure this expansion, even if he does lose this in the bottom. Although who knows, maybe Tagada will be able to secure this if these forces decide they just want to posture over here. I think those PDs might have actually killed the Unji with the order to actually do stuff. But Tagada doing a much better job of cleaning up the reclaim in around the forward rocks. You see, like, Jagged's missing patches. Doesn't necessarily have the APM to move the factory attack orders. But now Jagged getting his ACU into combat. All those shields able to absorb overcharges. Will make this a dangerous position. Jagged might want to plop down a T2 PD here, just to cover his advance. You guys remember what happened to Blackheart after he promoted drug use? No. Besides, you're just an IRC anyway. So it looks like Jagged will be able to win this sort of counter push over here, and perhaps up top as well, though it'll be a bit closer. Looks like Jagged will be defensive with the ACU, just posturing, trying to prevent any sort of forward assault from Tagada. Jagged managing to take out the shields. Well, Tagada decides to get his own gun. Looks like Blackheart has won 3-1 versus Farms. Thanks for playing, Farms. So this is actually a very scary force now. Tagada needs that gun to be able to deter this, because otherwise it will just come around and kill this army, kill this army, and then what is Tagada supposed to do? Get T3 air? Well, T3 land, at least. Starting to recycle those T1 land factories. Meanwhile, Jagged already has the T3 land out, getting the Titans onto the field. Let's see, he's got Percy and Titan headed to the top. Meanwhile, the AC will just be defensive. If this army went right now, it would win and just crush this expansion, letting Jagged take it back. But Jagged has been allowed to somewhat control the center for basically this entire game. The extra, probably 4k or so mass has probably given him a good advantage. Like, look, he's taking mexes slightly faster, it looks like. Currently at plus 103 for Jagged. Plus like 96 for Tagada. So slight mass lead for Jagged. And now Stinky Pillars will be sneaky, forcing this army back to deal with them. If they're lucky, they'll be able to take out this radar, which will definitely help any sort of push that Jagged makes in. And look at these Titans just chilling around on break. They need to get to work. Need to put pressure on to this expansion. With enough T3 units, he could just overrun here. The Percys are coming out. Looks like Jagged, or Tagada, thinking about that T3 air factory, but realizes he can't get the T3 P-gen just yet. And finally, the remaining T1 PDs have been taken out, allowing engineers to secure more map control. So let's see what's going on here. This is a interesting place for... I think this is an accidental T3 engineer. I mean, it could construct a Ravager in this position, but that seems expensive and excessive. Look at this guy. He's just running around. He's got 6 kills, vet, and he's about to die to Artie. Well, good try. Good try there, buddy. Oh, and, these tanks that have been sitting defending middle all game now have the opportunity to just go kill this radar and perhaps threaten some of the T2 mexes that Tagada has built. Taking out the radar, Tagada might not react in time. Does he have T2 radars? He's got T2 radar there, he's got T2 radar here. Yeah, he can see this, but maybe he doesn't feel super threatened by it. Thomas's T3 mechs. Does Jagged have the T3 mechs? Oh, he does. Right here, first T3 mechs. That's a huge eco advantage. It doesn't look like there's a second one in the works as of yet. Is any T3 mechs? Oh, and Tagada decides to react, but too late, getting a T1 PD up. Percy's being dropped, but both of the T2 mexes will die to this little T1 tank run by. And that's a big loss for Tagada. It's 12 mass per tick. He's going to need to rebuild those. That'll delay any sort of T3 mechs of his own. Perhaps when he gets a strap bomber out, that will help even up the odds. But now we're seeing like mobile T3 AA going out. That'll deal with any strap bombers that might be incoming. Tagada positioning his armies defensively, allowing Jagged to get the reclaim, getting these mexes back. And these tanks just really trying to go and kill. Oh, they're just gonna die. But they tried. Well, they were very successful. This was a cost-effective raid, killing the T2 mexes, setting back Tagada's eco slightly. That's gonna hurt. So if we look back at the economies, Jagged currently sitting at plus 124. Versus actually looks like plus 123. So Tagada has caught up slightly despite losing these positions. Single Brave Titan will fight the entire T2 army itself. Unsuccessfully. But these Perseus need to be careful. This is equivalent number of Perseus, but a lot of pillars and support. Plus there's this T3 army over here that is threatening to do some serious damage. I don't know if this can threaten to do anything. It can stop this army from pushing forward at least, but it can try. You know, these Lobos, that's a 3-vet Lobo right there. Doing good work. Almost a T3 air for Tagada. And this is like a new air factory, so Jagged might not have scouted that. Yeah, he's got no idea there's a T3 air factory, though he might suspect it with the T3 P-Gen in the perfect configuration. So this is a very important battle. Whoever wins this and can grab the reclaim will probably be able to push on to their opponent's equivalent expansion. It looks like more shields. Actually, there's just way more stuff here from Jagged. He's got the Titans in the front to clear out. He's got lots of pillars and the Perseus in the back to do the DPS necessary to kill Tagada's Perseus. Well, Tagada will try to pressure here. Looks like the ACU will run away. Will be brought over to this expansion. Perhaps feeling confident about these units' ability to defend here. I'm not sure this is the right move. Yeah, realizing, yeah, he needs his ACU. Wait. Very indecisive. There and back and there and back. Looks like he will just go there. As the fight does continue, looks like we have attack moves coming out. Shields continuing to fall from Tagada. Tagada forced to retreat. T1 already kind of getting in the way. Oh, that's an ambitious transport. Engines die in the transport before they even get to land. And now with Jagged's ACU over here, he could probably build some PD, get some T1 factories up, secure that. But he has to make sure he doesn't lose all these T2 mexes. And that's going to be a difficult fight. There's like basically no defense here. There's like a single T1 PD. And there's 2 Perseus here. Now the Perseus from Jagged are making their way here. It looks like we'll see Shield, PD, Land Factory, hopefully. Although with all the shields here, this is actually a pretty slow push from Tagada. He's trying to take out the shields from distance before going in, and I'm not sure this is... Looks like Jagged will bring in additional Percivals. Or not. He'll drop them more defensively. Good thing there's no flak here, otherwise these would have all died. Squishy shield done for Tagada. Building the combat ACU of his dreams. There's only about 8k mass here. It's not huge, but we'll definitely win a few fights. So far over here, we see basically the only casualty is like the TMD and a single T2 mex. And with that, Tagada will be forced to retreat. Although more and more Perseus being brought in, this time on T1 transports. That's kind of risky considering the amount of flak here. This one gonna die? No, it's on the safe side of the ridge. It's almost like there needs to be some T2PD here. Actually, the T2 shields will do most of the work, preventing Tagada from forcing the way in. Well, this is a 100% bona fide shield ACU, without any T2 even. That's somewhat unusual. But it will try to push in with gun. Jagged is stalling. He's got his own T3 air, trying to build ASF. Are we seeing any strats from either of these players? No, not quite. By not quite, I mean not at all. Meanwhile, Tegan's going to keep trying to push into this expansion. The shields here are going to provide a serious defensive advantage for Jagged, even if he does have less Percivals. Yet again, forcing him to back off. And now Strap Bomber coming out defensively will take out a shield and some other things. Will we see a response from Tagada? We'll see Tagada try to run in here. Jagged's ACU will respect it. I don't know if he needs to. He's got superior units here. But the interceptors will come in, being a bit baited. The Strap Bomber will be defensive. I don't like this retreat. Jagged has this. He can control this if he wants to. The shield ACU, like, what is it doing? It's got 19,000 extra HP. You've got 19,000 more mass worth of Percies. Plus or minus. Now we're seeing some T2PD here to try to secure this. But the engineering factories that are grabbing all this reclaim on attack move might make the difference. Though, if we take a second and we zoom out, this is some serious map control for Tagada. Even if this push is a bit... Jagged needs his own shield. Like, I really don't like this. This is a huge amount of mass being allowed to fall into the hands of Tagada for really no reason. I mean, one does not have all the intel in the world. I wonder, will we see a nuke from Jagged again? Not as of yet. Because that would be kind of silly. Alright. Does Tagada die here? Like, if he's not careful, he will die. That shield is not invincible. And Jagged does have his own ACU capable of overcharging these Percivals. I mean, does he have power? Is that why he's retreating? Like, insufficient power? He's flowing 5,000. He has more than sufficient Percy overcharge. Just too much respect being given here. Jagged needs to realize that even though he got, like, the first T3 mechs, he is behind in economy. I'd like to see him do something with that. The Strat's still alive. What it's worth, and he's going to try to get shield again. I think Tagada could have died there. But looks like he won't. Jagged being defensive. Tagada. What if he got Strap Bomb sniped? The engineer that would have built that SAM is now dead. That's a very strategic kill there to perhaps enable a Strap Bomb snipe in the future. Yeah, like this ACU, these units are insufficient, and maybe Jagged's going to try to get shield first to be super safe. But Tagada might just retreat the second he sees any sort of aggressive ACU movement forward. Is there an Omni up yet? No, I don't see an Omni. Oh, this is a nice Titan though. We'll just clean this all up. Yeah, Tagada's like, I don't need to be here. This is silly. I got the reclaim. I should not die today. I will reclaim my own reclaim factories. So they do not fall into enemy hands. Meanwhile, more fighting up in the top. Looks like superior Percival numbers for Tagada, even though he does not have any shields in support. Alright, now Jagged with his own shield will do the counter ACU push, maybe, questionably. Good few Percy's here. This is like 14,000 mass. A single Percy is sent to kill a single Titan. As it should be. Well, Tagada really securing this middle. Looks like a second Strat Bomber coming out from Jagged. And flying his ACU back to the top. Kind of dangerous. Kind of dangerous, not gonna lie. Almost want to consider getting a T3 transport for this. Considering these ASFs are kind of close to the drop site, and there is a lot of scouting. But I think Jagged might win the air fight if it were to occur. If Jagged can get a good fight here before Tagada realizes what's going on, and he can kill all these Perseus with a few nice overcharges, secure the 15,000 mass, that'll certainly help him get back in the game. Now that the Bomber's killing T1 mexes. Whoops. But Tagada will respect this force. Will fall back. And now Tagada with his own ACU, going to also go to the top side. Playing a bit of ACU tag here. Okay, guys. This is wasteful. Don't do this, kids. That's a whole strat, and it killed 2 T1 mexes. I mean, I think that was just some auto-attacking mistake, but not great. Not a great feeling. Should I not have, like, T2 radars? Maybe he does right here, but I guess doesn't provide enough range. Is there a static arty here? Nope, there's a nice little mobile arty hiding under the shield. That's all nice. Alright, now ACU moving in. We see this now 28-minute ACU push, and Jagged just giving the absolute most respect. He's only at 156. Tagada easily at 236. That's like 80 mass more if math does not exist. So Jagged, and now he's running in versus all of these Perseus. His Percy army by himself is far away. Tagada might see an opportunity for a kill here. Jagged's shield is almost down. He's got like a mobile shield. The shield does go down, looks like. But Tagada will opt not to try to push in. Definitely a high level bait and not any sort of mistake there from Jagged. Now his shield just recharge. We can try that again, but with feeling this time. Meanwhile, push in the south, or an attempted push. Are these players going to do anything to try to break this stalemate, or just build greater and greater amounts of Percivals? I mean, Tagada really doesn't need to do anything, considering how far ahead he is. It is Jagged who needs to make some sort of desperation push. Alright, what if he, like, put all his units, in, like, 5 T2 transports, flew them all over here at the same time while there's an air fight, and attacked? Eh? Eh? I mean, this is a nice little raid. Didn't happen like 10 minutes ago, though. It was the problem that Jagged is running into. He's not going for any sort of nukes. Because as per earlier, that's very silly. But Tagada has superior air production. Look at this. Look at... That's an extremely far attack move. Now, this might be a good opportunity for Jagged to attack. These units are not in formation. Although Jagged not going to risk it. There's good defenses here. Maybe a slight advance. Get some nice free shots off. Even though, like, the mass is immediately getting recycled. Meanwhile, down here, I'm not sure Jagged has the numbers to fight this. Welcome to Percy Wars. Maybe he does, though. Maybe he does have the numbers to fight this. He does have to retreat. There's actually a Sparky in here. No, this is Tagada. He can push in. And now with no army here to defend, there's just a bunch of T2PD and whatever Percys that can be dropped on this location. This might be the winning push here from Tagada. More drops coming in. Meanwhile, Tagada just happy to sit and defend this position. Random pillar dies to random T1 PD. Nope. Tagada will say, I haven't done a push in the first 30 minutes of this game. I'm not going to do a push now. And he'll opt to secure the 32,000 mass worth of reclaim in this position. Tagada, what is this? What is this? What is all this? You never reclaimed that? No shields. No problems. Alright, so who would win? About a dozen Percivals, a half dozen shields, and supporting units. Or 6 T2 PDs. Alright, looks like Jagged going to try to do some sort of crazy shenanigans of sending his entire army on the top side over to the right. Maybe he's trying some sort of weird encirclement. Maybe he doesn't think this can push in his absence. I mean, he's got to do something desperate. He is so far behind, so this might be the move to try kill off the T3 mexes here. Grab the reclaim. Hope these guys overextend themselves and you can win this fight. That's a pretty big hope, but I have to imagine that's something like the plan here, right? They're just getting themselves in a nice train formation. Alright, he's moving some effort to deny scouting. Is there anything here to deny? Oh no, not really. So now as they come in, the 6 T2PD do approximately nothing. I'm gonna kill a single Percy. Nice, good work, team. And now the ACU is here. Can the ACU defend this? Optimistically, yes. Very optimistically, yes. He needs to get in there and he needs to start overcharging the Percys before they realize that the ACU has shown up. The T2PD is actually forcing these guys to, like, attack move. That's pretty good. Jagged not really using the overcharge too strong. Percy's now just going to run in. Can they kill the ACU? That's the name of the game. But no, they will retreat. They will retreat. Meanwhile, the train is coming to the station. Actually, only half of this. The rest of it decided to feign an attack and will retreat. Meanwhile, Percy's going home. They killed 3 T2 cap mexes, leaving behind about 20,000 reclaim. And over here, this is actually just going to be a crush, I think. There's no way these Percys can take this fight. Maybe they take a T2 mex out on the way out. But that's not an advance. Now Strap Bomber is just harassing the Percys. But there's plenty of shields and there's plenty of SAMs, so these Percys are pretty safe. So that wasn't the worst outcome for Jagged. He really needs to do something desperate, though. I don't know if the Percys are passive enough and Jagged is careful enough. He probably doesn't die. I mean, in the short term. He dies to whatever Tagada builds to end this game, and it looks like he will... Well, he's half-assing this nuke. This is a decoy nuke if I've ever seen it. He's assigning exactly one T3 engineer to build it. Maybe to force Jagged to scout it and start building SMD. We also have like a half-built SMD in here after Tagada realizes he doesn't need it. Right now, Jagged will respect the million ACU killing force. As we see another snake formation. The Percy's running through the middle of the map. Percy's from Tagada's top side will also follow. We're seeing the most awkward engagement we've seen all game. As units just sort of chill. And just tons and tons of scouts from Tagada. Is he deciding to put more force onto this nuke? No, he's deciding to build broadswords. I mean, the thing you do is you just build more Percys and then you just crush. Or you win air and you crush. Or you do anything. But Tagada does not believe in doing things. He's like, this is a tournament game. I need to win this one game to advance to the semifinals. I will take no risks. I will shoot at the ACU with like 2 Percys. And the Percys will retreat versus the ACU. So we're seeing more Percy on Percy fighting, but Tagada just has superior numbers, and if the ACU isn't going to participate, it's not going to be able to do anything. But the problem is that the ACU goes here, it instantly dies. And Percys do have quite the range. We're seeing like a bit of a T2 or T3 Arty creep. We'll slowly kill this position, maybe open up an avenue for T1 Arty to go and kill things? Question mark? Not entirely sure the plan there. Tagada does not believe in pushing. That is 100% the case. And meanwhile, this is all just going to die in the slowest possible way. Actually, these Percys might come in here and deny the Arty. Alright. Alright, we're seeing some effort being put into the nuke. That will finish eventually. No SMD from Jagged. Strategically calling the bluff. But now, with this sort of concave of Percivals, Jagged being forced to retreat yet again. The ACU and shield. Tagada will decide, you know what? Let's not force the fight into the choke point. I will give Jagged as much space as he needs. I'll grab the reclaim. I'll take it slow. I'll take it steady. I'll kill some Arty. Somewhat awkwardly. Meanwhile, T1 Arty swarming on the left side. There's like 3 strats from Jagged. 4 strats. Not spread out. What is the... Well, there's ACU shield under a shield with a SAM. You need like probably 10 or so strats to make that work, at the least. But I'd build more. He's only got 4 at the present moment. Now the Percy's slow pushing their way in. T1 already doing scouting. Spots the ACU. And now it looks like Tagada wants to air fight. He's got broadswords. He's looking to come in and do damage. There's no SAMs over here, and I don't see any flak. Jagged will respect the superior air numbers for whatever particular reason. And now with the broadswords, he'll just kill this. There's nothing here to defend. Absolute desperation hour, Percy and strat drop. Jagged is gonna take the air fight. Meanwhile, the Percivals are escaping. It's a giant diversion. They're making their way over to the left side, but they're like one overcharge away from dying. I'm not entirely sure if this is gonna work. He's just deciding to win the air fight. The ACU just sort of awkwardly wandering around. The 3 Percys do successfully drop and then overcharge. Boom, they're all oh no, 4 in one shot. Oh no. Oh no, and the strats are here. The strats are here. Well, he took damage. Where's the other 3? They'll die. Oh, here they are. They were doing something. Well, he got the shield down to about half health. That did something. That did something. But now there's surely no hope. He's completely overrun. His shield's about to break. He's got overcharges, but, like, what can he do? Taking 8 shots to the ACU, and then now, finally, at minute 39, Jagged loses 3-1 to Tagada, who advances to the semifinals. So congrats to Tagada. For taking that game. So Blackheart wins 3-1. And so does Tagada. So now we will be seeing Blackheart versus Petrick and Nexus versus Tagada. Let's see, have they played each other yet? See, if only he listened to Thomas and built 2 Continentals instead of 1 Continental. That would have made all the difference. So it looks like neither of those series has started yet. Depression removed. So Tagada wants a 30-minute break. Best of 5. And we will go and we will watch this. Hopefully they don't start. Don't start. Let me in. So now we see Blackheart versus Petrick. Petrick, first map, picks Williamson's Bridge. Oop. Don't want that. I want to watch Blackheart versus Petrick. I think this should be interesting. And later we can go back and watch Petrick versus Pepsi. Did you disable the thing? Epic. So now we're here on our first 5v5 map of the stream. Williamson's Bridge. This is a bit smaller because it is such a small map. Both players going Seraphim. And we'll see if Petrick can meme his way to victory. Or we will see like 3 consecutive draws. That's also on the table. Yes, the quick 30-minute break. Well, ideally it's under 30 minutes. because I do want to get through the entire tournament today. But the semifinals are starting. Yeah, poor Jagged. Although Tagada does deserve the win. He's been practicing a lot. And that's gonna make the difference in these sort of matches. Yeah, Crazy Rush is in the pool thanks to certain tournament players who wanted it. You may derive any information you want out of the plural there. Look at this. 5 whole P-gens on Williamson's Bridge. Wow. That's a lot of P-gens you're building there. See, 4 P-gens is the far superior build. So we're seeing a nice Celine to the bottom for Petrick, and a nice Celine to the middle for Blackheart. No offensive rage from either of these players. I can't believe Tagada did lose on Ditch. It's like his map. Anyway, we'll see Celine to counter other Celine. Celine v Celine, let's go. But this one isn't actually cloaked. So we'll spot this other Celine and shoot at it. Well, this one has its cloak turned on, so... Celine fight, let's go. Oh wait, this one's actually on hold fire. GG well played. Blackheart coming prepared with a giant GG text art. Losing the first Celine, well that's just a critical loss, and now this Celine's just gonna wander in and scout the base. ECU gonna shoot it? Yep. Well, Arma doing detective work. Pretty obvious detective work. Petrick versus Blackheart in the top. Tank v tank. This Selena will actually make the difference. Nice pickup for Blackheart. So let's see the AC moves. Looks like Blackheart deciding to go to the right side, and Petrick will respond. Perhaps, I don't know if, I think this might be a blind choice, by also going to the right side. So this means there's probably a draw. But, well, maybe not necessarily. There's ways to play this without forcing draws. This engineer, poor engineer, just wants to reclaim trees. We'll get picked off. Meanwhile, Blackheart going to slowly make his way around. Or not. The double back. Where will he go? We don't know. He's trying to throw Petrick off. But a decisive battle in the bottom left could win the game for either player. Looks like the Celine that was in here did die. And perhaps a bit better of a formation here from Petrick. This might be his fight, and Blackheart may be overextending a bit. It's hard to tell, but it's a very even fight. Meanwhile, ACUs meet each other up in the top right. I think Blackheart wins this fight, just ever so barely. Except he will retreat to respect the ACU. And now Blackheart, also retreating, does not want to draw here. We'll give up this Mex. And Blackheart's replacement engineer is all the way back here. Meanwhile, Petrik's like, I'm going to click up all the tree groups. Blackheart's plan has not evolved since 2013. I would not be surprised if he doesn't know about the toggle button. And I would not be surprised if this is a draw. As maybe even a crush. Petrik is moving pretty far forward. Wait, does Blackheart just leave? Does Blackheart run into the base? No. Petrik realizes that that would be very silly. And will not let that happen. Meanwhile, neither player able to grab this reclaim field. A bit of back and forth. Now both ACUs making me concerned about draws. Draws are replayed. Petrik needs to secure this, as does Blackheart. Whoever secures this will probably just win the game, because Petrik has a more advantageous ACU position on the left, and slightly less ACU health, but basically the same. Yeah, there's not enough tanks here. Like, Petrik has been diverting his production up here to threaten Blackheart's ACU, but Blackheart's going to get some nice pickups, and these tanks can come in here and crush, and now some NG should be coming in here. Maybe get this pickup, kill this NG, get before it hits the rock, clean up this Mex. And this is just crushing. We should probably get some vets on some of these tanks. Maybe not. Maybe not that close. But now that Petrik has the superior force up in the top, we'll see reclaim fight. Slightly faster reaction from Petrik. Will win the reclaim fight. And oh, this tank does this. Well, this engineer does escape and get that. That's very unfortunate. And oh no. Blackheart sending one forward reclaim engineer will die. Meanwhile, both players content to shoot each other in the face. Though with Petrik securing this side completely with his units, and Blackheart not really able to get engineers in here that don't die immediately, should give the tank advantage to Petrik. Thomas making a very interesting bet that Blackheart's going to win. I'm not 100% sure about that. I think there's a decent chance of a draw, and there's also a decent chance that like Petrik can reclaim this. Unless Blackheart decides that Petrik is just too far forward and crushes him right here, right now with a Shift G or something. Although I think Petrik can sort of run into this corner. Blackheart getting some nice reclaim over here, but these engineers are going to die before they can accomplish much. I'd be concerned if my name was Petrik. I think Blackheart might have this. Like, his ACU gets in range, a good Shift G. Where are the units? They're all over the place. Way back here. He sent units to win on this front again, but now his ACU is exposed and he's backed into the corner. There's actually no way to get back to the base. He's actually going to try to make his way out. But it looks like both players will commit to this fight right here, right now, and Blackheart has the numbers. He's actually going to run his units past the ACU to interdict incoming units. Guess you were wrong about me, Ajax. I've gone mad with power. Too much depression. One can only handle so much. It looks like Blackheart trying to bring Petrik down into the red at least, but he's close to his next vet. Alright, looks like Blackheart could force the draw if he wants to here, and he might choose to. Or maybe he thinks he can just kill him. That's also on the table. Few lucky artillery shots coming in might make the difference. Keep shooting. Come on. Oh, I think this is just a draw. Blackheart gets into the red too quickly. And now both ACUs almost going to die at the same time. And that's a draw for game one, as Blackheart chooses to force the draw, considering his base is about to get overrun on the left side. So that's game one. Wow, we're up to 41 viewers. That's pretty dang good. So now that will be replayed. Hopefully not more than once. As Petrick and Blackheart try to get a decisive win on Williamson's Bridge. Petrick is fine. Famous last words. Spoiler, he was not fine.
Group formed.
I'm asking the important questions. Hello, Waytrex. So now we're seeing Game 1, Part 2 of the semifinals of the Summer Invitational. Both players currently 0-0 in this best of 5. And Petrick going to try to win Williamson's Bridge, except with feeling this time. The map was picked by Petrick after Blackheart opted not to veto it. Probably for good reason. If I was Blackheart, I'd veto other things. Probably like the 20 by 20s versus Petrick. Petrick is very good at the 20 by 20s. Maybe some of the larger 10 by 10s as well. But not that Blackheart is bad on the 20 by 20s himself. He's always there to give Blackheart or Petrick a run for his money. Of course, Petrick is the 3-time Legend of the Stars champion, so fighting him will be an uphill battle. But if anyone is going to take out Petrick in the semifinals, it's probably Blackheart. So we're seeing very similar build orders, if not identical to what we saw last time. Wonder if we'll see any Selene micro improvements from Blackheart. So the last match was also the first game, but they drew. So they just replay it. Looks like Petrick will do the exact same Selene placement to the bottom side, although maybe this time he will actually use the cloak button and not have it die. Yeah, what's up with Adrix's positivity? I think he's recovered from his depression. Kappa. Is Blackheart still doing the 5 P-gens? Yeah, he is. I don't like this. This is an excessive amount of P-gens on this map. Like, you have so little mass. So little mass. And of course, Williamson's Bridge, there's 2 options, right? You have the draw or the base trade. So either the ACUs go to the same side and draw each other, which happens pretty often, or they go to opposite sides and they just run into their opponent's base, forcing a base trade. This is super defensive tank. I mean, this Selene could have killed that if it wasn't there, but Selene is Selene. Wow, Blackheart has figured out how the cloak button works. Excellent. He's learning. He's learning. Although Blackheart is a bit faster to the factories. Now a bit of a tank fight. Looks like Petrick with the superior RNG micro will win it. with a 12 health Fam. And the Celine surviving. But these tanks here from Blackheart should be able to protect this engineer if they're lucky. Well, if they're fast enough, really. Oh, look at this. He's planning on just breaking all the tree groups. And then he should be able to kill that tank. Unless a lucky reclaim order comes out. Let's see, do we get see it? Oh, the hill. The hill blocked the shot. And now the other tank comes in and one-shots it. Alright, the engineer is safe. Very important for Blackheart to keep that engineer alive. Keep this expansion going. And it looks like Blackheart going to opt for the same and slightly faster ACU move that we saw last time to the right side of the map. Yes, Blackheart did not watch your Williamson's Bridgecast. Sometimes you make a gameplay video and it defines the meta. Well, that's a few nice pickups from Blackheart. 2 tanks with the ACU. Certainly nothing to complain about, but these Celines are kind of scary. If they can just pick off this engineer if they're not careful. Oh, it got nudged. And then with its position revealed, it dies to the horde of tanks. But now we're seeing Blackheart's ACU actually moving pretty aggressively. Petrick a bit further behind. Now with both engineers arriving at mid at the exact same time, will we see Blackheart help out? No, we see him paying attention. He's actually going to go in and reclaim the Engie. The response is there, but there is a tank supporting from Petrick, and the Celine is unfortunately shooting the mechs, which is blocking the shots that would otherwise shoot the engineer. So now we're seeing more skirmishes in the bottom left. Superior numbers again for Blackheart. Like 6 tanks versus 3 tanks is pretty devastating for the 3 tanks. Now this Engie actually looks like it'll get picked up. Unlike last time when Petrick actually managed to hit it over here and pick up this rock. This time it will just die along with that mechs. But Petrick has secured most of this on the left side, forcing Blackheart's ACU to respect it, even if this mech's probably pay for itself. Even if it will be picked up by those tanks. Blackheart with the score lead. I think that's actually somewhat significant here. And the manual reclaiming of the tanks as he makes his way to the mechs, that's going to help out a bit. More tanks being drawn over to the left side. Looks like Blackheart going to try to force some response from Petrick here as he moves in to crush this army. This is absolute crush. A huge win for Blackheart as there is just nothing here now. I mean, he sees this radar. This mech is probably dead. This radar's dead. This is optimistically dead. Now Petrick may be looking to try to force some sort of draw, but he doesn't have any tanks on this side. He doesn't have tanks on this side. This is looking pretty good for Blackheart, I gotta say, unless there's like a T2 mechs or something. Petrick, you can't afford this. You can't afford that, can you? No. Right now, that's Blackheart. Blackheart, you can't afford that factory. Yeah, Petrick can. Petrick can afford that factory. But now this awkward push in the middle, that's just going to feed Blackheart a bit of mass. And now if Blackheart is feeling a bit aggressive, he could probably kill that. Although I don't know if he'd like to risk it. This is a pretty substantial army, and there aren't really any reinforcements nearby. He's going to counter push through the middle, though. Thomas, you're changing your bet so often. You gotta pick a horse in this race. And if I had to pick a horse right now, I think I'd pick Blackheart. This is a advantageous battle for Blackheart as well. Something interesting is, it's like Petrick is very slightly heavier on the artillery composition than Blackheart. Oh, that's a 4-kill tank. That's pretty nice. And just Blackheart having this slightly greater map control of basically a single mechs is making a good difference. And now this engineer is in a good position to pick up a ton of reclaim. If I was Blackheart, I might want to send a second engineer. And looks like Petrick going to make a very aggressive push with the ACU, forcing Blackheart back. Blackheart does not want a draw here today, so he will respect it. He realizes he doesn't need a push. And it looks like this mech will be picked off. And the reclaiming engineers, these units actually getting completely encircled. They're all going to be crushed. Blackheart, definitely the man to bet on. And now with 20 million tanks and no support for Petrick, his support's way back here. Blackheart can just go in for the kill. Blackheart even is pretty close to vet. Well, Petrick has no vet at all. These units can just run into the base. Petrick being forced to retreat. Blackheart should be a little careful, though. There's no reason for him to waste his victory. But there's not much to waste. He has the advantage. He's moving in. He's going to start killing mexes in the base. Hopefully he doesn't feed this. Maybe looking for power in the back, but he won't find it. Petrick's power is all in the front of his base, and Blackheart taking some pot shots at tanks as he builds up more and more superior numbers. Petrick forced to keep an army in the back to defend him, and more fighting up in the top. Petrick losing health pretty quickly as artillery shots coming in. He's not dodging them super well because he needs to put distance between himself and Blackheart's ACU. He's only a third of the way to the first vet level, and he's down below 5,000 HP. I think this is a win for Blackheart. I asked him how many more games he wanted to play on Williamson's, and I guess the answer is 1. Yeah, he's got his ACU in back. Petrick down to basically no health. And that is GG. Blackheart takes game 1 in this best of 5. Petrick, our 3-time Legend of the Stars champion, loses the first map and a map of his pick. So now Blackheart gets to turn things around. Or not turn things around, but press his advantage in game 2. Looks like Tagada is back from the snack break. And from the snack break, looks like he'll fight on Arcane. This should have been... Is it Nexus's pick? First game would have been Nexus's pick, yes. And then tag it up. Either way, these players who do lose in the semifinals will get their shot at taking 3rd place in the bronze match. But it is single elimination, so if Blackheart can knock out Petrick in the semifinals, that would be a pretty huge upset. Though I might be speaking a bit too soon. Fun fact, Williamson's was not a requested map, but Via 3 was. Makes you think. Let's see, when did he start? Like 10 minutes ago? So he's not that far behind. How long was this 30-minute break? That's a 15-minute, 30-minute break. He did make it fast. Well done. I suppose Blackheart is considering what map he wants to play game 2. How does Blackheart win without playing? It's a good question. Looks like Blackheart will choose Desert Arena. 5x5s out the wazoo.
Group form.
I mean, Blackheart, I don't think he played any, well, maybe a handful of practice matches?
Formed.
I realize now I probably should have set up the stream to overlay the chat, but, you know, what can you do? No one is good on FAF because Zoc has left us. Single tier. Alright, Sarah v Sarah. Desert Arena. I suppose the increased, like the low build time on the Sarah Artie is probably helpful on a map like this where you have such good reclaim. And you want the higher fire rate to just deny expansion forward. So this is game 2 of the semifinals. Blackheart versus Petrick. Current standing is 1-0 in favor of Blackheart after he took that game on Williamson's Bridge. And now it is Blackheart's map pick to take Desert Arena off of Petrick. Or so he hopes. Standard Hydro-y things. Blackheart figuring out how to compensate for the complete map imbalance of this not being a double adjacency spot, opting to go for the Hydro instead. A very new situation. I wonder if these two have played Desert Arena on in Lotus before. I mean, probably. Can you get good at FAF by watching anime? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves. The answer is no. That's a pretty good ACU build. Actually assisting this to get the super long build range. We'll be seeing a, looks like a second air factory. That's pretty aggressive, but definitely good to pick off the expanding engineers and then the reclaiming engineers. But Petrick will see it. He is sending a very aggressive scouting Selene almost directly into Blackheart's base. Meanwhile, looks like we'll see also the second air factory from Petrick, and then approximately all the land factories, because this is the spam map to end all spam maps, at least in 5x5, because of the 40,000-ish reclaim and these little rocks all around the map. Each of them worth about 10 mass, and sure to cause you a headache. We'll see first bomber out from Blackheart. Petrick going to finish that air factory a bit later, because he did get 4 P-gens before it, and Blackheart now building his P-gens after. This will enable Petrick to get more build power on other things, to get these later factories up sooner. So first bomber countered. No, bombers for both players. But Blackheart's is faster, but it will be scouted by the Selene. Somewhat unfortunate Selene. Selene might try to kill this engineer. Might be able to if it's lucky. But now bomber out from Petrick, and there's no scouting that for Blackheart. So first bomber comes out, kills the NG, taking the nav expansion. Let's see what other bomber micro we have up our sleeves. Anti-air already out. Nice bomb kills only one of the engineers. Nice split there from Petrick. He's going to pull it around, try to get a double bomb on this, but the AA might stop it. The bomber does off map. Does drop the bomb? Yes, but it will die in the process, killing both of the engineers. That's actually pretty good. Meanwhile, looks like Petrick bomb has killed nothing and is now down to 2 hit points. I guess an early interceptor. Oh, here's the AA, and that's a somewhat disappointing bomber. So Blackheart with a nice little early advantage, killing 3 of the base engineers for Petrick. That's going to slow down his factory production. Just now getting his 4th land factory up. Meanwhile, Blackheart about to finish his 5th. ACU takes out the nice Selene that was giving him good intel of the bomber. Not that it was super useful. Yes, Crazy Rush has ended up in the pool. Because players were allowed to each add one map to the pool of their own choice. Yeah, look at all these hills. This is the hilly version. Sarah PD are going to be hard to use unless you build them perfectly on the edge of hills. A little skirmish down here. Blackheart maybe trying to push his advantage because Petrick a bit slower to expand over here. He sent his ACU to acquire this, which is pretty good. Meanwhile, Blackheart's ACU looking for a faster route to being aggressive will just take the inner circle instead of going around the outside. Both players just grabbing the Hydras pretty slowly, but that's to be expected. We're seeing a second bomber out for Petrick, and Blackheart doesn't believe in interceptors. He hasn't built an interceptor all game as far as I can tell. There's a few mobile AAs, but this is actually going to be huge. We see the dodge coming out for Blackheart. Does he make it? Yeah, that's a good dodge. And now the mobile AA is in just the right spot. Will it be able to take out the bomber before it takes out the second bomb? Yes. Good dodging there from Blackheart, and good positioning of the mobile AA completely negates that bomber from Petrick. And these bombers are pretty expensive. So it looks like Blackheart is merely using his air factory to produce engineers. And Petrick's going to do the same after he sees that he's built 2 bombers and killed 0 engineers. It's not a good cost-effective ratio. Yes, Blackheart is already crushing. If you want to bet some more 1,000 chat points, I'd put it on Blackheart. Although there is this nice push from Petrick that might be able to do something. There's only this forward radar from Blackheart. He maybe can't see what's going on here. He will crush a bit in mid. And now it looks like Blackheart's ACU looking to take an aggressive position in the middle of the map. Petrick's ACU going to have to fall back to respond. Meanwhile, this push somewhat successful. If Blackheart can just walk over here and deny this, that would be pretty good. Although it would be pretty dangerous. This is very close to enemy territory. The radar on the left does take out the engineers, but none of the mexes. The Hydro perfectly untouched. Well, second Hydro almost, well, halfway done. This one's almost done. Blackheart's score lead is increasing. He's almost up 30% in score, and now the ACU is here. This Hydro might be in danger. We're seeing a PD here, but that won't be finished in time unless Petrick decides to be a bit defensive. We're seeing another PD planned in this hilly expansion. But Blackheart will commit to trying and killing this expansion. Yeah, this PD was optimistic. This Hydra might actually finish. But now putting fire onto the tanks. There's not much arty in here. Maybe there's a world in which this kills this? Although more reinforcements are being brought in for Blackheart as these tanks do get to move around. Petrick repositioning his ACU to put pressure onto Blackheart. That's going to prevent him from actually making his way in here. The PD does finish. Very, few arties nearby. But did Petrick just walk himself? Is this a suicide? Where is Petrick's units? Where are they? Does Petrick not have units? Can Blackheart just run in here and shift G the ACU? I don't know if Blackheart has the radar to support that. He's going to maybe kill Petrick's radar here. No, Blackheart will play it safe. He's not going to try that. That might be a draw, and we don't want that. Especially not when you're winning. The Hydro here will die. Does that matter? Let's just check. No. It's throwing a lot of power. Meanwhile, Blackheart going to walk his ACU to a more offensive position. You're gonna try to secure this. That's not happening. Well, this expansion gonna get raided. Trying to rebuild the Hydro, but that's not gonna finish. There's too much Arty in the area. An Air Scout might be worth its weight in gold for Blackheart right now, just to see all the things that are going on. And this army might actually be a mistake. Yeah, he does deny the mexes. He does get decent trades here, but all this reclaim is in Petric's backyard. And I'm not sure I like Blackheart's ACU plays here. There's just sort of, he's just running around, playing it safe. I mean, he's keeping Petric very contained, which is really good. So that's worth a lot. This army's keeping some of his forces back. Petric yet again losing his radars. Does Petric even have a radar left? Yeah, he's going here, but... yeah, that bomber was very devastating. And the two bombers for Petric that did absolutely nothing certainly weren't helping. And now armies from Blackheart crushing on the right side. There's even power back here. The single T1 PD is not going to help him. He's just going to retreat with his ACU, preventing himself from being shift G'd. And actually Petric's going to take a lot of damage here. But this somehow survives. There wasn't any Arty in this mix. But now just look at map control. We zoom out, we see that Blackheart controls basically the whole map. There's a bunch of reclaim in here. This is like 9,000-ish. But how's he supposed to get it? He doesn't have the troops. His ACU is being drawn around trying to follow Blackheart all game. And how's he supposed to respond to that? Meanwhile, Blackheart just building more T1 land factories, like 3 at a time. Building tanks, building Arty. And he's getting overrun. These PDs aren't finishing. This is a big loss for Petric. I don't think there's a way he takes this anymore. Blackheart perfectly happy to sit back, maybe even get gun if he feels like chilling. Yeah, now this army threatening the production of Petric, and if these factories go down, then this is a good chunk of his power. And he can sit back, reclaim. He could even get T2 Mexes if he cared to. I don't think he will. Meanwhile, Petric's ACU just taking casual fire from walking through the field of tanks. And now the big crush. Blackheart's army just rushing into Petric's base. There's nothing here to defend. There's no PD. There's no tanks. And that's the GG from Petric, conceding game 2. Blackheart, perhaps the slight underdog in this series, has taken it so far 2-0. Petric does get to choose the next map. And he needs to do something, because otherwise Blackheart will advance to the finals, and Petric will be sent off into the bronze match. Looks like Tagada and Nexus maybe drew on their first game. Going to replay it. So, you're Petric. You've lost 2 5x5s in a row. Maybe you don't pick another 5x5. Maybe you pick the ditch, assuming it's not vetoed. Maybe you pick Settins or something like that. I mean, that's the thing with both these players. They haven't played a lot recently, although they have played each other a lot in previous tournaments. So maybe you pick a map you're not entirely familiar with. Hope to do some build order win. Hoping that Blackheart or someone has not actually prepared. Although the map pool is pretty tilted towards traditional maps. Like, if we look, what on here is actually super new? Amor. That's kind of new. Vesta's new. That's Arcane. Vesta. Adaptive Pyramid's kind of weird in 1v1. But everything else here is... Well, so is Crazy Rush. That's kind of weird in 1v1. But the rest of this stuff is very traditional 1v1 tournament and ladder maps. Although I think everything here except Vesta has been in the ladder at one point or another. Actually, I don't think... I think a pyramid has been in ladder, but not adaptive pyramid. So I'm gonna count that. Always pick 5x5. I don't know, if you're Petrick, do you really want to play a 5x5? Are there any left? That's a good question. Considering they both spent 6 vetoes. We'll ask them. That looks like Arcane. Interesting choice. A lot of good options here on this 10x10.
Group formed.
Yeah, so mostly big maps. Pizza and Ditch, and then Pyramid. Yeah, so I guess no 5x5s. Except for Crazy Rush, which barely counts. Okay, Petrick, whatever you say. No, this man is and always will be Petrick. Yeah. Who is Peter? No. It's Petrick. I mean, no one's gonna call him Frenemy Speed Draw. That's crazy. How long has he actually been that? When was the last time he actually was named Petrick? 2015? Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, he was Petrick in 2013. Quite a while. BC's low. Yep. Yeah, looks like Farms is joining the watch party. No one is named Bob. Never met anyone named Bob. I lived in Burger Town my entire life. So it looks like a Cyber Mirror. Oh, and Jagged jumped in. I guess they are dual casting at this point in time. Epic banter in chat. So here we are in Game 3 of this best of 5 of the Summer Invitational semifinals. We've got Blackheart versus Petrick. Petrick, our 3-time Legend of the Stars champion, is down 2 games and 2-0 overall. He needs to win the next 3 games to come back, and Blackheart has a lot of momentum. So it will be somewhat difficult for him to turn this around, but we shall see if he can do so. I don't know, maybe Petrick is thrown off by the fact that Pepsi took a game off of him earlier. Perhaps with traditional Pepsi spam. That can always be a bit tilting. And meanwhile, we're down here with standardy build orders. Let's see what we got. This is a 4th heir. Da-da-da-da. Yes. Meanwhile, Blackheart over here will be doing first this, and this. Yeah, also a 4th heir build. Questionably. Yes. Sending expanding engineers. We're seeing a nice early scout from Pedrick. Where's that going? Oh, it's just going to chill and patrol here for raids. Meanwhile, Blackheart doesn't feel the need for anything like that. Scouts are for the weak. And who needs them? Let's see. Slightly fast, significantly faster builds for Blackheart here. Already has the 2nd land factory down, and Pedrick is barely halfway on his. Is Blackheart stalling out, or can he actually afford this? Because if he can afford this, he can. Oh, that's Pedrick. He can afford that. Blackheart, he's spending mass pretty fast, but he can actually afford this. Just got his 3rd land up. Looks like Pedrick is catching up, but Blackheart slightly ahead, and now we're seeing some Mantis coming out from both players. Pedrick going to send his around the left side and the right side, protecting his expanding engineers. And Blackheart going to send a group of 3, it looks like, around, perhaps to defend and then raid this side. But Pedrick going ahead and doing a traditional ACU placement. You send your ACU here, defend this, push here, that sort of thing. And Blackheart will do the same traditional placement, although a bit slower. We're seeing first Inti out for both of these players, but slightly faster expansion from Blackheart. That's got to be worth something. Even if Pedrick is doing a nicer job reclaiming all these nice little rocks and tree groups. So you're Pedrick, right? Yeah, especially you, Thomas. You have to figure out a way to win this. You have to play it safe. Nothing too crazy. Don't want to take any early losses. I mean, losing the Series 3-0 to Blackheart would be pretty sad. Get immediately knocked out. And then maybe people would stop accusing tournaments of just being money laundering operations to Pedrick, at the very least. So this is a nice raid from Pedrick. Gonna deny this mass extractor. Not that he has his own yet, but he'll get that. Players expanding to the back at basically the same time. Now we're seeing our transport out from Blackheart and our transport out from Pedrick. Almost identical builds from both of these players. I think they've played each other before. I think there were actually some notable games in the 2019 Lotus Finals. Finals? Between these two guys? I know they played some good games on Arcane, where we saw the differences between the just plain old Mantis spam versus the teching strategy. Yes, you yes, you are Pedrick, Thomas. We are all Pedrick on this blessed day. So it looks like Thomas, also known as Pedrick, will drop the top right, and Blackheart will drop the bottom left. So, the normal thing. Oh, but Blackheart actually making a pretty aggressive push into this expansion. There's actually nothing here to defend this. Meanwhile, there's actually nothing here to defend this either for Blackheart, so we might see these expansions just trading out. And a much more aggressive positioning from Petrick on the ACU, going to try to grab a bunch of this reclaim with this factory that the ACU is building. Meanwhile, it looks like Blackheart looking to be a bit more aggressive, going to move his ACU near the pond, while these Mantis actually raid the expansion mexes that are not even the most vulnerable. And that's a half-built point defense that will die, also known as a waste of mass. Meanwhile, looks like Petrick will also try to do some of these run-bys, but a bit less successfully. If you just... well, he sent 2 here. That'll do something, at the very least. Although I have high expectations for this factory. I should be able to get a lot of these rocks. We'll have to see what Blackheart can do with his ACU. Oh no, this is 18. Someone shoot it, please. Shoot the mechs. Alright, there we go. All 4 mexes in this expansion are now dead. But Petrick is building up a good score lead. Now, what is that attributed to? He doesn't have any T2 mexes yet. Maybe he's just being a bit more efficient. We saw a little raid here in the back, being a bit of a nuisance. But now this ACU can threaten to push in and allow his own engineers to take control of this. Don't know if we'll see that. But it looks like Blackheart doesn't really have a plan to retake this. The ACU is pretty aggressively close. And now we're seeing Blackheart with the aggressive drop to the opposite side. Petrick with another drop, also aggressive, slightly slower. So let's see what we got here. This looks like exclusively 4 engineers. Does he even know that this is already taken? He does not. He has no idea, but Petrick knows it's there. And that means it's not long for the world. Mantis already out. Yeah, it's pretty dead. Over here, what have we got? Looks like we brought... just is that units in there? Looks like units. Looks like Blackheart moving his ACU pretty aggressively as Petrick pushes in with these units. Defender's advantage coming into play here on both fronts. Let me make it rough for Blackheart. Looks like Blackheart actually does get a factory up. For all good that'll do him. No factory over here, but a PD will kill most of the drop units, but one of the NGs is picked up, and it will actually be dropped to this expansion. That's actually a great place for it to go. Actually, I don't know if he was even dropped. That might have just been the plan all along. And now Jester out for Petrick coming in. Meanwhile, Blackheart building his own factory over here. The map control advantage for Petrick proving to be substantial. This is a suicide Jester, right? This is just a mass donation. Petrick does not have map control or air control, but the Jester will force a little air fight that Blackheart wins, and then maybe it kills the T1 mechs. That's something, at the very least. And a nice 160 mass chunk. Oh, now Petrick is getting a good chunk of this reclaim over here. He's completely getting all of this. This is all cleaned up. That's a huge advantage for Petrick. And Petrick continues to control this side. This is looking pretty bad for Blackheart. Does he have T2 mexes to compensate, or like a T2 land? He's got a T2 land factory almost done. And that might make the difference. But what sort of difference can it make? Blackheart's army actually crushing this small force from Petrick. I mean, he will pick the reclaim back up, and this gives an opportunity for Petrick to push in, but the army does come back defensively, and this T1 PD is a good place to retreat to. I don't know if Petrick can push into that. And I don't know if he needs to, right? He grabs this reclaim, tons of it. He's got this expansion, he's got this expansion. Meanwhile, this sort of slow-ish push, eventually he's gonna probably deny this, but multiple T1 PDs going up for Petrick in the expansion, and now looks like Petrick starting to ferry units directly into the back of the base. Although Blackheart, perhaps anticipating this, has deployed some interceptors on patrol. And now the gun for Petrick. He's got a superior number of Mantis, and he's about to get the gun, and that's going to be very difficult to push in against, especially if Blackheart commits heavily to a T2 land army that's primarily composed of hoplites. notoriously vulnerable to gun ACUs. These Medusa slowly killing this, but it might be the case of too little too late. Yeah, we have T2 mechs for Petrick. First one. No T2 mechs for Blackheart. But he's now halfway done with his gun. And this is just allowed to sort of exist. And just this plus, he's reached +2. 2 times 4 is 8. 8 times 2 is 16. That's an extra 16 mass a tick, and that's showing with this superior Mantis army, the T2 mechs. Patrolling interceptors tell me you get this. Alright, yeah. This is picked off. It was a good try from Petrick. This is a pretty vulnerable position to drop into. I almost want to see like a drop from here around back. There's no patrolling interceptors. Blackheart does have air control. Although that means we might see a T2 air? I don't know. He's got the T2 P-Shed now. But what he really needs is like a T2 point defense in this location. This is a flak? No, that's a TMD, looks like. And he needs something to deter this gun ACU from just pushing in and killing everything. And this is another, looks like a crush? Petrick will respect. There's a lot of AA in here, and Blackheart's ACU falling back, though Blackheart finally has taken out this expansion. Even though that Petrick has taken this, we're seeing a sort of vertical split finally showing up on this map. And now Blackheart's being sort of contained in this position. The gun ACU coming out can just land overcharges on the hoplites. We need T2 point defense. Is this it? Yeah, we're going to get a T2 point defense in this position. He's a bit late. He can't actually even get it up here, and I think this might actually be questionable. Like, the shift G of all of Petrick's army just going in onto the base. Alright, looks like we'll not commit to that super hard. But I don't know what Blackheart's army is doing. It's just sort of chilling over here, surrounded by both of Petrick's forward armies. Blackheart's ACU without the gun is coming back, but what is that supposed to do? Petrick can just clean this up now, retake it, control the map. Well, that's just a mistake. I think this is supposed to be a PD. Maybe. Random mass storage. The year is 2020. People are still using MEX storage templates and not double-clicking on MEXs. Yeah, so this PD was very ambitious. I think this TMD needed to be a PD, but then you're just fighting a losing battle anyway. Maybe Blackheart can try to surround Petrick's ACU and go for a draw. That's pretty ambitious, but I think it's on the table, especially considering that Blackheart does have air control. He is spamming out gestures left and right, and where is the AA? Yeah, we're starting to see the AA spammed out. Blackheart's ACU is coming in. Yeah, the mobile AA will take that out. Gesture being sent defensively to defend against this push. There's PD here, but that'll slow it down. The plan of non-gun ACU to try to kill gun ACU is a dangerous one, especially considering these are hoplites, and those are pretty bad for pushing in, and he really needs the rhinos for the damage. Looks like Petrick gonna try to fall back. Doesn't feel like he needs to go to the pond, considering he's at like 2 vets and full health. Blackheart's ACU is getting caught in the traffic jam. Defensive shift G from Petrick. Meanwhile, the raid up top going and just cleaning this up. This is make or break time for Blackheart, and Petrick's ACU is just too far away. If this was like producing Corsairs, maybe that'd be he'd have a chance. Like, he's got the power for it, but the gestures are just too vulnerable to like static AA and the leg. Plus, he's at nearly full health. Like, how's he supposed to kill this man? He's at 2 vets, almost his third. Blackheart finding himself without troops, and I think one of them might have disconnected. And now he's got static AA in the pond. Should he need to retreat to it? Smooth.
The gloves are coming off.
Anyway, Blackheart does concede. I don't know, is this my leg? I don't know, it just says Petrick is actually behind by 4. So I'm willing to blame him. So this is game 3. Petrick takes us versus Blackheart, so we will go to game 4. The series is still 2-1 in favor of Blackheart, but now it's Blackheart's pick. He gets to choose the map. Although this is his last pick, because the final map pick will go to Petrick, because he had the higher seed based on his previous tournament results. I wonder if Blackheart will just go for another 5v5. Maybe Ganges. That might be in the cards. Yeah, we can see map pool. It's in here, but I will bring it up. Yeah, we got Crazy Rush, as Arena, Ganges, Williamson's. I'm not gonna read them all. You can see them. I don't actually know if you can. That should help. Why do I have 300 chats open? Because I'm a very talkative guy, Thomas. Also, I click on people's names to see what games they're in. I think I can see Tagada is still playing that Arcane versus Nexus. So, oh, yep. Looks like Blackheart seeing his success on the 5x5s. We'll go for his third and final normal 5x5. Perhaps Petrick regretting not vetoing it at this point. Good thing they're revealed. I wonder where my opponent is. I'm in the top left. Where could he be? These are the questions we ask ourselves every day. Looks like we'll see an Aeon Mirror. That's kind of interesting. I mean, the Auroras are pretty good. And the advantage of Double Gun can win games. But Python client is like broken half the time. Plus it has worse replay vault. So here we are, game 4 of the Summer Invitational semifinals. Petrick versus Blackheart. 2-1 in favor of Blackheart. And it is an Aeon Mirror on the Ganges Chasm. Blackheart, having won 2 of the 5x5s earlier, is going to take full advantage of Petrick's inability to win on 5x5s and try to close out the series here. We'll see if he's able to do it. Because if Petrick can tie the series up here, he does get the last pick. And that could just win him the series. Finally, some Aeon. Yeah, Aeon can be good. Especially on these small 5x5s with lots of chokes. You really need the double gun. Because double gun wins games. And it might win one of these games. We're seeing early air out for Blackheart. And out for Petrick. So these players both really like their early air on these sort of distant 5x5 factories, or 5x5 maps. Because as we saw in the Desert Arena game, a good early bomber can just win the game for you. And a bad early bomber can lose the game for you, but, you know. You take your wins with your losses. We'll see an early scout out from Blackheart to the middle of the map. We'll actually see an early raid from Petrick. I think this is the first aggressive raid we've seen from him early on. He's sending a single flare that will be scouted by the Spirit. Slightly faster air factory for Blackheart, and he's going for that first bomber. And so is Petrick. You're seeing ever so elegant kiting. You'll kill it eventually. You do need to produce an Aurora eventually, Blackheart. Yeah, there you go. Otherwise, this player can walk into the base. ACU being sent on flare patrol. And it kills nothing. Well, it killed the scout. That's not nothing. But not exactly a successful raid from Petrick. And now the bomber is out. We will see the scout supporting it. Bomber's out at almost the same time, actually. And Petrick, with the more aggressive ACU to mid, will try to secure that with that early PD. Scouts and bombers will pass each other like ships in the night. Let's see if he goes for that expanding engineer. Chooses not to. Will instead try to clean off. Oh, if he can bomb here and then perhaps... Oh, there we go. Nice bomb. 2 kills on the NG. Mobile AA is now out. Meanwhile, over here, 1 kill of this engineer. Bombs the mobile AA, but... Yep. Second bomb almost takes out the P-Gens, but does not... And it looks like just 1 engineer kill versus 2 engineer kills. And damage to these P-Gens. I would not be super shocked to see Blackheart decide to send another bomber, kill these 2 P-Gens, and then maybe some additional engineers. Now Blackheart's ACU making its way to mid now, though. Something that's somewhat unfortunate is Blackheart's ACU or engineers are slow to take this. So that mech is getting cleaned up. Although Blackheart with a very nice raid here. That should kill this engineer, it should kill this mech. Give it sufficient time. Unless the engineer is like super good and somehow reclaims it. Although Petrick wandering a bit far forward versus all these Aurora. I think he needs to maybe respect them a bit more. Oh, look at that dodge. Actually not dying to the ACU despite the fact the ACU shot like 4 times at it. So Blackheart's up about 2,000 HP on the ACU. And with that, he can just push forward and force Petrick to respect. Oh, another bomber coming out from Petrick. We'll see if that manages to... We think a very defensive PD here from Blackheart will prevent... Well, really provide a fallback location for him to build gun behind, but won't actually defend these PDs. Although, critically, Blackheart grabbing all this reclaim. Petrick has an engineer in the less cool spot. But what can he do? While Blackheart defends this raid, provides an opportunity to run into the back, kill this, put on pressure. This PD might not actually finish. There's a lot of Aurora around. And it looks like Petrick might consider pushing. But he is down that extra 2,000 HP. and that is dangerous. So it looks like the PD will go up, providing Blackheart a good opportunity to go on the offensive. 3 kills so far on this bomber. There needs to be an interceptor out from Blackheart, because Auroras, in fact, are weak to bombers, dying in a single pass and all. PD successfully goes up, and he does have a lot of power. So I would not be surprised if we saw a ranged gun at a reasonably short period of time. So now PD actually taking shots on Petrik's ACU, so he won't regain any sort of HP advantage. But geez, can someone stop this bomber? Look at that. I mean, there's this mobile AA, which is doing good work. This is a 4-kill bomber, almost vets. Oh no. Oh, splitting? They're splitting? Looks like the bomber's just interested in taking out all that. No interceptors planned yet. Alright, finally the bomber is taken out, allowing Blackheart to secure this little reclaim field. Looks like Petrik will try to get a defensive point defense of his own. We'll see how effective that actually ends up being. Petrik with a significant score lead. I think he's just done a better job of grabbing the reclaim. Blackheart at 3.4. 3.6, not a huge difference. The question is, when do these players start getting gun? These are sort of retreating themselves into a corner. Still no one has picked up this mass junk. That's kind of unfortunate for both players. It's a valuable little chunk of reclaim. And neither player is able to secure these little choke points with a PD. That's something you really like to do on this map. But it is not the way today. Blackheart is using his ACU a lot more effectively. Very few kills for the amount of health that Petrik does. Trying to kill the PD there, but not entirely succeeding. We're seeing a somewhat similar story from Blackheart. Well, actually, Blackheart does successfully kill the PD, for what it's worth. When will we see the range gun? So I think whoever gets, if someone can get range gun first, that wins the game. These engineers are just reclaiming each other at this point. This is a serious force to be reckoned with. And the bombers, oh my gosh, that's 6 kills, 1 pass. Someone please tell Blackheart to build an interceptor. Oh no. Blackheart perhaps not as accustomed to playing Aeon as he usually is, but maybe he could force a draw. That's on the cards. It's in the cards. But he doesn't think he needs to. He won't. That kills the PD, and the bomber actually comes with. This is a 3-vet bomber. Blackheart's just losing his entire army to bombers. Now they're going after all his units. There's just nothing here. The bombers are killing everything. It's 11 kill bomber, and it's still alive, and there's no mobile AA, and there's no interceptors. And Petrik was just like, yeah, I'll build air. I'll win this game with air. I'll pick off your little engineers and reclaim battles. Or, you know, not. Now it's a 13 kill bomber. Finally goes down. What are you supposed to do? Now Petrik has this defensive PD, which basically makes him draw-proof. There's a lot of reclaim here, though. Petrik has great map control. Controls both the corners. Reclaimed this wreck in the corner. Blackheart still doesn't have air control. He doesn't believe in interceptors. doesn't believe in giving gun, not that he's had really an opportunity to. And now he's about to be sandwiched as more bombers come in. I mean, if a bomber kills 2 tanks, it's cost effective. Not looking good for Blackheart indeed. This might go to the 5th game. Petrick taking the gloves off. After a very strong start from Blackheart. Although there's no draw on the cards. This PD prevents the draw. And he's got no map control, no mass. I'm not sure what Blackheart does in this situation. Maybe hope Petrick suicides. That's an option. Or he'll just suicide himself first. Down to basically no health. Dodging Aurora shots. Almost to his 2nd vet. Which will keep him alive for another minute. But not much beyond that, especially if he wanders into PD range. Which he's somewhat threatening to do. Yeah, there it is. He's trying to go in on the SU, but he realizes he has no tanks and no ability to do so. The reverse sweep, too much Pepsi training. Wow, that's a BM right there. Petrick takes game 4, evening it up 2-2. Now we'll have the final tiebreaker game, chosen by Petrick. Meanwhile, let's see how... Well, it looks like Tagada and Nexus have moved on to game 2, maybe? Let's see how they're doing. Looks like Nexus took the first game. But as we know, what does that even mean? You win the first 2 games, and then your opponent wins the next 2. And now you're stuck in game 5 of the semifinals with nothing to do. T1 bomber snipes are always on the table. I mean, biased caster alert, but kind of rooting for Blackheart here, just because he's the underdog. But now Petrick looks like he might be able to just elbow his way into the finals. Blackheart is, in fact, out of 5x5s. Blackheart just forgot that Aeon dies to T1 bombers. And then he died to T1 bombers. As it happens. Here's the challenge so far. Come on, Blackheart. You can do this. Game 5, come back. Let's go. As we wait for the next game to start up. Looks like actually Nexus finished game 2 versus Tagada. As we investigate. It was not... Oh, 3 minutes? That's a rehost. If I've ever seen one. Guess everyone's taking a bit of a breather after that last game. One can only get crushed by T1 bombers so hard without needing to take a break. And Petrick will choose Badlands versus Blackheart to close out the semifinals one way or another.
Group formed. Group formed. Group formed.
Yeah, this might be favored for Petrick by a good mile. Of course I veto Crazy Rush. You expect me not to veto Crazy Rush? I mean, you gotta. It's Crazy Rush, man. How are you supposed to survive? Wait. That was already Observer. Smart. Yet again, trying to sneakily hop into games. It's just 2v1 Petrick, guys. Easy. Easy. I mean, we saw Jagged win on Ditch versus Tagada, so I'm not counting Blackheart out. Anything is possible. Maybe Petrick will just be overconfident. Be like, yeah, I can win on Badlands. I don't need to try that hard. Yep, UEF mirror again for the final match of the semifinals for the Summer Invitational. Currently 2-2. And UEF mirror, and it looks pretty dicey for Blackheart. Blackheart doing some weird... Well, this is not super weird. It's almost like pizza-esque. Whereas... did I do that? I don't know. Petrick doing a more usual... Two P-Gens, get the 6 mexes before the Hydro style build that we saw earlier in the previous series between Jagged and Tagada. Although this is somewhat unusual, as I had said. Looks like it's going to be first 2 entries to the Hydro, while the ACU does this 4 P-Gen 4 Mex build. And a very aggressive Mech Marine from Petrick. Don't usually... Well, we saw it last game. Petrick realizing that Mech Marines do in fact exist. And we are seeing a 4th tank, perhaps to preempt this very thing. We'll see how it goes. Looks like it is going to defend against Mech Marine. Almost perfectly, actually. I wonder if Blackheart reviewed some old Petrick games on this map. Like, this Mech Marine is wandering into a trap that will be able to escape due to the hill, perhaps? Oh, this dodged the shot there, but now it is at 3 health, and the Snoop can kill it if the Snoop wasn't stuck. I think if microed correctly, he should be able to kill it when it makes this turn. Or the Snoop will. Just kill it. With a single shot. Meanwhile, let's see how these build orders are doing. Blackheart ahead and score for all that's worth. Second land factory almost done. Air's and... Second land factory already done for Blackheart. So maybe there is something to this build order. Maybe there is something to this build order. Are we ready for Epic Snoop? I think the tank got it. Attempted to dodge there, but there's only so much you can do when you're a Mech Marine without a scout. And 4 hit points. Getting himself Hydros and such. Now Petrick pulling ahead with the score. Although bomber out from Blackheart, while the Inti's only a third of the way done for Petrick, I think this bomber just dies to the Inti. So the scout, well, this AC probably should be walking. Let's see what it wants to kill. Inti is now out. It's looking for the bomber. Will it somehow miss it? Nope, nope, it's playing it defensive. It's coming back. This almost looks like the bomber's chasing the Inti down, but that is not the case. It will make a turn. Probably can get one pass off this bomber. But a dodge from Petrick will save this engineer, so this bomber goes and lands in this cliff. Very cinematic, but not super effective. Perhaps counting on Petrick doing the same bomber versus bomber gameplay we've seen so far. Now Snoop does 4 damage per shot. Snoop does, but it only shoots every 2 seconds, so it has 2 DPS. This Snoop will do something. Ten out of 10 caster game knowledge. Meanwhile, these tanks might just be able to kill all this. There's nothing really here to stop them. This is looking pretty rough for Blackheart. He's got tanks in the back, and this one's about to kill his expanding engineer. Although it did get most of this already. This hasn't finished the factory. 1 kill on this tank so far. Can it stop it from building the Hydro? Not quite. That would have been pretty good. Delaying the Hydro for probably at least 20 seconds or so. But it looks like this will get cleaned up. Defensive bomber being called in to clean up this raid. Does kill this engineer. Radar is being constructed defensively because he needs it. Yes, always trust me on UEF info. Well, this AA really wishes it was a tank. I really wish it wouldn't be friendly fired by its own bomber. But, hey, what can you do? What can you do? And now there's, like, no PD here, so these tanks can actually get in and kill all this, while Blackheart's tanks are trying to secure this side. Petrick getting nice radar here, and this will get nice reclaim. Although, Blackheart's ACU is a lot faster to the side. I'll give him that. And now, bomber for Petrick. Looks like it'll just kill mexes. So why not? Well, this is a decent raid from Blackheart, though. Should be able to kill, like, this one mex before running around to the back. Maybe multiple mexes if it decides to stick around. Now, first drop out for Petrick, as Blackheart is still loading up his transport, and the bomber is coming out. Should kill an expanding engineer? Yes. I think it was just a reclaiming engineer, but we can call them expanding. It makes them feel better. So, almost a second. Max was cleaned up. Now this bomber's doing good work. Where's the interceptors? Now here it is. Go get him, slugger. And now Petrick just pouring in through the front. Yeah, I don't think Blackheart prepared this map. As T1 bombers come in, somehow this T1 bomber's not dead. And an absolute crush from Petrick. Well, I don't know. This might be a mass donation. Transport's taking damage from tanks. It's not great. Yeah, but this is... Though he's already building a second one because he assumes this one's gonna die. Not gonna bother loading it up. Yeah, but this was a mass donation. to the extent that that matters. Looks like both these players not keen on defensive point defense. But that's what separates the 2200s from the 1900s. But it's also what lets this happen. Now this giant army on the right, there's nothing here to stop it. Except maybe if this army rotates around. Petrick does build a PD in the middle. We shouldn't count him out too much. And look at the back. There's nothing here. There's a single max. With 18, 16, 12 hit points. Meanwhile, Petrick has complete control of his own back. Blackheart's getting raided in his expansions. He's gonna try to drop here, but Petrick preemptively dropped 3 tanks and is now gonna follow it up with Engies. Blackheart just used to the old 2013 style of play. Oh, he'll actually pick up the Engies and rescue them. But there's tanks here too! There's tanks there too, Blackheart. You can't... They're gonna die to tanks either way. Imagine that. You're gonna drop somewhere. You realize you're under enemy fire. You're picked up and dropped right on top of a different group of enemies. Blackheart's gonna try to get T2 and stabilize. Maybe he can get Petrick to donate a lot of mass. That might be in the cards. Petrick screws up. Reclaim does enable you to come back into the game. But Petrick does have both sides. More reclaim. This is a nice tank. Doesn't even have this expansion. Completely denied the back for great lengths of time. Now these tanks are just going to come around and do a bit of a dance. Be annoying. As the forces masses at the gate of Blackheart's base, he's going to try to run it again. Now there's a little PD here that'll somewhat deter more pushes through here. There's no PD in here. And we'll see if Blackheart can hold this. I just want to see him like load up some ghettos and fight this. Meanwhile, this big army has to be pulled back to fight off single tanks. While Petrick can sit back and tech and chill. And this looks kind of like a mass donation. He'll kill some mexes, but not hugely important mexes. He's going to try to run half of them in and half of them around the flank. The ones running around the flank will probably escape. Although there's this PD here that they'll run into. Awkwardly defending the Hydro. How much mass is in here even? Like 3k? That's not a lot. Oh, and drops in the back. More tanks being brought in to support this group. These tanks here denying this reclaim. This tank here denying this reclaim. Oh, this is pretty brutal. Petrick still even hasn't got most of this. But he's gonna. So he'll start a T2PD with the ACU and then leave his Engies to try to finish it. But those Engies won't be able to finish it because there's too many units. Meanwhile, more pushes coming in, denying Blackheart the expansions and the map control he needs to win. I'm gonna actually try to finish this up rather than chase down these tanks. If he can just stabilize, he has now his Tech 2 land. Pillars are good. Not a super bold statement there, but more drops around the back. Petrick is just going and going and going. Non-stop aggression, non-stop attacks. Blackheart has to react. What is he supposed to react to this with? He's got nothing here. There's no PD. There's no tanks. His tanks are busy putting out a million different fires. Meanwhile, 2 T2 PDs and a T1 PD here. This army is actually going to die. So this is what Blackheart needs. He needs more of this. He needs his enemy just running into T1 PD, giving it like 14 kills. and securing this mass field, which is his only hope to get back into the game. But meanwhile, Petrik's like, I have 3 T2 mexes, you have 0? What are you supposed to do? I also have T2 land, and I'm gonna keep running into your T2 PD though. Oh, look at this. This is sad. He has to build his T2 PD next to the Hydro. Normally you want it like up front here, so you can like control this choke and threaten it, but Blackheart is so far behind, he has to build it next to the Hydro, and he's getting Artie in here. Why is Artie allowed to be here? That's crazy. And Tank's getting the back yet again. Multiple drops. Is he just ferrying at this point? No, he's doing clever things. Dropping this expansion, dropping into the back, gonna try to threaten the T2 power. There's an army nearby because he had to clean up this, which still exists. Alright, so Blackheart needs a plan, and I'm not sure what sort of plan he can come up with on a short order. Petrik gonna get the tactical missile. Joke's on you, nothing to tactical missile. I don't even have T2 mexes. Alright, he's gonna try to T2 PD creep his own base back out from under him. This is pretty expensive, but it'll probably pay for itself if we're being honest. And now Petrik's sending out his own T2 land spam. He's getting more T2 mexes, currently up to 5 by my count, and 2 T2 P-gens versus 0 and a single T2 P-gen. And not even controlling your own base. Blackheart spending a lot of mass on a lot of point defenses that Petrik can just decide not to run into. That's in the cards. Like, you don't have to attack a T2 point defense. You're not, like, contractually obligated. But let's see what we're working with here. Well, you know, you'll choose to attack into them. I mean, I doubt these will pay for themselves unless Petrik gets super aggressive, super fast. But considering how much, like, vet this point defense already has, I wouldn't be surprised if he does some suicidal things. But he just has so many more mexes. Now there's T2 air out. Petrik's got something that could be referred to as air control? Kinda? I mean, there's no real inties for either player. Blackheart just cleaning this up. He's finally stabilizing. And now there's a tactical missile ACU with T2 and gunships flying directly into his main base. There's like some static AA. Oh, he's going straight for the TMD. He's going to try to snipe perhaps the HQ. We're seeing for the power. Power's probably the primo target. TMD coming up, and we'll see as soon as the TMD goes down, the missile launches, but I think this will finish in time, though it is pretty defensive. As long as he's sniping the power, I think he will survive. But now another T2 push coming in. Blackheart's continuing to T2 PD creep his own base. TMD coming out, looks like it's going for the power, but it will be intercepted by a subsequent TML, or TMD. Another push comes in. Another push is repelled. TMD defends things. Looks like Blackheart gonna try to catch up in the T2 Mex game, but he's so far behind. And he barely controls the right side of the map. He doesn't even control the expansions. We're now seeing T2 support factories up on the sides. MMLs are just gonna deny everything. And this is what I would like to refer to as bad. This is very bad for Blackheart, but maybe there's a way back. If he just counts on Petrik doing increasingly stupider pushes. Look at how close these T2 PDs are to himself. It's like he's planning on playing a game of survival. Yeah, there's some flak here, but constant rays just denying us, and more. Yeah, the TML AC, you can just TML the T2 point defenses, or even just the random factories. Where's this guy going? The radar? T2 support factory? Yep. That'll do it. Brave Sparky dies. Rest in peace, his soul. And now Petrik's starting to get T2 mexes in the back. He's got him on the side. He's got TMD. Well, Blackheart's been building up a bit of an air force. That's worth something. And now he's got gun on the ACU. So he is able to fight off all these units. Actually, he doesn't have really any support. But if he's careful and Petrik doesn't try to push it, Petrik gonna get his own gun upgrade going. He's got T2 PDs to support his ACU on this offensive push. And if he was really BM, he'd build a T2 Arty here that can shoot at the T2 P-Gens. And now he's just gonna go in on Blackheart's ACU. There's actually basically no T2 here, just the T2 gun ACU with overcharge, and this is pretty deadly. There's a T2 PD in support. A few overcharges here and there will help, but this is a lot of firepower, and I think this is it. More overcharges. He got his second vet, but more units coming in for Petrik to support the push, and that is GG. Petrik takes the semifinals 3-2 over Blackheart. Good PO. Oh, Farm's just flaming Blackheart. I'm kind of surprised Petrik saved this for game 3. But he did. And that is what happened. So that is a 3-2 over Blackheart. Too bad it wasn't a best of 3. And Blackheart would have won. But it is not. It's a best of 5. And that means that Petrik will advance to the finals, and Blackheart will find himself in the bronze match. As we see how Nexus versus Tagada resolves itself. What are they up to? They're still on game 2, it looks like. So let's see. This was a 23-second game that didn't mean anything. Nexus took game 1. So while we're waiting for this to finish up, let's see if we can't find that crazy rush game. Petrik versus Pepsi on Crazy Rush. The reverse sweep was in fact real. Alright, let's see. So this was round 1. God, why is the map perfectly white? Blinding. Crazy Rush, of course, is the map where you have infinite mass extractors. I mean, every time you build a mass extractor, more mass points appear next to it. Actually created by good old Z Pilot back in the day. He was around creating FAF and all that sort of thing. So the infinite mass leads to some pretty degenerate build orders. But unlike maps like The Ditch, where you can just get the infinite mass by reclaiming, here you actually have to build the mexes. All the adjacency. Can you stack enough mexes to get a factory to cost nothing? Like if you just stack 8 T2 mexes, wouldn't that do it? Tagada threw the arcane game. Well, Tagada has a slight tendency to throw games. Little fights in the middle that don't really amount to much because you can't raid anything because your opponent doesn't need other mexes. Although we're seeing Petrik pull ahead quite significantly. Well, raids in the back. It doesn't kill any NGs. But now bombers out for Pepsi. The thing about these mexes all being next to each other is you can't actually bomb them. Also, this is really juicy. I'd like to drop. Let's build 3 bombers. Drop them there. Boom. Instant. Like, 9 P-gens dead. That's almost 200 power. So we're seeing these little Tech 1 battles go on. They don't really amount to much. It's all a matter of who can just spam out the most possible units using the infinite mass they have found themselves with. We're seeing Pepsi pull ahead in the mass game. As he just builds and builds and builds more mexes. Although it looks like Pepsi is actually taking some great trades over here as Patrick is overextending himself. Seeing TMD go up. There is a Tech 2 land factory going straight to Tech 3, but with that amount of investment, he's not having enough to put into units, and Pepsi is just running in. Factories going down. NG's dying. Power P-Gen's dying. And now on the right side, more units running in. The T2 P-Gen getting shot at by a handful of tanks. Repair order given. Try to stall it out. A few good bombs there is all you need. More tanks making their way to the back of the base. Now pillars. But Pepsi just running in. T2 PDB built in the base, trying to get a shield up to defend this. Pepsi really, really wants to kill this T2 P-Gen, but he just can't quite get in there. Now maybe. Well, he's actually aiming for random mexes. And he will be cleaned up. Pepsi actually building a spam on the right side of the map. As more and more Arty come in, the T2 PD can't fight this. There's just too many Arties. This is... Patrick is getting Pepsi'd. That's what's going on here. He's losing support factories. He's trying to build T2PD, but he's just getting overrun. Has to abandon it, try to fall back, use the PD more, moves deeper into his base to defend with. But he's just losing health left and right. And there's a Titan. There's a random Titan in here now. That should be able to push back the force, but how's the ACU has retreated? It's about 3,000 or 6,000 HP left. No plans for any sort of tech from Pepsi. This is just an all-in. Well, actually, he has a Tech 2 land factory somewhere. Whatever that's worth. But all of these T2PD have now managed to somewhat stabilize the situation. Got T3 engineers building T1 PDs. There's infinite Zooies come across the map. I don't even know why you build FAMs at this point. Just build pure Zooies. And now this 12 kill Titan is going to start pressuring. Is there a T3 HQ coming? Nope. As far as I can tell. What point do you build a Ravager? Probably never, actually. You don't need one. T2 PD will kill T2 RD just better. Or kill T1 RD. You know what I mean. These T2 PDs are just constantly firing as Patrick stabilizes the situation. And this is really bad for Pepsi. You never want your opponent to be able to stabilize on this map. Look, there's somehow 35,000 reclaim already on this map. These P-Gens are continuing to survive as the Titans can just kill everything. They do not care. They eat Phobos for breakfast. Now we're seeing many TMLs trying to get through, but Petrick just spammed up TMD. This is a waste of mass. They're all getting picked off as they come through. That was like a TML snipe attempt, I think. Didn't work. Not even close. Trying to kill Petrick with a TML snipe is almost kind of disrespectful. You think that'll work? This is a 52 kill point defense. 21 kills. 17. 13. 19. Petrick is officially playing survival. Yeah, but Pepsi does have double mass income. That's a great point. Like, what is he supposed to do? I mean, he's requiring these super high efficiency point defenses to stand any chance, and as soon as Pepsi decides, you know what's a good unit? Othams. Othams are good units. He just builds a bunch of Othams. Like, what is Petrick supposed to do? Six months ago, he learned how to make T2 mix. Is there a single T2 mix in this bunch? Nope, not a single T2 mix. Not one. I don't think I see any from Petrick either. I see some PD that were actually built on top of mech spots, though. A true act of a desperate man. So he's actually trying to move units along this left side and then push in. Perhaps taking advantage of most of the PD is over here. This might let him push in, take out some E storages, maybe deal some damage to the mass field. But really, he's got triple income, so he doesn't care. Oh, look at these Titans. They're doing good work. Overcharges? 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 Pepsi, where's the overcharge? Oh, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it, and he's wasting mass, too. He's just nudging the Titans around. Can't actually kill these because he does not have the DPS to deal the shield. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. More clashes on the left side. More mass being fed to the machine of Petrick. Not that Petrick needs any. As the PDs just rack up more and more insane amounts of kills. This is a 4 vet PD. I would not be surprised if it becomes a 5 vet PD in short order. These Titans are getting surrounded, and that's not how Titans would rather fight. Now Pepsi's unit's getting into the back, killing off T1 mexes. But at some point, like, the man currently has 67 land factories, and increasing. Any plans on that T3 land factory? Bomber, what are you doing here? Random bomber. What can we do? What can we do? Other plus Petrick's mass field just being damaged. Not that it's hard to rebuild it. But Pepsi, in typical Pepsi fashion, does not believe in Tech 3 land. Does someone tell him he's not playing Cybern? Please? I think this man needs Othams. I mean, Blackheart came pretty close to crushing, but then he threw it. He threw it. Meanwhile, Titans trying to hold the line. Look at this map control. Not that it really means anything on Crazy Rush, but alright, that's a Ravager. He built a Ravager in his own base. This is what we've resorted to. Let's build the chicken! Pepsi, build the chicken! For the love of everything that is good, please. Oh, now T1 bombers are killing TMLs. I don't know, Blackheart was a top player within 1 year of him playing. Maybe he's just a good. That is a 6,000 mass kill T2 point defense. 3 vets. Infinite nonsense. Alright. Alright, we've hit the unit cap. I'd like to inform everyone that we have hit the unit cap. He can't build enough arty because the unit cap has been reached. He's currently at 1,000 out of 1,000 units. Maybe he should consider building other units, but more arty running into the base, just shooting at all sorts of random stuff. This is a 21 kill T1 PD. Petrick has managed to keep his power safe the whole time. This Ravager looks like it might be overrun on the left side, but there's just so much PD here. Like, how is Pepsi planning on pushing through this, especially now that he has hit the unit limit and is wasting over 100 mass per second? We're seeing more TMLs coming out. I'm gonna snipe this Sport Factory successfully, I might add. That's pretty good. But Petrick, yeah, Petrick's spending his mass. That's doing something. Here we go. Othams now exist. Oh, 1,000 unit cap is standard tournament rule. Pepsi isn't the cheater. This time, Kappa. Titans trying to do their own run-bys, but realize that there's infinite waves of Zooies. And now the... Alright, now the right side is crushed under the weight of the Zooies. There's only so much these PDs can do. Where's our best friend? 176 kills. Regens at 15 per second. This PD would rather be like a 6-7 vet PD if that was even possible. Alright, Petrick kind of getting his ACU in the mix. This T2 power looks kind of vulnerable, actually. I think this might be the push to do it now that there's finally actually high-tech units in here. Othams can deal with the Titans, at least to some extent, as infinite waves of Zooies converge on Petrick's ACU and the Shift G, and Petrick has had enough. And that is Pepsi's singular win over Petrick. GG. Well played. This game's still going on. Let's see, how are things? You won one, Pepsi. That's pretty good. Petrick, strong. Petrick, very strong. Now, Tagada versus Nexus. The ultimate passive guys. Me too. Hurried up. an advantage in real life. What's real life? Unfamiliar. Let's just catch up to real time, so hopefully the replay doesn't knock out. Both players choosing to mirror Seraphim here. I think this is mirrored Cancer. Again, like UEF is just so much better here. Like, what do you get Seraphim for? Ulshies? Oh. Make lots of money and buy FAF so you can ban Petrick. That's a strategy. So we're seeing standard things. Not super passive play as of yet. Looks like Nexus is gonna click build a factory here. That should secure it for him. Even against Tagada's unit drops, and a pretty aggressive ACU here from Nexus. So it looks like Nexus looking to secure both of the sides. Well, this PD not slowing down Tagada's push. And Nexus will not push his luck and will respect the 2 units that are here and this wall. And just bring his units back to defend against Tagada's aggressive push. This is a pretty far forward T2P gen. If he's not careful, Tagada could just walk forward and overcharge it. But he doesn't have gun, he doesn't have T2, so that's pretty risky. Plus Nexus's ACU is making its way over. We're seeing Tagada trying to get this cliff back. This one's pretty secure, but nothing actually here except a few tanks. Tagada's gonna sit back, get himself a gun. Resecure the left side expansion. So there's a good bit of reclaim here, and Tagada seems to be in a slightly better position to secure it. Especially because he's got gun and can make the Ulshabas go away. But Nexus actually going to realize that, you know, despite being a passive player, you do have to put on some aggression if you want to win eventually. Actually, no, he'll chill. Well, he tries to go for a big run by with about half his army. This will be pretty successful, killing basically all this stuff, maybe even getting into the power. Tagada not defending against it. Tagada's ACU running all the way home. Well, he does his own counter push on the left. That's a support factory down. And these mexes. It's a pretty good win. What got killed here? Nothing? Nope. Is this a T2 mex? No. Maybe it was upgrading, but probably not. We're seeing Tagada get a very defensive T2 PD. Meanwhile, Nexus just sends Ulshis to destroy the right side, as his own Ulshis clean up the left side. Looks like gunships. Oh, and this drop, this is a pretty aggressive drop, and a T2 transport will outrun the Inties. If that was a T1 transport, it would have gotten shot down way far away from its actual destination. But the Ulshis will make some progress. Yeah, Nexus is pulling ahead. Look at this mass difference. The air control, the rating, this is pretty devastating. Getting into the back. Drops to the side. This actually could get cleaned up if Nexus wanted it to. And now a little PD creep in the middle from Nexus. Now gunships from Tagada will defend. Now with T3 land and the sniper bots, though, this is going to be a difficult position for Tagada to come back and to see. Where's the T3 land? Oh, he's not even have it yet. He's halfway done, and there's already a bunch of sniper bots coming out, and they're getting killed by walls. So let's see. Well, Nexus is slightly ahead in income. He does have T3 land also ahead. I think this is anyone's game right now. Nexus is only 6k up in mass, so like a slight advantage to him. But he just lost a sniper bot. She's trying to pick off these Ulshis at distance, but Ulshis are hard to hit at mass distance, and completely doing some epic guile casting here, ignoring this. Looks like it was an epic drop of Othams into the base. Might be a mass donation. This was a T2 Mex. That's 2 T2 Mexes dead, plus some other assorted units. That's going to hurt Tagada significantly, especially because he has to now clean this up. More gunships out, cleaning up the Ulshivas. More Othams pushing in on the right side. Now there's like T2 AA. There's the lightning tank at least. It's not sort of AA, but kind of. Nexus is going to start building the T2 artillery installation in the middle of the map. Classic. You know what's vulnerable to Artie? T3 Seraphim shields. Wait. No. Another run by from Nexus getting in here, denying these Mexes yet again. Maybe donating some mass along the way. Power stalling the shields. Tagada trying to use this nice little sniper bullet. Otham's getting in the back. These Tech 2 Mexes could die easily, especially considering the lightning tank is with them. And an assault directly onto the front now. I think Tagada has to back up here. There's too many sniper bots. Even if this Tech 2 static arty is being built. Tagada going to try to counterattack a little bit, but there's only Tech 2 here versus these Othams, and that makes it a very hard push. I know, I think Tagada might be able to come back based off the amount of reclaim here. Meanwhile, the lightning tank just acting as a gunship killer. It's already got itself 2 vets and the Otham 3 vets. That's a huge economic loss for Tagada, who's now basically 100 mass behind per tick. He's got no map control. He's having to drop Othams to fight Othams. Actually, does this Otham lose? Maybe like the regen in the lightning tank? Surely not, right? Right? Wow. It's a perfect draw. Now there's a lightning tank just chilling in the back. Veterancy, it matters. Beautiful. Tech 2 Static Arty is my favorite anti-air weapon. But this is a scary looking amount of Othams sitting in the front. That guy's about 9k ahead in reclaim, which is what's keeping him in this game. And now, looks like Tech 3 Air is out from Nexus. Still a lot of inties for Tagada, so she should have it for the next short while. Getting T3 Air himself, and look, more Othams coming into the base on the side. These are 3 T2 Mexes that will not survive much longer. Sniper bot's getting mediocre value. Actually, looks like they're going to leave this one. Instead, oh, they're going to split. Well, it is in fact AA, but it is also an anti-ground weapon, so it's kind of AA. But it's also, it shoots both. Yeah, no, this is pretty devastating. This is all these T2 Mexes, everything in the back. Meanwhile, Tagada's ACU with gun and 4 vets in the mid is going to have to respect the amount of snipers that Nexus is capable of producing. And it's a lot. It's a lot of snipers. Forcing him back. I'm not sure what the game plan is here for Tagada. He's got to try to think of some way to win, but he's just getting constantly dropped. Well, this drop gets picked off in good fashion by Tagada. Now he's got Othams chasing Othams in the back. Narrowing the gap to only 80. Well, it's basically 100 mass behind. Othams walking into the fireling line here. This is a 3-4 vet sniper bot. Othams is just dying for free. I mean, at some point the static audio was cleaned up, at least. That's worth something. Oh, she's on the cliff providing artillery support. And just more drops coming in. This expansion will die yet again. And this is looking bad for Tagada. This is looking bad for Tagada. Did Tagada do anything aggressive all game? There was like a push here at one point. Does that count? He kind of did some aggressive moves with his ACU and then decided not to commit to it. And that's about it. That's what Tagada did. Although, to be fair, he had to react to a lot of aggression from Nexus. I almost feel dirty saying that. The amount of aggression that Nexus is doing versus Tagada. It's sad. Othams. Alright, wait, what happened here? These two tanks ran over here chased by these two tanks. And now they're running back. Can we get like the Benny Hill theme going or something? Like this lightning tank is still alive. Othams in the middle trying to push, Tagada being quote aggressive. Yeah, but the replay is now over because we never actually caught up. I think we know how this one ended. Failed push, Tagada GG's. So that brings the series to 2-0 in favor of Nexus. We'll go to Game 3, which will be Nexus's choice. I don't know, I don't think Nexus is really an aggressive spam player. Although in that game, I guess he kind of was. So maybe credit where credit is due. Good job, Nexus. So we're waiting for Tagada and Nexus to hop into their next game. Here we go. Nexus chooses not this, because this isn't a real map.
Group formed.
As in, this is not in the pool.
Group formed. Group formed. Group formed.
The gang's all here.
Group formed.
Alright, Feather is here now. Feather ready's up. Get the heck out of here. I can't kick. It says Tourney Tagada.
Group formed.
What can we do? Eh. Well, maybe Nexus is just AFK, because this is not the map. Obviously. Although it is his pick to try to 3-0 the series and tie up the semifinals. Decisions. Screen fix. But, like, you now get to see Lobby Sim. Edgix, you're killing me. You're killing me. Oh, I think because it now shows 8 of 8. No one's joining. Oh yes, there we go. You want to as well kick the people who aren't casting this because, you know, lag exists. Meanwhile, Blackheart and Petrick are just off, sipping on martinis or something. Well, we're on game 3 of the semifinals. Nexus versus Tagada. Nexus currently up 2-0 versus Tagada. And it is Setton's Clutch. Classic 1v1 and 4v4 map. Lots of build order options for people who have... Oh, it's not FAF version. So sad. This breaks Tagada's build order. There's a FAF version. I mean, technically it doesn't specify FAF version. But, you know. You probably should play on it. Oh no, important information is being gleaned from the fact that they're doing factory first. Bonus points to anyone who does first bomber in sentence. There's worse things to do. I guess they're just gonna play this. Neat. So we're seeing a nice early Celine out from Nexus and an early Reclaim Engineer from Tagada. Because, you know, if you don't send the early Reclaim Engineer, you gotta go kill your opponents. And that's what the Celine is doing. It's like a third engineer, or maybe a second engineer. And now we have the Celine from Tagada. Will be supported by tank? Not yet, but probably soon. Yeah, I'll hold that this distance is probably less than this distance. GPG, why map so unbalanced? Bit of a traffic jam that Tagada is avoiding. Although this lane is set to cloak, and this one's not, so we will see if Nexus wins the Selene fight. Well, apparently it doesn't matter, and none of them will shoot at each other enough, and reclaim, yes. Killed it. Alright, so Tagada's engineer is basically safe, except for the fact that this bomber exists. And Tagada has no air factory yet. He's halfway done with his third factory, which will be air. Meanwhile, Nexus is slightly slower. But he already has this bomber out, and this bomber is looking for expanding entries. As far as I can tell, it's not going to try to kill the early reclaim engie. Although it could. It opts not to. Tagada's ACU is actually faster as well. Now where's the Inti? Here it is. Looks like the bomber will just go into the base. There's a lot these nice clumped up engies here. Bomber sees these two engies. Oh, is the third one actually going to get in range? Oh no. Either way, that's pretty devastating. Alright, Inti is almost done. Oh no, no, no. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, and it's still alive. Is it gonna get this one? Dodge, please. Alright, there's the dodge. Alright, successful dodge by the expanding engineer, but that's 5 engineers in the base that Tagada just lost. That's huge. He won't be able to spend the mass he's getting from this early reclaim engineer and his faster ACU to mid. It's almost like this ACU should just build a land factory here or something. He needs power and land very fast. Bomb the Inti, that would have made sense. Would have been smart. But sometimes you see 3 perfectly clumped up engineers and you just have to kill them. A man can only use restraint so much. So I'm imagining if we went and looked at Tagada. He's not really able to spend his mass, but he's trying. He's trying. He's got 5 engineers on power spam. That's eating a lot of power. Now with the ACU here, he really won't be able to spend it. But if we were to look at Tagada, Tagada's got pretty empty mass bar, still no power. Actually a less power, if I look at it. Yeah, significantly less power. But maybe slightly faster expanding engineers. Plus Tagada lost a ton of engineers too. The bomber. Weak passive player crushed by bomber in 3 minutes. And we're already seeing the transport out from Nexus going to the... Oh, this is Proxy Town. It's going to Proxy Town. To drop behind the rock in a rarely scouted position for this side's player. And then set up probably a land spam that can go in both of these directions. Well, Tagada just taking a lot of the reclaim. Looks like there's another reclaim engineer now. Let's see if this will ever be scouted. Redirecting? Nope. Same path. Tagada is ahead just because of his superior 6 NG power spam in points, and he's getting more of the reclaim. But this proxy could do a lot of damage. And hey, if you're ahead 2-0, you might as well do something risky like this. You've got what it takes. And it can just throw Tagada really off his game. Like, how long until he gets a radar? Pretty dang long, at least a minute. And then that radar might not even be in range of the spam. And heck, this spam could even be transitioned into naval production if you were truly insane. But let's go look at reclaim numbers, because yeah, Nexus is at 3.7 versus Tagada, who's at 8k. So Nexus is behind 5,000 reclaim. That's a lot. Meanwhile, Bomber does take out this expanding engineer from Nexus. See, Tagada can do regression. That's a thing. Being aggressive in mid, he did a bomber. Alright, Nexus being super passive. He doesn't care. He's like, I will let Tagada have all the reclaim. Why? Because I'm a nice guy. And who can blame him? I feel bad for Tagada. I like how the Selene shoots exactly once, and the ACU just turns and looks and is like, no. I won't reclaim this. I will shoot you. Because you made the ACU under attack. Sound play. And now, Nexus will reveal the proxy. Is there anything here to defend? There's this land factory. That'll do something. Slow it down. T2 air. Not on the way yet. But bombers could slow this down. Looks like how much is he committing to it? Significantly. Already 4 land factories. Maybe looking for more. Nexus now dropping the back. At the same time Tagada is. But I don't like just how Nexus is letting Tagada have the reclaim. There's no reason for this. Alright, this point defense doesn't get finished. More units get sent out. At some point, Tagada, who just got T2 land, is going to have to redirect his spam into the back of the base. Or start sending on bombers. But there is mobile AA here. And that will slow him down. Thankfully, this bomber on the right side has been very devastating to Nexus's expansion. So now he'll have to drop this and then probably go to the rock. I wouldn't mind seeing a second transport. We also have Tech 2 land from Nexus. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, as they say. And now Tagada bringing in his own transports. Because he needs to. Looks like 6 factories is the exact number that Nexus will choose to have. Now units getting pulled into the back. Factories being built in the rear to defend. And Tagada just happy to actually leave these wrecks. Probably because he has enough mass in his bank. No, but he can get it later. Kind of strange seeing a sentence 1v1 at minute 9.5 and there's still mid-reclaim not taken. Alright, now bombers being brought in, tanks being dropped defensively. And this is looking pretty well contained from Tagada, who now feels like he wants to start doing his own offensive drops. Looks like just a bunch of tanks and a Selene. Neither player interested in getting T2 or gun. Perhaps slightly unusual. And Nexus is going to have to figure out a way to come back from, not having any of the mid reclaim. as Tagada will establish this position in the Southern Ocean. Now we see this drop come in as Nexus looks to establish himself in the top ocean. And the beach position. I wonder if we'll see like a point defense here. Oh, actually looks like Nexus really wants to commit to this. Well, the real casualty of this fight is all the tree groups that are now broken. Moment of silence for all the tree groups. And you wonder why I said Nexus was a passive player. This is why. The AC was being sent all the way back into the base. Unsentenced in mid. Looks like Nexus will try to get something up here, but the drop is successful. It's dropping onto a land factory, it looks like. So they will be able to do something to stop this. And now Nexus will abandon the proxy. After deciding to invest more, he's going to start reclaiming it. The gunships are out, and that's the real sign that you can't hold on to this proxy anymore. Although, Nexus still hasn't gotten all the Nexus in his base. He got bombed once, like 5 minutes ago, and it's still having ramifications now, even as Nexus takes this rock. This little raid kills a mix. Yeah, looks like this will be cleaned up by a bomber. Although maybe it kills upgrading T2 mexes. Yeah, this is just a bunch of reclaim for Tagada to take. Q1 PD, yeah. This is done. Kill 2 mexes. That's not too bad. Alright, what do these tanks think they're doing, though? Like, there's 3 Elshivas. Some MMLs coming out. And now a substantial drop to this side. A lot of tanks. And there's really nothing here. There's 2 mexes and a single NG. This is easily now Tagada's island, should he decide to drop NGs there. Well, he's doing another tank drop. Sight unseen to the left island. And then probably after this he will start dropping engineers. But the scores are very even. So that bodes well for both players. I mean, the problem is this proxy was pretty mediocre. I mean, it forced a reaction and took a lot of Tagada's APM away. But then there was really no follow-up. I mean, some of this will be able to be recycled, which will help. And now we're seeing more aggressive drops across the Northern Ocean. This tank's somehow inexplicably alive. This Nexus just pushing more and more production into air. Land production has basically been abandoned. He's pumping out like 2 MMLs per minute. Oh, and this has been locked onto. Oh, is he doing the weird assist thing? That causes them to auto-aggregate. There's actually 2 flaks in here, so if this lands, and it probably will because it's faster, it has the option of just massacring all of the T1 inties behind it, but actually the inties do catch up. Bodes well for both players, you know? What am I going to say? Getting called out. Yeah. It means we can infer exactly 0 information. And now Tagada will drop another group of tanks onto this island to fight the other group of tanks that's also been dropped. But you know, NGs? What are engineers? You don't drop them on the islands. Yep, it does. So, except they're not. Zuis are overpriced. Gunships should be able to clean all this up, leaving Tagada in possession of both of the islands if he ever decides he would prefer to drop some engineers there. Now we're starting to see Zui spam across the top, and they're going to take their long annual migration over to Tagada's base. And a few MMLs will poke away at the fortifications that Tagada has constructed. Tagada has built the Rambo ACU, or the basic Rambo ACU of T2 and gun, and he has opted to do something with it, eventually, maybe. Also known as nothing. We are seeing... Yeah, he could have dropped the flax on the wire, that would have been smart. Meanwhile, frigates from Tagada. It looks like Tagada is in a good position to win the Southern Ocean. Especially since now he has T2 Navy. This cruiser is interesting. Definitely expecting some torp bombers out from Nexus to try to clean up his frigates. But Nexus also has a lot of naval production. And he's spamming up more. Looks like a bunch of engineers this time will try to make it to this island. But this is the wrong player sending engineers. Tagada, send your own engineers. Unless these guys are just dropping in the water. Which is, yeah, they're just gonna chill in the water. Meanwhile, MMLs poking away. As both players decide, you know what, we need T2 mexes. Look at this T2 mex count. He's upgrading. T2 mex count time. Nexus currently at... Oh, come on. Let me click on that T2 mex. 20 versus... 14, so Nexus a bit ahead on that front. Yep. Although now both of them have cruisers, so any real push to the middle is basically not going to happen. Even if Nexus would like to win this back. And he's actually devoting a significant amount of production to Navy here, as Tagada has invested a bit more into Ultravas in the middle. Ah, look, he's built a shield, and a TMD, and a radar. That's why I build T2 and gun ACU. My shield fire basin. Is this gonna work? Is this single tank about to kill this T2 Max Extractor that's capped? I don't know if Nexus notices. That's pretty bad. But there's only so much you can pay attention to in this map. It's huge and it's crazy, and there's always a million things going on. It's a true test of player skill. Meanwhile, Tagada having to start spamming up TMD in his own base to prevent the cruiser spam from taking him out. I mean, look, already 4 cruisers in the Northern Ocean, as Tagada is giving Nexus a run for his money in the bottom. Just doesn't have enough frigates. He's using NGs to produce frigate spam. And that's very vulnerable. If the frigates get in and close the distance, all those NGs can die really quickly. In other news, he built a PD to kill the tank that killed his T2 Cap Mass Extractor. And now, cruisers off the coast of the Southern Ocean to pose trouble for Nexus's forces in mid. I mean, there's a TMD here, but one TMD can only do so much versus looks like 3 cruisers built so far. Although Nexus has to be careful. If he's... because his production could be crushed, and Tagada's production could also be crushed. Nice drop from Nexus. Taking advantage of the fact that his radar's been destroyed. Should be able to do a bit more damage, support the cruisers. Because you can't send gunships to kill this, because the cruisers will destroy them. Where's the AA? Or the TMD. There's no shield on this T3P gen. Hello? Tagada? Or not Tagada, Nexus? Where's the TMD? Where's the TMD? Oh no! Oh no! They're all dead. All the NGs are dead. Oh, that's brutal. Alright, Nexus has had enough. He's sending his units in. Torp bombers from Tagada will support this. Just lost his Tech 3 P-Gen, and it's gonna kill the Rex soon. Preventing Tagada from Nexus from rebuilding it. I don't know why. Oh no, not the air too. Oh, the air is suiciding. Oh, this is 29 kill cruiser, 30 kill cruiser, 32 kill cruiser. Oh, and he's winning the naval fight. The frigates are holding out with the support of the Torp bombers. He's gonna force us away, but the T3P gen barely. Well, the Rex survives barely. That's something. Meanwhile, Nexus's cruisers are just idly harassing Tagada's outer mexes and base. Alright, we're picking up and we're moving out. I'm going to drop aggressively, leaving behind a single mobile anti-air to take care of the base. Alright, so Nexus is going to take the opportunity to rebuild his Tech 3 P-Gen. Step 1. Step 2, get Tech 2 Navy so he can build his own destroyers. And step 3, win game. This Nexus is happy to try to fight off these Torp bombers, but with the cruisers in support, there's really no way. Both of them have Tech 3 air at this point. I don't think this will finish in time. I think Tagada can just get his frigates in range and crush. This is pretty devastating. Alright, T3 P-Gen almost up yet again. This time TMD exists, and maybe if we're lucky we'll see a shield on the T3 P-Gen. I heard that's a cool thing to make. Alright, the army has just retreated to the TMD. It feels no need to contest this army anymore. It'll go chill. And now without a single destroyer ever being... No, here's the single destroyer. With only two destroyers. I'm working here. Oh, now it's going to have to try to rush out frigates as it's being destroyed by torpedo bombers. There's no AA. There's a few Torp defenses. And now the Tech 2 Naval HQ will die. Well, this little drop actually being quite successful. I think the PD kills it, but it's quite the annoyance. And now, as all these units just move up yet again, Nexus needs to come up with a plan, and that plan is not dependent on winning bottom navy. Meanwhile, Nexus's Northern Navy perfectly happy to just kill off all the stuff. The rock position basically dead. Meanwhile, this is a lot of investment that accomplished basically nothing. Oh, he's going to try to kill the Tech 3 P-Gen again. But this time there's like 6 TMDs. So it'll require a lot of cruisers to break that. Well, more than 3. Looks like Tagada's going to take this opportunity to start Raz. There's a nice thing to get, and Tagada will start building his air grid. As it looks like Nexus has decided he has enough cruisers in the Northern Ocean. So what will Nexus build next? Increasing amounts of the Courier and Omni. Omnis are good. Because both of them have one ocean. Now this is free game as well. Forcing lots of TND up from Nexus. And now an army of Yenzines is about to go around and try to make landfall. As Tagada will continue to upgrade and get ARAS. So if these Yenzines are really optimistic, like really optimistic, they can walk all the way around here, then all the way up into the back of the base. But there's no flak with them. So their ability to survive against gunships is questionable. Very questionable. Both these guys just sitting around getting Omnis, being extremely passive. As one does. Tagada, I just look back at your base, and this is a lot of scouts. This is a lot of scouts. And you can just like split move your scouts. But no, Tagada's gonna do a full scout sweep of the entire map. I mean, all these are just gonna die to cruisers. But oh, does he spot this one on the Omni? I think so. It looks like he's just gonna drop him. Maybe to build a forward reclaim factory? Or I think they might have just been headed here, but he saw the ASFs coming and had to drop. You'd think it'd be easy to drop flag. But Tagada will prefer instead to drop Ultravas. Because he's not using them at home. Alright, now T3 Mechs watch. Don't see any yet from Tagada. Nexus. Oh, we're getting our first T3 Mechs, it looks like. Nope, here we go. First T3 Mechs. Nexus building them in the back of the base. It is minute 25, so it's not super early. As the Yenzines do now arrive on the shores of Nexus's base. Not that he can do so much about it, considering the amount of cruisers he has to fly over to get close. Alright, now here is the transport full of flak. Support the transport full of Ultravas. Now we're seeing a bit of an air fight. Tagada, the better micro, supporting these Ultravas that have been dropped. There's a lot of T1 PD here, but not enough to deal with this many Ultravas. And Tagada has air control over here. There's like no SAMs. There's no SAMs. And there's no ASF. So these Ultravas can actually just go ham if they feel like it, or they can leave. Nexus has built a lot of T1 PD all over the place to deter this exact sort of thing, but not exactly cost effective versus Ultravas. And now support's coming in. Additional flak and Ginzines, crushing the back of Nexus's base. Nexus without any air control. Tagada just decides that he will drop the back and make Nexus's T3 Mexes look rather silly. Nexus is going to respond by just Zooey spamming the absolute crap out of his own base. Absolutely valid. Meanwhile, the Yenzines are chilling over here. Cruiser spam? Well, it doesn't seem to be making much progress. But it's trying. Over here, cruiser spam is basically stopped. So back in the action, that's a T3 Mex right there. That's a T3 Mex. That's a T3 Mex. This is 3 T3 Mexes that are all gonna die. This is just a random air factory. That's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Nexus is gonna hurt from losing all 3 T3 Mexes over here. He's got a few over here, and he's committing pretty heavily to old Zooey spam. He loses this support factory. That's going to be mildly inconvenient. Now with all the T3 Mexes gone, let's do a quick income check. Nexus currently sitting at plus 300 approximately. And Tagada sitting at about 340, so about 40 ahead. So only thanks to killing these T3 Mexes is Nexus actually ahead in eco. But these Ultras now have stupid amounts of vet, and they're going to go into the back to try to kill more. Now I hear a strat. Where's the strat? Is it just being deployed defensively? Here's a strat. Well, these Yenzines... Oh, here's a strat. Looks like they're taking out Mexes. Now these Ultras making their way into the back. There's a lot of T1 PD here, so I don't know how successful this will be. But it's certainly causing Nexus to devote a lot of resources to dealing with it. Meanwhile, the strat can just aimlessly harass. Oh, repairing the T3 mech so it doesn't die to the strat instantly. That's pretty smart. So now the Yenzines are making their way around. Where's that second strat? Second strat? Oh, he's over here still. He's making his way around. I mean, Tagada killing... Oh, here's actually second strat. That was third strat. So, bombing the reclaim as well, making sure that's dead. Nexus being forced to build strat defense of the static anti-air variety in the back of his base. I mean, this will work, but it's gonna actually work pretty well because that strat bomber decided not to bomb anything. Meanwhile, cruisers, are they being spammed out still? Nah, they've stopped. Decided that they don't really feel like fighting a TMD war. More mechs is dying. As the Yenzine army just sort of chills. Chillin'. Nexus has constricted quite a few Zooies in his own base, which I assume he'll try to drop, but he doesn't have the air control. Or maybe he does. Taking another air fight over his own base. No, he doesn't. Tagada retains air control. Just take over Nexus POV and control K's ACU. I'm afraid cheats are off, but otherwise. ASF. How do micro work? This strat's still alive and it's got 60 kills. Oh, that's an upgrading T3 Mex that's about to die. Nexus just losing his entire economy here. How much economy can a man lose before he's just dead? Like, who needs air staging when you can just regen and vet your way to victory? At some point you build like a chicken, right? Yeah, here it is. Here's the chicken. You walk that through. T1 land isn't stopping you now. Nexus, this is a lot of economy. Like, this got raided pretty hard. There's still T1 and T2 mexes back here. This is all dead. This is dead. This was dead for quite some time. The strats are just devastating. He's building T2 PD in his base to deal with the Yenzines that are running in. His FMLs are actually firing back at him. Nexus's ACU itself is chilling. Well, the 101 kill strat with almost 24,000 mass killed is doing quite fine for himself. Perhaps he feels like he'll go bomb these T3 mexes. Someone needs to inform Nexus that a T3 mex is not a weapon. You cannot use it to win a game. Our 105 kill strat may be making its final pass. Can't quite kill it. Can't quite kill it. Oh yeah, there's like a million things that Tagada could do at this point. And some of them are slowly kill the man with strats. So he's trying to pair it, but that's not going to work. And that strat with 115 kills will finally go down. As Tagada commits to the chicken as the solution to winning this game. I mean, if we look at economies, surely Tagada is just way ahead. Nexus currently at 246. That's less than the last time we checked in. And Tagada's at like double that. Over 500. He's got T3 mexes all over the place. The man is rich, and he's spending it on chickens. Well, a chicken to start. This cruisers ain't gonna crack this, not for some time. If Tagada wanted to, and he wasn't being lazy, he could easily just take out all these cruisers and drop a bunch of NGs and spam up enable production and probably crush the northern side and build cruisers there. But then what, you kill like 2 more T3 mexes? It's a lot of work. Owasso would be the cool option. The chicken is perhaps the safe option. And he is spending all his mass. Somewhat surprisingly. Chickens are expensive, I guess. Oh, come on, finish it. Finish the chicken. Alright, he feels the need to build SMD urgently over finishing his chicken, which tells me there's a nuke somewhere? Where's the nuke? Where's the nuke? Where's the nuke? Is there a nuke? Yeah, I don't think there's a nuke. I think, Tagada is just being paranoid that it is currently minute 32 when he doesn't have SMD. Which is valid. It's valid. So now Chicken's gonna head out. Do its thing. Oh, it looks like Nexus might actually eventually win air control. WTF? The man announces. Maybe he just doesn't like his ASF micro. Meanwhile, Nexus's ACU, going for a bit of a walk, decided he doesn't like this beach and instead will go hang out at the future home of his air grid. Yeah, that would be pretty good. 99% chicken stopped. I mean, what's there to kill a chicken? I mean, if he could just build air in his own chicken. What's the follow-up here? Oh, his own nuke. He's building his own nuke. Pretty fast. Does SMD... Does Nexus have SMD? Not in front. Pretty dang sure. In back... I mean, he wouldn't have it in back if he doesn't have it in front. Oh, there it is. There's the nuke. Both of them building a nuke, but only one of them building an SMD. Are we seeing any other SMDs being constructed in this, like, the back? Or this area? So I think there might be a nuke that goes this way and avoids the SMD. But let's see. Does Tagada scout the nuke? Does he knows this is real? No, that's Nexus. No, he doesn't. He doesn't know it's there. But it is 34 minutes and you're kind of at an impasse, so if you think a nuke might be a good option, your opponent might as well. And the chicken gives itself away as it approaches. There's T3 land. And Nexus is approximately halfway done on his own chicken, but that may not finish in time. It may not finish in time. Especially because Nexus does not have the economy that Tagada does. Well, he's going to divert all these Zooies he built to go and harass Tagada. That might be worth something at some point, if this game goes another 10 minutes or so. But if anything, this chicken stands a good chance at just destroying all this TMD, which will make the cruisers significantly more effective, should he decide to spam them out again. Oh, he's building a battleship. Perhaps with nuke. So here it comes. The chicken, enemy chicken, is at halfway done. He's abandoning it. Instead is going to opt for the Tech 2 point defense strategy, as all the TMD is just eaten alive. He's close to the first part of the air grid, or some P-gens around an air factory, if you want to call it that. Currently this is 2-0 in favor of Nexus. Scores on the screen. Yeah, I mean, technically. Alright, so he's going to try to overrun the ACU, the chicken, with a horde of FAMs and Zooies. This is a bold strategy. May buy him time. But the chicken is just vetting and killing off lots of stuff, including the T3 Air HQ. That's going to stall any sort of... Oh, that's a lot of T1 bombers. That's a lot of T1 bombers right there. There are some flax here. Not a lot of flax. A few shields. Second vet on the chicken, making its way forward. I don't know if it has the DPS. There's a lot of arty just hammering on this chicken as it stands still. The T2 point defense coming in. This chicken needs to move out. And the T1 bombers coming in will snipe it. Although it is dying in the middle of Tagada's enemy's base. They have Nexus. So the T2 PD clean this up. These units will have to fall back. But the Death Lightning of the chicken could endanger like a Tech 3 land HQ, the other chicken, that sort of thing. Are we seeing a second chicken coming out? Nope. Nuke. 2 nukes. Looks like we're going for a nuke saturation strategy. Is this building a nuke? Doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, spare Yenzine in the back. Yeah, it looks like these TMD are still sufficient to defend against the small number of cruisers. So, what's Nexus up to? He abandoned construction on the nuke. Oh, he scouted the SMD a while ago. Random T3 shield. I believe in you, buddy. You can do it. Yeah, if these guys were targeting the TMDs, they could probably break it. But all these units are now coming in, and there's some FAMs here. We're seeing chicken round 2? Yep. Chicken round 2. It's in the cards. And with that, Nexus will just concede. Just opting not to drag out this match much longer than he already has. We now move on to Game 4. So the series is currently 2-1 in favor of Nexus. Now Tagada will get his map pick to try to tie up the series. Yeah, it's kind of pretty lame that 5 cruisers denies half your territory. Like, he could have killed him if you wanted to. It wouldn't have been hard. Let's go build 30 torp bombers. You can afford it. You've got 500 plus mass income. You don't need to build multiple nukes against your 0 SMD opponent. And Tagada chooses Vesta as his map of choice. He chooses his map of choice.
Group formed.
Have you ever played this map even? He asks Nessus. No. Is the response. Oh,
Group formed.
what a nice guy. Oh, we'll have a chance then. Oh, nope. Alright. I mean, if you want to play your opponent on a map, play him on a map he's never played before. I'm surprised Nexus decided not to veto this, considering he's literally never played on it. But, you know, you only get 3 vetoes. It's a big pool. You might have other things you want to do. Yes, this is a new Sasuke map that he requested I put in the pool. I know Tagada has practiced it. And looks like a UEF mirror. Alright, so we have Game 4 of the semifinals. Tagada versus Nexus. UEF versus UEF. Summer won't be another tourney for 6 months. That's a sad thought, but probably very accurate. I might host some wacky tourneys between now and Lotus. So the map is Vesta. It's a medium-ish reclaim 10x10 with a lot of nice chokes that you can control. I really like this sort of double choke. The idea of like you can control here, you can control here, or you can control here. Meanwhile, the middle is somewhat open with a reasonably short path to the opponent's base. But having to go around this little mountain in the middle does slow you down. So we'll see what both these players do, having never played this before. Seems like a standard second air from Tagada, and a also very standard second air from Nexus. I mean, there's only so much of a build order win you can get on a map like this. I expect Tagada will go for the fast transport to try to lock down one of these sides, and then maybe drop up onto the plateaus. I have no idea what Nexus will do. Probably try to turtle for 20 minutes. The third game doesn't exist, apparently. Arma. I think Paralon conceded after 2. I mean, it's quite something that Paralon managed to get into the finals at all, for what it's worth. So we're seeing, actually this is switched up to a third air from Tagada. And a very fast transport from Nexus. So it looks like he will be using this to drop around to the back. Drop here, maybe an engineer will go over here as well. Yep. Just dropping to the top. Meanwhile, looks like Nexus will have to contend with a single inti. Actually, equal amounts of interceptors. But we'll see if the increased land presence from Tagada poses a significant threat to Nexus's expansion. Like this tank group over here could kill this engineer that's dropped. I think there's a good chance of it at least. Meanwhile, it looks like Tagada will opt to send his ACU along to push through the southern route. And no clue where Nexus wants to go. He might choose to react to just sending his ACU where Tagada does in order to balance it out, because he hasn't played this map before. I'm kind of surprised that Tagada has not rushed out a transport as of yet. He has 4 land factories and no transport. Meanwhile, Nexus has 2 land factories and a transport. Anti-air tank. Oh, no, no. Don't change direction. Go back. Go back. Yeah, there we go. Will they manage to kill it? No, this factory is finishing. For better or for worse, Nexus will certainly be happy that he gets to basically secure this position for the foreseeable future. Like, there's no easy way to get tanks over here. And now Nexus's transport is returning to the base. Might see him try to drop over onto the left side now. And now finally at minute 4 we'll see the transport from Tagada start construction. Not a super late transport for a 10x10, but hardly the transport rush that Nexus has gone for. The scout actually should see this transport flying overhead. Do we have a response from Tagada? Yeah, it looks like it. But does Tagada have the intus to actually go for it and deny this? I don't think so, and maybe he realizes the same and will instead opt to fall back. Nexus doing great work securing most of the top with this transport. Now that Tagada has his own transport out, we'll see what he can do with it. I'm afraid Tagada might be constrained by the amount of mass due to his significantly slower expansion. Looks like a few drops to the bottom, and Nexus is opting to send his ACU to the middle to put on that offensive pressure. We'll see if Tagada commits to trying to push through here, or instead decides to go and meet Nexus's ACU in the middle. Meanwhile, this little expanding engineer getting picked off by tanks. These tanks, if they're lucky, can actually run all the way back into the base and kill that expanding engineer too. But it looks like he might get into a scuffle instead. Now Tagada is sending a lot of tanks to the right side, looking to perhaps crush these factories before they get significant land spam going. And they might be able to. The PD will not finish in time if these tanks just run in. Well, Tagada will get a PD of his own. Somehow Tagada is ahead in score at this point in time. Not sure how that works. So it won't exactly be a crush, but I think with all these tanks, Tagada should be able to destroy this factory. And Tagada will decide that he would rather send his ACU around to secure these chokes than face Nexus's ACU in mid. I'm not sure that's... I mean, it's a decent decision. Like, if you can build a T1 point defense here, after securing all this, and get gun, you're about 2 seconds away from the enemy base. Will he stick around to kill this factory, though, is the question. While he does, Nexus is getting more and more factories up on the right side of the map, above this choke point. And he has no Artie with him, so killing this will take a while. I mean, Tagada is doing a nice job of just raiding everything. Getting those earlier land factories has allowed him to just let these tanks slip through, get raids everywhere, even if it meant that Nexus got some faster expansion. Now he's just dropping reclaim patches, that's pretty good. Dropping these expansions. Nexus's ACU just content to hold this in the middle. This factory is taken out. It will provide some nice reclaim for Tagada when he takes it. Meanwhile, these tanks are just sitting here, killing this factory, vetting up in the back. This was supposed to be like a reclaim factory, but instead it's just dying. More raids from Tagada, just taking off individual mexes from Nexus. Certainly posing a challenge going forward. No T2 transitions yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see him soon. Especially after... Well, we might see someone secure the Hydros and then go gun. That's probably a reasonable course of events. Now, these tanks just being fed vet by this factory that just continues to produce tanks. I mean, in theory, Nexus does reclaim this, but it is a kind of inefficient use of mass. Now, Tagada will try to push it and take out this production facility of Nexus. That's pretty far away from the base. If Tagada could take this out, it would basically be GG, because this army could then push in. Although, he probably doesn't want to take the fight. Those factories will tank a lot of shots and pose a substantial risk if he does lose the fight, giving Nexus a ton of reclaim. Now it looks like the super vet tanks will encounter a substantially larger force. But look at this, he's forcing almost over a dozen tanks to go and kill 3 tanks that snuck in the back. Those tanks could be elsewhere, like over here, pressuring this position, or allowing himself to crush these group of tanks right here. Does this tank escape? Oh, that's I have 3 vets and give exactly 0 fucks. Well, Artie's coming in to attack this position. Meanwhile, Tagada dropping the top right plateau will take out these mexes and deny the Hydro. While Nexus does entrench this position, at what cost? After securing this side, it looks like Tagada will move his ACU back to contest Nexus's in the middle. He's quite happy with the amount of map control he's cut out for himself. And it looks like this tank is now almost up to 4 vets. Somehow not killed. Nexus should stop losing everything on the map. That's great advice, Thomas. You should send him to that him that in a PM. Dear Nexus, stop losing. Sincerely, pro player Thomas. Also known as Petrick. Alright, that's 4 vets. Can we see 5 vets? What if Tagada does a run by in the northeast? Yeah, I think there was an opportunity here sometime to just send like 3 tanks to go kill these mexes. He keeps issuing orders to go and build this mix and attack move NGs. But this tank now at 5 stars. And these tanks just in the back are chilling, they're not doing anything. While both players have now transitioned to Tech 2 land, we're seeing the geese come out in force. As Nexus is able to apply a bit of pressure, but this PD is going to act as a wall that will be very difficult for Nexus to punch through, even if he does kill these 2 PDs. I love this Tech 2 radar from Tagada. Let's just take a look at that. He sees everything. Look at this. He sees the movement of this army, the movement of this army, and if he got a radar with some engines up here, he could see everything important in the map. He pinged his own tank to let us all know just how epic his tank is. How did this get rebuilt? Did NGs come and rebuild it and now the tank is killing it again? I don't understand. This doesn't... Why is this tank alive? I don't know, maybe Nexus is getting a bit tired here. Trying to push into this. Maybe the lack of map knowledge is certainly showing itself. But Mongi's suiciding. Or at least thinking of suiciding. Meanwhile, lots of Mongi's forcing their way into the mid. T2 almost done from Tagada. A T2 plus gun gets a T2 PD here. Gun push either way. Kills the enemy ACU. We can split screen this. Wow. So we've got this fight up in the top right. As the Mongies are slowly pushing in. And over here, we've got... Wait, hold on. Important. Hero tank. One-on-one tank fight. The regen and the vet will allow it to get 17 kills and keep going. It's a non-stop tank parade. And meanwhile, we have 2 simultaneous fights. Looks like Nexus is being pushed slightly back. We'll have to bring his ACU in to cover these units. And this PD on the right side does in fact break. I guess let's just watch 5-star tank. Oh! He's killing NGs that are sent to rebuild the mechs, but he never killed the tank! Alright, now he's got gun. Tank on top low. It's a true hero of this fight. It's slowly killing this factory, too. That's amazing. Welcome to Tank Watch. The tank is 1.1 mass killed. He's just telling Nexus about it. Because why not? This tank is invincible. Meanwhile, Tagada with T2 and gun versus an unupgraded ACU. Unhappy Nexus, perhaps slightly tilted, will run in versus all this, and this is a lot to run into. You sending NGs to go reclaim it? No, stop. Why can't Nexus kill T1 tank? This is a good question. Oh, NGs, they're reclaiming it. They did it. Oh no, the 1.2k mass kill tank has died to just 4 engineers. I mean, meanwhile, Nexus's ACU is just dying, but I mean, who cares about that? The hero tank is dead. That's so sad. It's so sad. Yeah, Nexus is the AI that just doesn't know how to deal with one tank in the wrong place at the wrong time. No, we had to watch hero tank. It's important. Plus it was requested by Arma. Alright, so Tagada ties up the series 2-2. Because all of these semifinals must go to their 5th and final game. Yeah, I will admit, it is quite hard to multitask split screen. I mean, that's what the minimap is for. Let's be honest. So when I forget to look at something, you can be all like, oh, something's happening, but Swkoll doesn't know. Alright, so this is Nexus's pick. Looking back at the challenge, Petrick and Blackheart chilling. Back to Blood Throne. Imagine caring about anything other than Hero Tank. Absolutely correct. The tank, it cost 50 mass. It killed way more than that. And Nexus choosing to fight on Pizza versus Tagada. This is somewhat surprising. Tagada is a well-known pizza.
Group form.
Yeah, this is Nexus pick, but it is pizza inexplicably because Nexus chooses pizza versus Tagada. Well, Tagada, then you better play today if you can't play tomorrow. That's, Yeah, we're definitely playing 5 rounds a day. Crossfire Canal, huge mistake. Yeah, you took like a lunch break already. That delayed the tournament. Come on. Tagada, who's totally not tired from just playing stupid amounts of passive games. Like, Petrick versus Blackheart was a 5-game series, and it ended like 2 hours ago. Petrick will 4-0 tired Nexus. This is perhaps the case. Nexus, Blackheart, feel free to exercise your discretion. I made you mod for a reason. God bless. Blackheart can hear me even through the 45-second delay. Now that is a skill moderator right there, if I've ever seen it. Let's just have a look at the length of these games because we got nothing better to do while Tagada takes another break. Alright, this is short. This is a 37-minute game. This is a 33-minute game. This doesn't exist. Where are all the games here? 1, 2, 3. Oh, here's it. 24-minute. Got started playing at 2:30. Playing a best of 5 for 3 hours. What is taking so long? Go an entire night. The reverse sweep by Pedrick. Going full 7 games in the best of 7. Let's do math. Let's do math. So I'll consider what I want to do while this game is happening. So that's 24 minutes. Plus 33 minutes. Plus 37 minutes. Plus 13 minutes.
Group formed.
What else can you play? Because Tagada is taking so many breaks, and not playing the games. So, final game in this best of 5. Double Seraphims on Crossfire Canal, the FAF version. So I expect we'll see typical-ish stuff. First 2 air factories from Tagada. It's slightly unusual, but doesn't matter too much. Allow him to get extra inties out early instead of engineers if he so chooses. It's typical stuff. Seeing first 2 entries to the Hydro, reclaiming rocks. Nearly identical builds. We're seeing the 4 pigeon or 5 pigeon variant from Nexus, which is like the standardish one, versus a count 6 pigeon build from Tagada, which is more power heavy than usual. But I'm sure he has a plan here. This is probably a transport rush, and Nexus is going to counter with the NT rush, and then Tagada is going to immediately concede. No. but we'll see. Early air scout to feel smart. Why don't you want to know that your opponent is in fact doing the exact identical build order to you? And this is anti-rush, which Tagada will see before he starts his transport. Alright, Tagada pauses things. Did he mess this up? He gets out. He's assisting this. This air factory's not even done. This is like a blind anti-rush versus actually no air factory. So he's gonna get the 2 inties out, and then probably transport. There's the transport. So Tagada with a his own. This is bad. Where's the inties? Why is his transport so slow? I guess he is slightly faster in expansion. Tagada is, but he might also want to just pause this because this is gonna die. He's gonna have to get so many things out quickly. He's actually gonna try to load this transport with a single NG. We're seeing, yeah, here's the static AA. Seeing good micro, but ooh, with 75 health, does he actually repair the transport? Is that a play? You repaired the transport? Oh, he tries. He does. He successfully repairs it. All right, that's some next level stuff. Meanwhile, like Nexus is already dropping things everywhere, but he's gonna repair the transport to keep it alive. That's some next level stuff, and he gets a second transport anyway, which he doesn't have the NGs for. But you know, it's neat. It looks like Nexus going for aggressive drop and then super aggressive drop. That's somewhat unusual. So Tagada will get the nice scout off here. Both players know that they're about to go into a proxy battle, so they will spam stuff out. More NGs for... I guess this was unsuccessful or abandoned. More NGs for Tagada. Tagada will drop this faster due to his double transport. No, wait, one of them did die. That's sad. Can't repair them all. Can't repair them all. So the Zooies going out. Looks like Nexus not keen on committing to this super hard. We'll grab the Mexes and start making money off the expansion. Although Nexus really needs to drop this. And he will. So Zooey's doing some cutting. This transport will come on, and he's going to try for a second proxy? That's a bit bold, especially because this is already pretty well established. Only 2 engineers. Maybe this is a reclaim stealing operation? And he doesn't actually, maybe he builds a single land factory to build NGs to spam and then steal reclaim? In that case, why not just drop them back here into this nice little choke? Although Nexus is committing significantly. Meanwhile, Tagada and Nexus are really playing this game of, alright, how much can we not commit to this proxy fight? Because no one wants to lose the proxy fight, and no one wants to overcommit to the proxy fight. So it leads to this situation where you both want to... Oh yeah, he does actually decide he would rather drop here. Tagada, stop, or Nexus, stop listening to the stream. This technically reclaims it. I think Nexus is slightly stalling. But we're seeing drops to get reclaim from Tagada. And there's also the problem with Zeus, this is just a hard choke to push around. Because the Zeus can shoot down at you as you advance. So you need to bring your own Zeus. Meanwhile, Nexus is getting all these mexes. His own ACU is just chilling in the mid. Looks like a bit of a proxy is planned. 4 factories, that's a decent commitment. Of course, Daggett has no idea this is going on, and you never really expect your opponent to double proxy you. But it can happen, and Nexus is playing that sort of aggressive player. Ah, Ajax has returned from his time in prison. See, is this going to be tanks? Or is this going to be some sort of reclaim steal and then get tanks operation? It remains to be seen. I mean, Taiga's going to find out about this sooner or later. Yeah, this is NG's first. And now with the ACU from Tagada coming along, this expansion is going to be short-lived. There's no PD in here, so that's going to be difficult to hold on to. Yep, and here comes the recycling. Nexus is going to take out as much mass as he can from the expansion. Return it to his hands, and allow this whole situation to basically eat away at Tagada's resources. Although we are seeing this nice little Zoe raid that is coming along. Tagada sees that this exists, but no reaction as of yet. Zooey's coming out from both of these players. I'm a bit surprised at the slowness of the naval factories, considering how good Zooey's are. Though I suppose T1 bombers are fine at dealing with them. So we see Nexus getting his T2 P-Gen up, about halfway there. No T2 P-Gen started yet for Tagada. All the Europeans are going to sleep. Very sad phenomenon. So the Sui trains meet each other, say hello. I'm not sure how useful this spam will be, but we can certainly find out. Because these Zuis are going to be quite annoying. Though a single gunship could dissuade them. Where are these guys going? Perhaps to assist the naval production? Because the frigates are out and they will crush. Like slowly, but they'll crush. Yeah, now this is basically cleaned up. They didn't actually bother to get much of the reclaim. But that's okay. Meanwhile, all this is happening. Zuis are just running over the map. And a second proxy. Alright, Nexus. What are you doing? Build like a static AA, more land factories perhaps. But then this army can swing around and just crush this. I'm not sure I like it. Especially because... Oh, wait, no, the bomber just killed all of it. Never mind. Crisis of figuring out what's going on averted. Alright, so we're seeing Zui's beep bop around. That's a thing. The proxy was cleaned up pretty nicely. Stuff's reclaimed. And now our both players are sort of transitioning into the later air and naval base stages of the game. See T2 transports out from Tagada. So he has all these units and they need to do something, and there's nothing here to defend against the swarm of Zuis that are about to going into his base. I mean, this proxy was moderately successful. I mean, it died, but the proxy doesn't need to kill everything and secure the base to be a success. If it denies mexes and it gets you income, that can be a win. But now, big drops coming into this island. Air support nearby. The counter drop, perhaps even a counter proxy, might destroy Nexus's chances here. Nexus is trying to make the game fun, and I respect that. He's doing attacks, he's doing raids. Doing harassment, bringing his air back over to confront Tagada's, as this huge amount of units that have made their way to Nexus's shores are just going ham. They're killing everything. More drops. Actually, this drop thinks it might go actually into the main base. Is there anything here to stop it? There's like, Nexus's inties are too far away. These two might lock on, but it's just two inties. This is a T2 transport. It has more health. Yeah, they'll decide to do a more defensive drop back here. Killing T1 mexes. Probably kill his Hydro. Maybe some other stuff. Meanwhile, T1 bombers are harassing Nexus's factories. Well, T2 flak, and the ACU maybe looking to try to establish a foothold. Get T2, maybe gun. Do another offensive attack. As Tagada is just cleaning this up. More drops coming in. Looks like we'll see the counter proxy. As the gunships are trying to clean up all the various Zuis that are making their way onto Nexus's shores. Tagada is making the more significant investment into naval production, which should pay off. T2 transport does die, but not before leaving. Yeah, the decision being to build the AA first to deter gunships before actually getting that factory up is probably the right one to make. Well, these random reclaiming engineers from Nexus could probably spam up the factories. Another drop attempt from Tagada, although finally Nexus will be able to clean this one up. Now the Yenzines and static flags, mobile flags, making their way across the map. Yenzines being sad about rate of fire. They can't actually kill all the engineers fast enough before they get the T1 PD up. And now, this looks pretty good for Tagada. He's got 4 of the 6 slices. And Nexus is going to have to make a bit of desperate play. We'll move his ACU onto the right side. This isn't as dangerous as it might seem because of the floaty flak he's bringing with him, but Tagada does have superior frigate counts, and with those frigate counts, he can deny the Yenzines. I don't know, maybe Nexus can do something here. Maybe Nexus can do something. He's crushing the PD, he's moving in with the Yenzines. I mean, this is probably a lost cause at this point. That's the problem when you lose a proxy. Your opponent has all the units they built to kill the proxy, and they can just drop them across. Unless you have very good air control. Well, one floaty flak left. But one floaty flak does not an army protect. There's this one over here that's about to die too. So Nexus might find his ACU pretty vulnerable pretty fast. Especially to a gunship snipe. There's already gunships in the area. But I think Nexus may have air control. It's hard to say. Actually, no, Tagada definitely has it. So Zui's trying to make their way into the base. As frigates just deny Yenzines from moving across the water. Yenzine's pretty good at fighting frigates, but not when they're so outnumbered. Yeah, it looks like Tagada will be able to stabilize here and stabilize here, securing significant map control for himself. And now Tagada looking maybe to try to go for the snipe. He's bringing out the torp bombers. The frigates are moving in, forcing him into the water. And the swarm of inties will manage to clean up any gunships, but there's only 2 torp bombers here, and that's not a lot of torp bombers. And now there is floaty flak. The frigates can kill this though. Actually, I'm not sure. There's a lot of more frigates here from Nexus than there were a few minutes ago, because Nexus has been pumping out frigates out of this T2 naval factory for some time. And now with these frigates sort of trapped here with his ACU, he might actually be able to make it back onto land and resume the floaty flak and Yenzine spam. It's definitely on the table. Those random Zuis doing random Zui things. Zui almost vetted. Nexus sitting here in the water, chilling out. If he had Tech 2, I'd feel a lot less scared for him. But he doesn't. Now, given Tagada does not have any Tech 2 Navy, this might be okay. Like, he can get cruisers out to protect the advance of his frigates. Get all the way in here, crush this naval production. Boom, bam. Because these frigate AAs aren't going to cut it. It takes this entire fleet. He can just barely kill a single torpedo launcher. Now Tagada's superior air numbers will be brought in to protect. We can see a T3 air HQ upgrade soon, perhaps, but not yet for Nexus. Looks like Tagada as well is happy to keep this at an Inti versus Inti fight. As the torp bombers do start to do significant damage to these frigates, we have our first destroyer. Cruiser will follow it up, but here comes the air fight, and this is a pretty devastating air fight if your name is a Nexus. Or at least it should be. A lot of these Intis are out of fuel. These are kind of slowing down. Well, Nexus's ACU is alone and without support. More or less. Looks like Tagada's ACU... ACU is fine. Tagada's air will win the fight, although somewhat haphazardly, as a naval fight goes on underneath it. Nexus has successfully cleaned this up. Destroyer going to town. Yeah, and the Zuis from Tagada are just making their way onto the shores of Nexus. They're getting there. Nexus is going to try to build PD, but that's not in time, and this T2 power is in jeopardy. Like, if we set focus Army Nexus, yeah, he needs this T2 power. He can't lose it. Meanwhile, his ACU is retreating on the right side, and the T2 power does go down. T1 PD being brought out to fight against Artie is not the situation you want to be in. It looks like the RDAs are going to fizzle out now that all these bombers are here, but that's a pretty significant win for Nexus, plus the fact that he can't defend these outer mexes. He's actually teched these up instead of some of these outer ones because he can't defend them. Yenzine's continuing to try to do stuff, but what can a Yenzine do? There's too many gunships. There's not enough floaty flak. Now here's the important push. We have the flak in the cruiser. Where's the destroyer? Did it die? Oh, it's dead. He can't push this. There's too many frigates. Maybe he can try to posture, take out a good air fight. Do some missile bombardment of this island. This transport's getting caught out. But what can you do? You've got Navy, but Taggart is now caught up on the T2 naval front. And now another air fight. The most indecisive air fight as both players both want to turn away and not fight each other. All these T1 bombers from Nexus defending his base. But the long-term disadvantage of the fact that Nexus has only 2 of the 6 slices is gonna hurt a lot. Cruiser getting caught out by the Shift G frigate swarm. Although I don't know if Tagada wants to commit to this. He could, and he'd probably win. But I don't know if he wants to. Because it's risky, and Tagada never wants to take a risk. Although it looks like he might be posturing for an air fight over here as more drops come in. Now he's going to Shift G his air back. How is Nexus's power situation looking? He's stabilized. He got another peach on somewhere. No, this is actually Tagada. This is looking slightly less stable. Needs additional P-gen up, but he can't afford even his current set of operations without even building the power, and more drops just come in. It's pretty devastating. Nexus is trying to make do with what he can with the Navy. But even over here, this Techie radar might as well die. It can't be afforded. Although lots of T1 bombers coming around, and progress is being made on this right slice, albeit slowly and very steadily. As these Yenzines, these expensive Yenzines, are trying to do good work. But now we have the main naval engagement. Looks like similar destroyer numbers, but Tagada's second destroyer is further back. But the big takeaway here is that Tagada just has superior frigates. And with those superior frigates, there isn't enough to shield Nexus's ACU and do a proper screen. So gunships are being brought out, additional destroyers, trying to take advantage of that defender's advantage you get for being closer to your production. Meanwhile, these bombers are actually cleaning this up. Nexus may still have a chance, especially because this cruiser's just killing all these inties for no good reason. Alright, destroyer, no suicide please. No suicide please. Suicide, no. Alright, it might not suicide. Kim's close. Kim's close. This cruiser is single-handedly killing T2 mexes. That's pretty good for it, considering the fact that like there's nothing protecting it, and these frigates will crush it in about 2 seconds. It looks like Tagada losing the production on this right side of the map. Even if there's tanks just wandering into the base every so often. Tagada, if you don't get me T3 air, I don't know what to say. I need those pictures of Spider-Man. That's a T3 Mex? Why is there a T3 Mex here? That's a mistake. I hope none of these were upgraded to T3, because that would explain a lot. But meanwhile, these tanks are just being moderately annoying. I mean, they're not killing anything, except a few engineers here and there, and there's plenty of those. Forcing up T1 PDs. I mean, eventually they'll take down the shield. They could actually just go under the shield and kill it. That would probably be very cost effective of them. But this Navy looking a bit less substantial here for Nexus. He just doesn't have the economy. Like, he doesn't have random T3 mechs. Like, how are you supposed to win without random T3 mechs? And look at all these torp bombers. They'll just be able to crush the Navy. There's only a single cruiser left here with 2 floaty flaks, and the floaty flaks and cruiser are both about to die. Run away, run away. Meanwhile, just endless amounts of harassment. Look at these. That's a T2 Mex dying to 2 Zuis. This Zui's killed a lot. This is a 2 Vet Zui. This guy's about to kill a 2 Mex Ejector. All these Mexes used to be T2 and have been killed. Tagada just putting on the pressure. Meanwhile, Nexus has random factories here. And the Yenzians are going to go and kill this. I mean, sure, why not? The Yenzians might actually be able to turn the tide of this naval battle if this goes exactly right for Nexus, and somehow that these torp bombers can be discouraged from being brought in. I'm not sure they can be. Oh, there's a nice drop here. This is a good amount of reclaim. I mean, just look, there's almost 50,000 reclaim on this map. Most of it in this center area with all the naval wrecks, and here come the torp bombers. All the cruisers are dead. There's 4 floaty flags here, though. I will continue to call them floaty flags, by the way. This is their official name. That will provide decent cover against these torp bombers after multiple passes, and the Inties would really rather not fight over these. But I don't know if Nexus really has air. He's got this, but that's nothing compared to the amount of damage that Tagada can put out. Maybe Nexus should have listened to my advice and picked a 5x5. And the torps keep coming in. Destroyers going down. There's only 1 left for Nexus. And an air fight from Tagada can seal the deal. Except Tagada will, in true Tagada fashion, decide to not decisively win air. Where's T3 air? Doesn't exist. I mean, why would you need T3 air? Like, what are you going to do? Strap bomb mexes that are outside the main base? There are no T2 mexes outside the main base, except for this one. Although, inexplicably, this has been allowed to happen for Nexus. Meanwhile, this Hydro's gonna die? Question mark? No, they're floaty flags. These are some nice bombs that Nexus is managing to get off on the right side of the map. This Hydra is slowly dying. Why? Because that's what the bombers feel like attacking. Are these upgrading? No, not quite. These T3 mechs here probably should be capped at some point. Tagada feels like it. But Tagada's in a pretty good position. He's got Navy pretty well secured. Nexus has no economy. He's got 69 mass income versus 105. That's not as big a difference as I was expecting, even though it's like over 50% more. This is a 41 health transport running on home. Did these ANZs ever do anything? No, I think they were going here, but then decided to come to the middle of the fight. Yeah, just for the T3 Pigeon, that would be really solid. T3 Pigeon's super efficient. And now Taggart is going to do some counteroffensive over here on the right side. Perhaps feeling like, hey, you know what, I won. Maybe I don't need to exert the effort. I'm tired. I'll go and let this be. Now realizing that this is actually a significant portion of Nexus's income. These inties are running out of fuel so fast. But he will refuel and repel all of them. These air staging beacons. Although one wonders, at the rate these things can work, if they'll run out of fuel by the time it takes for a spot to open up again for them. Nexus fighting for his tournament life. Probably wanting to stay in this. He does get a good scout off on Tagada's ACU up in the top, assisting the naval factory. Now might be the time for a decisive naval victory. Ah, well, who am I kidding? Taga wouldn't push into this, would he? I mean, he'll pressure. But I don't think he'll commit all the way to the factory. I mean, he doesn't really need to. All said and done. But he could, and he would win. And the Zooies march forward again. There's not a lot of power for Nexus even, because he doesn't have much mass and nothing really to spend it on. I almost want to see like an Awasa. Just completely and utterly destroy Nexus's base. You can afford it. I know you can. 41 health transport. Retaking the right side island. As missile cruisers. Remove Nexus's control. Slowly but steadily. Very slowly and very steadily. Tagada just keeping Nexus at bay. If we'll see a T3 land. He doesn't really need it. Ah, yeah, ACU of Nexus is in fact very snipeable. Tagada could easily snipe it if he so desired. But he doesn't want to. There's like no air here. This isn't even a T2 ACU. It's just sitting on like T2 mexes and 3 engineers assisting it. I don't even think there's radar. There's no T2 flank anymore. Where's the T2 land HQ for Nexus? Is he dead? He might be dead. Now losing T2 mexes to his opponent's Yenzines. It's pretty rough. Well, somehow Tagada will start T2. I guess he's worried about an all-in snipe attempt. Might as well buff up his own health in case of a all-in torp. Perhaps he's wondering why Nexus is staying in the game. Like, these gunships could just kill Nexus's ACU if they wanted to. And there's yeah, Nexus will just GG seeing these gunships and knowing that he will die. So Tagada takes the series 3-2 in the semifinals and will advance to fight Petrick in the finals. Alright, let's update that challenge. Why isn't this populating? Oh, it is. It's being bugged. So, let's see. What I'm going to say... If both players want to postpone it to tomorrow, they can. Actually, is Petrick even still around? Let's forget what he calls himself. Frenemy. I think he peaced out some time ago. They didn't message me or anything, so... maybe. We'll say maybe. Blackheart playing for that third place. Is our forms back up? That's a good question. Yeah, no, Petrick's not here with it. Oh, forms are back up. Nice. Where is Petrick? Someone could ping him on Discord for me. They know his Discord. I'm not surprised he pieced out. I don't feel like wording it just to tag it up because Petrick ditched. Especially because Tagada isn't really ready to play right now. No idea. So that's like 1 p.m. GMT plus 2 is like 11 a.m. UTC. He's not in Aeolus, is he? Because, I mean, to be honest, I have half a mind to just DQ Petrick for ditching. But I don't really blame him. Yeah, Blackheart. Oh, I'll bring it up in a sec. – . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Prize pool for fourth. Third is actually somewhat significant. Difference is $75 versus $55. It's like an extra $20 if you win this match. Meanwhile, first versus second is like a bigger jump. It's like $170 plus change. But Blackheart, go hassle Nexus and see if you can't get your game in. Fucking farms. When is this? No Saturday, late Saturday. So you can't do next week. Let me just switch this to the logo screen. Alright, you plan. Other casters might not stick around, but well. Let's see, what is the time in Ukraine? It's like 1 a.m. So you can't play tomorrow or next Saturday. And Petrick is not here, which is super annoying. Are you? That's a good question. Technically, no. So Blackheart is apparently going to play Nexus now for epic final super long tournament stream. Well, what did I technically say? How did I word this? I said last round to be best of 7. Yeah, we could have already finished the first game, but I think Nexus needs to cool down after that whacking that Tagada just gave him.
Group formed. Group formed. Group formed.
And if they don't say anything, I'm just going to assume. Oh, best of 5. Well, let's see what Nexus wants. Let's flip it back over to Epic Stream. Let's see, I assume Jagged's calling it a day, right? Anyone been over to his stream recently? Oh, it looks like Sasuke has gone off. Oh. He vetoed this. This is the bronze match for third place between Nexus and Blackheart. Just about to start the series. Features are Arcane, Ditch, Abhor, Williamson's Badlands, and Vista. We're gonna sniffing tool that. I remember. Wonder why he vetoed Vesta. Oh, what? This is the final between Nexus and... Well, the actual final is between Tagada and Petrick. And that will happen sometime, probably either tomorrow or next week. Depending on when we can schedule it. Because Petrick has presumably gone to sleep because of how long he was waiting for his next game. We're going to quickly amend this so it's a best of 5. And here we go. Well, that's the debug log. So the first match of Nexus's choosing is Crazy Rush, made by the good Z Pilot himself. Give me back my Galactic Ore money, please. But that's like 6 years under the bridge. What can you do? I don't know how well either of these players have practiced their Crazy Rush build orders, if you can call them that. But they can certainly... What is this? Nexus, what is this? First 2 P-Gen? Land Factory? Mechs? Huh? Can someone explain this to me? I don't have enough brain cells left to understand. This seems terrible. Like, absolute garbage tier build. Oh, that's Blackheart. Let's see what Nexus is doing. Alright, he's got lots of power. He's got lots of power. He'll be way behind in the build capacity department. He's just gonna build lots of mexes, because he can. So fun fact, because I let all the players actually put in a map, we can now look at what maps are what, because no one's watching. Yeah, so Crazy Rush was put in by both Farms and Paralon. Actually, I probably shouldn't reveal because finals aren't exactly happening. So both of them really wanted Crazy Rush to be here. And I'm not... Alright, Blackheart has to pause his land factory because of insufficient mass income, so... Both of these guys... Maybe Nexus knows what he's doing. Maybe I should consider that possibility. Maybe he doesn't, though. Maybe factory after 2 P-gens and you just build Engies is, in fact, terrible. You're seeing the UEF mirror, though. Who has superior Snoop Micro? Nobody. They're both retreating. Hope you all enjoyed my desktop there. It's beautiful. So what do you do when you have infinite mass extractors? Build infinite factories, obviously. And you go full Pepsi, and you build tank, and you go and crush. Easy game, easy life. So this is for $20 on the line. Certainly going to be an interesting match. Well, difference of $20. Third place gets 75 versus 55 for fourth. That's in United States dollars. An air factory coming out for Blackheart. That's nice. And Nexus will get his. Looks like fourth. Two does feel like a lot. 2 feels like a lot. Like first bomber you only do 1, and first gesture you do 2. But this, he's not building bombers or gestures. He's just building more power and more mexes for days. They're seeing some early scuffles. Observe both the players going purple to make telling their units apart without the overlays on. Very difficult. Who's on whose team? Who knows? At some point we should be seeing a bomber coming across the map, but not yet. See, I'm casting them like this in a totally non-nausea inducing way. Because these skirmishes are almost completely inconsequential. Like, no one's gonna push in and kill anything. And here's the bomber from Blackheart. Is he gonna bomb power? First bomb kills 3 engineers, that's pretty good. Anti-air turret from Nexus almost up, but the bomber might be able to kill the Engi's building it. Will he manage? Just in time, they finish the static AA. Now the bomber with a first level vet and 5 kills dodges the last shot. Will get a last pass, but I don't think it's being microed anymore, and it will get shot down on the incoming trajectory. So Nexus being pretty aggressive. Meanwhile, over here, 2 kills on power building engineers. I'm supposed to be good? Man, no one told me. This is a brave engineer. Look at him. He's afraid of nothing. Especially not... Why are these all Lobos? There's 5 Lobos here. This is like almost 1-to-1 Lobo tank. Guess if you're planning on killing forward P-gens, sure, why not? Now let's look at the... So Blackheart currently building 5 factories at a time. Let's take a look at the economic mismanagement going on. Only 4 factories at a time for Nexus. Well, that's clearly inferior. Currently at 740 power, because that's really the constraining factor. And 800, and he's stalling mass. Oof, that's kind of gross. And when he's not stalling mass, he's stalling power. So this is some economic management if I've ever seen it. I'm not sure Blackheart has practiced his tourney level crazy rush gameplay recently. I don't know. In my defense, my mind is blown by first 2 pigeons before Land Factory. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I've seen a lot of games. Yeah, Blackheart starting his second little mech base, because that's what you do, because you have to queue up all the mexes, and saves clicking to do 2 of these, as opposed to 1 you have to refresh more often. So I think it's important to take the time and consider like the diversity in the direction of lines that Blackheart is choosing to do. Some of them are slanted. This is pretty bold, advancing. Some of them are defensively slanted, others are straight. Meanwhile, over in Nexus's base, everything is like almost perfectly horizontal, slightly deflected away from the base. A lot more organization on Nexus's side, is what I would say. And Bomber's just... Oh, that's brutal. This looks like 4, maybe 5 engineers on the power construction, all taken out at once. Blackheart's ACU being brought out to do a bit of crowd control. While Nexus has Tech 2 land out already. So does Blackheart, getting that Tech 2 P-Gen up. This is a very forward T2 P-Gen, and I'm kind of scared for it. You normally want your P-Gens back here, where they're nice and safe and can't be killed by 2 million Lobos walking into arty range. Blackheart's slightly ahead on score. And pretty even on the map control, to the extent that map control means anything. Oh, these 2 tanks are going to try to be real sneaky tanks. Nexus finishing his P-Gens, getting up TMD. Maybe he was watching that games versus Pepsi, where Pepsi got 4 TMLs. Because that is a lot of TMLs. Now getting a... I don't even know what's... There's like a concave going on here, but Nexus is flanking the concave. So this is... I call it even for both sides in terms of trading. Although Blackheart deciding to push pretty heavily. There's this sort of interesting line, and actually Nexus is going to fall back basically all his units. Very concerned about some sort of run-by going on here. Random bombers coming out. But he can't really push in. Blackheart will have to retreat. There's nothing he can kill here. There's not much to kill here. Just a bunch of T1 mexes and a few factories, but I'd say he'd be feeding mass, but that doesn't mean anything. Not anymore. Getting more T2 factories out. Blackheart has converted a lot of these to support factories. He's converting more. I think we're ready to see full-on pillar spam. And Nexus will eventually crush this with pillars and us supporting T1 units. Should just T1 spam like Pepsi. No, should never T1 spam like Pepsi. Always epic T2 pillar spam. Defensive T2 PD. Not exactly a bad move, considering how this map goes. Looks like Nexus is also converting a lot of his factories to support factories to do pillar spam, but a quick Tech 3 land from Nexus. Perhaps looking to get... I don't know if you get Titans here. I mean, you do early on, but I think you really just get that for the... Oh. For the Percivals. This T1 static AA has actually been very effective. Meanwhile, we're seeing this Tech 2 PD creep from Blackheart inside his own base. I mean, I guess you can sort of Tech 2 PD creep your way across the map. And these bombers just come in. That did something. They dropped some bombs. That's a win in someone's book. So Blackheart maybe on a bit of a defensive here. There's a lot of pillars out there. But T3 land for Blackheart as well. Getting up T3 engineers for T3 power spam. That will certainly help. Seeing any teching of mexes? No. It's something you see. It's usually not good, but if you have insufficient build power, you can do it. Can farms get mod here? Yes. Yes, farms is always best mod. I believe in farms moderating ability. Farms gets mod because Farms is epic, and he sent like 10 people over to the stream. Alright, that's a static arty. Yellow flag, building static arty on Crazy Rush. Thomas. I don't even know if Thomas deserved that time. He was being pretty depressed though. Look, Blackheart is busy playing the game. And now Mobile Arty and Static Arty are being amassed. Can the Static Arty even hit anything? Yes? Kind of. Can hit some stuff. Like a good chunk of build capacity, but not the power. Well, this power. Some TMD, maybe. We're gonna see countered Arty spam. Because this is a pretty serious commitment to static Arty if I've ever seen it. This is a wide shot. Janus are pretty good. Like, none of this is shielded. Could easily just get Janus and crush. But then you don't have enough land units, and Perseus are important. TMD casually dying to static Arty. This is a really wide shot. Going absolutely nowhere. I wonder if you just target like this P-Gen. I think that might be in range. If you know Nexus ever scatted. But Air Factory is idle. How does this map normally finish? Sometimes spam just overwhelms one of the players and they lose. Or someone builds an experimental. This Percy with a vet is making its way around the back. This might be slightly dangerous for Nexus, although he has a lot of pillars nearby. There's slightly less pillars nearby. And now shields with the static Arty underneath it. Hot take, I think these Arties are actually going to get good value. Just because they are in range of so much. Like, they're in range of tons of Blackheart structures. As long as Blackheart isn't able to close the gap, which he might be, if we're being honest. It's certainly dangerous. Oh, and Arty is coming in onto this T2P gen. Blackheart's sitting very near that T2P gen. He's almost done with his T3 though, so the loss of it isn't going to matter too much. Although it might explode and damage his ICU. Although he's pretty far away. Just random artillery coming in. More Arty war. Alright, Nexus is really doubling down on the Arty war, and I'm not sure it's the thing you double down on in this game. It seems kind of unnecessarily dangerous. Like, just build spam. Alright, the P-Gen died, but no one else cares. Like, the Arty is actually just going to hit factories for the most part, and random units sitting around. Because Blackheart is slowly creeping forward with more and more factories and more chaotic patterns of lines of factories. Let's do a nice factory count. How's Blackheart doing? That's not Blackheart. T1 land factories, 48. T2 support factories, 18. And I think just the one T3 factory. Yeah, but this is the issue, see? Nexus is being closed upon. He needs some more T2 point defense. He's planning on it. He's getting Ravengers. Percy's are coming in to force the units back. This is absolutely chaotic. There's factories and TMD and units just everywhere. It's a giant traffic jam all the way to the enemy base. Blackheart's about to start building T1 land factories in range of T2 PD and not care at all about it. Meanwhile, these two pillars killing a lot of mexes, actually. Significantly damaging Nexus's economy for what it's worth. Now the Ravager is out, but it looks like it will immediately die. There goes the T3 NG. There's just too many Lobos, and here comes what looks like multiple TMLs. Where are they targeted? Perhaps onto the shield. Alright, they break the shield, but it's not enough. Second volley will come in, probably before the shield recharges, and that will be the end of... nothing, actually, because they actually hit the second shield. Nexus realizes what's going on. It's going to start getting up TMD and getting his own arties? There's arties shooting somewhere. Alright, the shields will recharge. TML's being somewhat ineffective. As just volleys of it rain down upon Blackheart's factory. Is just landing all over the place. There's nothing he can do about this. It's not like you can possibly shield an entire, like, half of a map versus all this artillery. He's got forward NGs reclaiming. T2 PDs are being spammed up. That should shield the arties for some time. But we're seeing the counter arty base over here with a T2 PGen to support it. I think it might be able to break it. Unless it Nexus focuses these arties. Which he very well might. Third T3 PGen almost was started for Blackheart. No T3 PGens yet for Nexus. Although Nexus is amassing a critical mass of Percivals in the middle. This is a 4-vet Percival. Haven't seen that quite some time. Though a T3 ACU is going to cause a bit of trouble in terms of the old build power in this Arty War. But that might not matter if these Percivals can push in and just cut their way through the factories, through the build power, through everything that Blackheart has put in their way to create an opportunity for this army to do significant damage. As the artillery shells just casually rain down upon Blackheart's base. But the Lobo count is huge. And Percy's are notoriously bad at dealing with Lobos. Nexus, you're drunk, go home. He's building TMLs in a line. Oh my gosh. Meanwhile, this Arty base is crumbling. There's just not enough here to deal with the superior Arty spam of Blackheart. Yeah, this is being forced back. Look at this. There's 35,000 reclaim on this map. It starts with 0. The Percys just can't kill enough. Slight flanks on the right from random T1 units from Blackheart. He needs to get like some T2 PD up here or something. But the Titans are able to deal with the Lobos quite effectively. Even if everything else isn't. And just look at these volleys of artillery coming back and forth. Is the shield going to regen in time before the next volley kits? Yeah, maybe not, maybe not. Well, yes, but it only takes out TMD. So now it looks like Nexus wants to try to crush this left side. Factories are somehow building mobile AA. Unknown reasons. I think Nexus needs more Lobos. This is the problem. Hey, Farms Host Me. Thanks for the host, Farms. 96 viewers. Oh, that's a record. We're in the middle of Blackheart versus Nexus. Absolute chaos spam. There's an arty war going back and forth. Approximately a dozen TMLs are planned to try to take out this base. Nexus has a superior amount of T3 land units, but he just can't wade through what Blackheart has put in his way. There's just so many, and finally this is crumbling. But at what cost? The T3 land is pushing its way in. There's just so many Perseus. They're vetting up. They're doing damage. The TMLs are starting to fire. There's TMD here. Ravengers are being built in this defensive position. Meanwhile, somehow this is being torn apart. I don't know how that happened. But just quiet raids from T1 land units are coming in. And Nexus just can't break this position. There's just so much stuff to shoot at. His units can't shoot at it all. Like, Titans are somehow being called in to defend against this. T1 Lobos getting in and denying this arty. I think Blackheart might have this. There's just so much. Unless, like, we see a 12 silo artillery or TML strike on Blackheart's ACU as, like, the late game TML snipe. How much TMD is in the way? I don't see any of it. But now it looks like Blackheart realizes what's going on. Will start building some TMD himself. And now just the weight of T1 land with Perseus mixed in is pushing its way. Look at these factories! These factories are in Nexus's base. Why are they allowed to exist? This is crazy. Nexus has this random group of Titans that are just dying to Ravengers now. Reclaim check. There's now 61,000 reclaim on the map. Titans are being called in. There's really no significant PD here left. It's being taken out. The TMLs are loading up. You're getting something of a simultaneous fire on some sort of position. Nexus has been surrounded by T1 land factories. I mean, normally reclaim doesn't matter, but there's a lot of reclaim. There's a lot of reclaim. I wonder when we see, like, the fatty. Actually, why build a fatty when you can just build more static arty? The TML bank is dying. Nexus is going to try to throw together another artillery battery, but I don't think he can do it. It's just not plausible. Considering the amount of firepower that Blackheart's base is able to put out. Yeah, he's like, you're not TML sniping me today, Nexus. And just... Alright, finally some of these factories are being taken out. But that's the story of Nexus's life. He takes out factories, and then Blackheart doesn't care. He absolutely does not care that the factories are taken out. I think Nexus has kind of forgotten to scale up his economy at some point. Because he has way less Tech 1 Nexus than Blackheart. Just look, UAF factories with their 4,000 HP are terrible to wade through. That's a lot of health to just eat. Ravenger firepower, and now a Lobos counter Lobo spam to come kill this Lobo spam may push Blackheart back on his side of the map. More T1 or T2 static arty going. I don't know, you might make a fatty just to spend mass, because you've got so much of it. But you really should just be putting it into static arties and Ravengers. They're better. This is a 5x5 map. You don't need the range of a fatty. It's like building a Mabor when there's still land fights going on. Let's look at the kills on these. They're nothing super impressive, but putting on nice pressure. Absolute chaos on all corners of this map, as that looks like Nexus wants to push on the left side as Blackheart tries to defend his factories on the right. Perseus are going every which way. So much power for Blackheart. Is he spending this all? Like, We see a 1T3 engineer, or 1T3 PGen for Nexus. But it looks like these T3 units are managing to make their way through into this corner of the map. I'm not sure what they're looking for there, but they'll find stuff to kill. These Titans all at multiple levels of vet, doing incredible damage against land factories. There is nothing you can do. There is, in fact, nothing you can do. As T2 Arty spam continues. Turns out there's just too much mass on this map. None of the players can actually break anything. These Titans more than content to hide out in this corner and chill. Meanwhile, this is going to be forced back. Not much can be done there. More and more artillery from Blackheart. I mean, Billy Nuke, there's just so much TMD on this map. What would you even Billy Nuke? Yourself? I mean, you might. Billy Nuke this, maybe this. Use your T2 Arty to snipe TMD. And now we're seeing Blackheart trying to do a Ravager creep on a 5x5 map. As T2 Artys just fly everywhere. I think this position will break. Nexus is fighting perhaps what is a losing battle. But it's really hard to say, there's just so much going on. Like, how can anything be said to be controlled when map control is merely an illusion? Alright, we've got two different Ravager creeps going on, one over here, another over here. This one nearly in range of Nexus's main base. It's never too late for Janus. I mean, is it not too late? Like, these T3 PGens are completely unshielded, and you could easily secretly build an air factory and like 20 Janus and kill all the power. And that would be a win condition. Nexus is occasionally scouting, but there's just random T3 mobile AA mixed in here. Alright, now Blackheart at the doorstep of Nexus. Can he do anything to defend against this? Maybe not. Maybe he can't. This is pretty bad. The Ravager creep is continuing forward. This army is finally crushing into Nexus's base, and there's the GG. Nexus calls it. Blackheart with the tech start. How many mechs upgrades? Exactly 0. Well, it froze, but I'd assume 0. I don't believe in mechs upgrades. Where we're going, we don't need them. So that was a crazy back and forth, Arty spam, everything spam game. So now Blackheart has the opportunity to shore things up with a more normal game in this best of 5. So that was certainly something. Also, farms quick on the draw. Nice, nice. Let's see, how are things elsewhere? Oh, Blackheart is hosting next game. It looks like Blackheart will choose Desert Arena for game 2. So, Nexus down 1 game. But definitely not out in this best of 5. Yeah, 73 viewers by my count. This is nice. I mean, I'm the only one streaming this anymore. Everyone's decided that, you know what, 8 hours of casting is too much on the voice. And they're right. Because my voice is going to be dead tomorrow. But that's cool. You've got epic bronze match. Crazy rush into Desert Arena. Let's see, which version did they choose? Is this flat version or is this hilly version? Ooh, this is flat version. Both players going Seraphim for the typical mirror. This is custom. I don't know if Seraphim's actually super strong here. Like, you don't really need to mirror. It's just the thing to do. Nexus is not realizing he doesn't need to walk. I'm going to play on the more balanced Desert Arena version. So Blackheart was pretty strong on the 5x5s earlier versus Petrick. Won 2 of them and nearly took the series versus our 3-time Legend of the Stars champion. But lost in the end 3-2 after blowing his early 2-0 lead. Oh, no, the 1 AM part is probably a contributing factor. But over here in America land, it is merely early evening. So we shall continue. So what are we seeing? Looks like we'll see the second air out from Blackheart. He saw the value in that versus his game in Petrick on this map, where the second air factory basically won him the game, killing off 3 early engineers. Well, the second air factory out from Petrick did approximately nothing. He sent out 2 bombers. They both died to mobile AA. Thanks to great dodges from Blackheart, they couldn't kill a single of his engineers. But we'll see if Nexus's bombers are equally unlucky. Yes, real 2013 vibes. It's nice, I will admit. So the trick, of course, on this map is that there's 38,000 reclaim, and it is a 5x5. So similar to Crazy Rush, you have a stupid amount of mass. Although here it's more spread out and you don't get infinite spam based on having infinite mexes. You have to work for it, and your engineers can only reclaim it 10 mass at a time. So we're seeing first bomber out from Nexus, first bomber out for Blackheart, and we've got this nice little cloaked Celine, chilling, watching the sights, watching Nexus's or Blackheart's base. And Nexus will be slightly faster with his ACU, using it to take these 2 mexes, getting this rock, and now bombers are out. Let's see how this goes. Split screen time. The bombers meet in the middle. That looks like Blackheart's bomber will go in. There's a nice clump of engineers right here. Will it hit it? Oh, no drop. Oh, that's pretty bad. XD from Nexus. Wow, this bomber over here is chilling. 2 NG kills right there. Over here we have 2 engineers and what looks like his own Celine. Did he just bomb his own Celine? Now static AA up from Blackheart. This bomber, meanwhile, continuing to go to town. The Interceptor, 30% done. Perhaps bomb the Interceptor. That might be in the cards. This bomber looks like it's dead, but Blackheart's continuing to do good work. Gonna bomb the engineer that was building the static AA, and with that vet, it will go down. Now, true 2013 gameplay is you walk into the opponent's base and then you use the T2 transport to get you out. Go full Sheppy build. And now there's this tank that's actually going to kill a expanding engineer, and a Selene that's going to kill a reclaiming engineer in the base. This is looking pretty bad from Nexus. Nexus may be realizing that he should have vetoed this map. Actually putting tank fire on the static AA. Tank just being able to allowed to kill engineers building factories. He's going to try to reclaim it, but this tank's too fast. Where are the tanks? Nexus, where are your tanks? Do you have a tank? You have a few tanks down here, but this tank... Oh, it does get cleaned up, but that's 3 kills, plus a vet on the Selene. That's gonna hurt, in addition to all those kills that the Bomber got. Blackheart additionally faster here, using the factory reclaim trick with the ACU. It's like kind of infinite reclaim, but the trick is you do run out, and it is really slow to grab it. It's not like Ditch, where you engineers can just grab the reclaim super fast. Oh, another raid. Is this going to get it? Probably. This tank is a bit far out of sorts. If the engineer hid behind the mechs, maybe a good dodge or two, but no. The tank will actually vet up and continue on its rampage into the base. Blackheart just spamming up and rolling these tanks out much and much faster than Nexus can. Nexus's engineers have just died at every single turn. At some point, he's going to run out of reclaim in his main base, and then it's not going to be pretty, because he can't get his hands on the reclaim in the expansions. And that is the problem. Meanwhile, Nexus's ACU making its way south as Blackheart's ACU makes it across to the north. Much slower expansion from Nexus. The fact that tanks are getting raids at minute 5.5, like right outside your main base, is a bad sign. Also bad signs, your opponent has nearly double your score. Although you don't know that. You don't know that. That's, there's no way to determine that without Chi Observer powers. But another map where Blackheart can build lines of T1 factories is a map that he's happy to play. And now another raid across the top. Looks like Blackheart's gonna wait slightly for his other tanks to catch up and then roll on in. This engineer probably is gonna die. Actually, this whole thing could die. There's just no tanks for Nexus. He's got nothing, and Nexus's ACU being very aggressive. Blackheart's ACU is gonna lock onto that, and if Nexus is not careful, he will die, and he just control Ks. He realizes this is lost. This was lost with the Bomber and then the raids. And Blackheart now 2-0 over Nexus. Nexus getting to pick the third map. And Blackheart just doesn't have what it takes. Or Nexus just doesn't have what it takes to win on these 5x5 spam maps. Let's see, what is the next map? Nexus's choice. He needs to do the reverse sweep if he wants to come into third place in this tournament.
Group form.
That is the big question. Can he do that? I wonder what the map is. If we look at vetoes, Kane, Ditch, Abhor, Williamson's. I assume Blackheart vetoed first, so these would be the Blackheart vetoes. Arcane, Abhor, and then Badlands. Very sensible for him to veto. And then Ditch, Williamson's, and Vesta from Nexus. Nexus considering giving Blackheart the final map choice. Pyramid. This would be the first Pyramid game we've seen on the stream. And a fitting end to... Oh, he does it! He does it. I don't know. I think Nexus is American, right? I'm actually not sure. So Nexus, his brain has been turned to mush. And with that, Nexus will be asked to properly administer an adaptive fear min map for 1v1. Yeah, there you go. He's closing them. Blackheart choosing to go Cybran. Will Nexus be sad? Yeah. Will choose to always mirror Blackheart. I don't know. Cybran's pretty strong here. I can't blame him too much. You have to say Blood Throne like you mean it. Guess you do. Guess you do. So here we are on Adaptive Pyramid, which, at risk of giving away sensitive information, was Blackheart's addition to the map pool. I will not tell anyone. And this is the first game I've seen it played on. It's not a typical 1v1 map, though I think one of the Pyramid versions was in ladder, maybe 2014-ish. Hard to remember, but I do recall seeing it there at some point in the long-forgotten past. So the score is Blackheart 2, Nexus 0 in this best of 5. Blackheart ready to take the third place victory. If he can just win this. Of course, Nexus can always come back with the reverse sweep. Blackheart had this happen to him just earlier in round 2, or the semifinals, versus Blackheart versus Petrick with the reverse sweep. So it could happen, although I think Nexus is a bit tired at this point, having just had to play all those games versus Tagada, where Blackheart has been chilling. Pyramids were built by Slave, canceled the tournament. Oh no. It is a nice looking pyramid though. So it's basically just a bunch of land spam coming out from both of these players. Blackheart with a third air plant. And it looks like Nexus will be much later with a fifth air plant. Wow, beautiful sounds. Thank you. So meanwhile, we're in the expanding phase. Looks like Blackheart ready to build the mother of all Manta spams. And Nexus content to just get his factories out. He's at 3.5 right now versus 3.5 from Blackheart. But we are seeing a first interceptor coming out from Blackheart, being very respectful of the bomber he's expecting to see, but he will not see it. Nexus is winning the rock, paper, scissors. Deciding to get that air factory much later. And will we see a bomber after this? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I'll actually just use this factory to build a single interceptor and then engineers. That's not too bad. If he's expecting an early bomber, but early bomber he shall not find. Nexus getting these early hydros pretty fast. Someone stole my car, I know. So, even scores, maybe with a slight edge for Nexus as we're going forward. A few early raids. Looks like Nexus is going to try to sneak around and pick off an expanding engineer. Well, these three from Nexus are sort of just looking to deny anything going to the right side. Blackheart has a few Mantis headed to the left. And we'll start moving his ACU out to the middle of the map. There is a ton of reclaim in this map, like 20,000 in the middle. And about 50,000 overall. So, 3 huge mass maps so far. And we'll see if Blackheart's advantage in spamming wars shines through tonight. I was kind of expecting some sort of transport or bomber out of these air factories. I mean, here's the transport. Nexus builds it. 2 NGs, maybe 3, 4 it looks like. Loading up. Going to go drop these plateaus along the top. Maybe build some base up here with PD and factories to start some nice reclaiming operation of the top left corner. We just passed 8 hours of straight casting. Epic. So now as the Mantis start to make their way across the map for both of these players, we'll see them jostling for map control, but most importantly, all the reclaim in the mid. This very scenic pyramid. This is like 2 different land spams for Blackheart planned, whereas we've got this more conservatively constructed collection of factories from Nexus. Nice push along the right side. Now this is a really unfortunate pickup. Wait, will he actually get it? The engineer with the reclaim will stop it and save the engineer. That's pretty great. Pretty great reaction there from Nexus. Especially on a map this big, where he's got a lot of eggs in many different baskets. So, looks like we didn't drop this plateau, but we'll drop here. We'll drop this. He's going to see a transport out from Blackheart anytime soon. Yeah, here it is. He's going to do the same thing, dropping along the right side of the map. But now a bit of a push from Blackheart down the right side of the map, and a push along the left side of the map. It won't be another minute before these Mantis armies clash, with both their ACUs making their way towards the center. Blackheart wasting no time in getting these reclaim factories up. Assume these are Mantis factories as opposed to reclaim factories, but we will see when Blackheart has the APM to actually give his 2 million factories orders. So it looks like we will see some sort of left-right division of map control. Although Blackheart being a bit cheaper on the drop. Like he's only dropping here, he's not dropping the plateaus yet. Yeah, this is the more standard thing to do. Blackheart says, I will take the reclaim. It is mine. Give it to me. I wonder if we'll see already a fast Tech 2 land factory at minute 7. I mean, it's not like he can't afford it. Although a lot of times you'll see the Pepsi strategy of Tech 2 land, Tech 3 land. Who needs it? We will crush solely with the power of Mantis. But Nexus isn't exactly one of these typical Cybern players. He chooses mostly to mirror what his opponents do. This is a nice pickup from this raid, even if it will be cleaned up. Yeah, no drops to mid. Wonder how effective that would be. Probably not as effective as dropping the side, but this is secondary drop. It might be worth it. the spam cancer. Blackheart, he doesn't even need to use his ACU. He'll just build land factories with it because he needs the reclaim, and the reclaim will win him this game. Or lose it. Nexus gets more, but that is the name of the game, right? Blackheart finally picking up these plateaus on the second pass with the transport, and a pretty significant raid along the left side. These Mantis will be able to get in here, kill these engineers that they want, probably even kill this land factory, if they're lucky. You just got Mantis all over the place on this map. Can't even decide what I should be focusing on. This raid on the reclaiming engineers might be very important, denying Nexus the build power he needs to claim these wrecks in the middle. Could be huge. Nexus actually bring his ACU in to start cleaning this up. Blackheart being able to deny these engineers is actually might win him the game. We're seeing him starting to pull ahead and score because Blackheart's engineers get to sit back, chill, and do nothing. Looks like this factory will maybe survive. Maybe not. Hard to say. This little run-by is going to get squashed after killing a few nice engineers. And Blackheart actually deciding to commit to a bit of spam in the bottom right side himself. None of these are actually engineering factories. This is just a bit of a proxy. To the extent that you can proxy on a 10x10 map and you're only like 3-4 kilometers from other factories. But it is kind of out of the way, so I'll call it a proxy. So Nexus with a bit of a counterattack might be able to do the same thing that Blackheart just did to him and turn them tables, killing all these reclaiming engineers. As Blackheart has successfully cleaned up a lot of this mass, it is going to start taking it from the contested mass in the middle. But there's a lot of Mantis here. I don't know how successful that would be. Where's the T2 land? What is it up to? T2 land, T2 air. We're seeing gunships out. That will be very effective. We have the T2 Pigeon done from Nexus. Any T2 sign of T2 over here? No. Blackheart does not believe in the T2. He believes in the spam, and the spam shall win him the day. Unless these gunships crash, which they might. Because Mantis die to gunships, especially AoE gunships. As they now come out, able to do good damage versus Blackheart's random Mantis. It looks like Blackheart might try to clean this position out. This is pretty fortified with the PD in the two factories, and actually more PD coming up. And a bit of a relief squad on their way. No one's decided to drop these plateaus, but Blackheart looks like he wants at least this one. I'm actually somewhat concerned for Nexus's ACU, and he will retreat it. There's a lot of Mantis here, and there's not a lot of Mantis for Nexus. He does have these 4 gunships. I wonder if there's a Corsair snipe in the works here. Like, Blackheart does not have any anti-air. He doesn't have any inties. Could he just Corsair snipe? I don't see exactly what's stopping him. So, up in the top, this push looks like it will get dissuaded by the relief and the T1 PDs. As these gunships, they get decent value, but there is a good amount of mobile AA in here. Why build air when you can build mobile AA? Looks like these factories have been switched over to NG production. But Nexus, not going to let them start reclaiming over here, has sent the squad of Mantis, and those Mantis are going to get some decent vet. Meanwhile, Nexus doing another simultaneous push up top after securing this. There's a few stragglers sitting around. A few Medusa. But what are we seeing at this T2 air factory? We saw those gunships. They're sort of chilling, trying to dissuade this push. But nothing as of yet, and no T2 land. No attempt to transition this into a more like Rhino Hoplite composition, which can defeat the Mantis in numbers, but it's much, much slower. And Blackheart with the superior spam, it looks like. Just look at the map control. Giant Mantis swarm for Blackheart over here. A few stragglers from Nexus, but as Blackheart switches his production to attack this position, there's nothing here that can defend it. Nexus is ACU awkwardly patrolling and trying to grab a reclaim. As this push comes forward, these reclaim factories are going to be crushed. Not even able to pick this up. This is a nice raid on the bottom, but Blackheart will clean that up too. Let's see. Nexus is a bit ahead in the T2 max count. 3 versus 0. Not that that makes a huge deal, because who needs T2 maxes when you can spam, and you can build Mantis, and you can crush opponents' factories and such. Nexus retreating yet again. Where's Outer Patrol? No, that's a retreat. Blackheart's ACU. Where's Blackheart's ACU? Yeah, he's fine to walk back at his base. He doesn't need to play this game. He's going to get T3 land. He's going to get maybe a T3 PGen. He's going to start spamming out Loyalists to deal with the opponent Mantis. And then after his opponent switches to Loyalists, he's going to pump out the bricks. He's going to crush this left side expansion. And here it goes. Well, this is a bit of a slow push because of the fortification here. And actually, is Blackheart getting caught out? This is a pretty good formation for Nexus to fight. Especially because Nexus has Loyalists already out on the field doing good damage. And Blackheart's composition is only like half Mantis, maybe 3/5 Mantis. Lots of AA, Scout, and Artie is being brought in. I mean, yes, Blackheart has crushed this, and he's got this map control. But there is a good chunk of reclaim that has been left. Like, we're still at 27,000 reclaim on the map, and most of that is along this line of fighting that Nexus has been trying to defend. There's an 11-kill Hoplite. And the Loyalist just coming forward. He has to find a way to stop this push, though. Loyalists should be able to do it. And now this is just suicide by Tech 1 units, but it will stop the Loyalists from pushing forward. Any of these upgrading? No, these are just regular T1 mexes, but they will be annoying to reclaim for Nexus, as Nexus tries his very best to hold the line, but the superior map control. Now this army can rotate south and join the main assault, and Nexus running low on forces. He needs to deal with this. He's got the T2 gunships, he's got the T3 land. Blackheart also has the T3 land, and he's sending it out into the field as well, and he just has way more spam. And with that spam, he can afford to take the map control, and with the map control, he can crush Nexus. Now we're seeing the Loyalists trying to hold the line. Loyalists need to try to stay out of range of the Mantis, because the Mantis, when they swarm, they can kill higher tech units. So they need to make sure that there's always a distinct front line and they don't get overrun. Yeah, Taga is absolutely right. T1 Mantis spam is super effective because they get in, they're fast, they overrun stuff, and there's no way to really recover unless you can somehow stabilize with a superior tech switch, which Cybern is not very capable of doing because their T2 land options are kind of mediocre. I mean, their T2 air options are good, but if your opponent just builds lots of mobile AA, there's not much to do about that. Little probing attack here from the Loyalist. I'm not sure he can do too much. Meanwhile, Blackheart rebuilding up here, or capturing and reclaiming. Probably the more accurate term. A raid of Loyalists down here, and this Loyalist about to get overrun. Needs to fall back to its friends. There's gunships in support, but just endless waves. Look at this. Look at this. No, wrong one. There are currently no fewer than 150 Mantis on the map. See, what is most of this? This is like half Artie and a few Loyalists thrown in for good measure. I don't know how effective the Artie will be against the Loyalists, considering that they don't stun the T3 units, to the best of my knowledge. But it's worth a try. Nexus's ACU even being brought in to try to stem the tide. But with the superior map control, Blackheart could choose to start teching up if he wanted. Not that he feels like he needs to. He'll just build this spam up to a critical mass and then punch through. We're seeing, looks like, drops. Is that a Loyalist? That's a Loyalist. Looks like it's going to try to deny Blackheart to expand to the top left. Yeah, Nexus needs the highly efficient Tech 3 land. He needs the Engies to be out here grabbing all this reclaim. Look at this Den Mentos. They're everywhere. They litter the ground. But now maybe there's a chance. Loyalists are vetting up, getting good value on the units, and this is a push that Blackheart will have to respect, even as he pushes into the bottom over here. The Loyalists are also here from Blackheart, so that might force Nexus to respect them, especially because more reinforcements are needed to secure this. Blackheart is being allowed to reclaim some of this, and that's just huge. This Loyalist maybe will be able to do some good raids by its own. We also see another Loyalist over here. It's getting reclaimed. Nexus, it's getting reclaimed. Alright, good. He moved it. That was close. But meanwhile, the Loyalists done running in. I wonder if Blackheart is using the new ability. He might be. Where you can just set them to charge and run in and auto self-destruct. But with the regen on these Loyalists now from all the vet they have, and their superior numbers, they might be able to get good trades. See, Nexus choosing to operate them in 2 different groups to reduce the impact of stuns. Meanwhile, down here, the Loyalists looks like they will be eventually able to clean up. The Mantis spam not being enough to punch through into Nexus's main base, at least on this front. As these Loyalists get more and more vet, I think Blackheart might want to consider teching. But teching's for the weak, you say. I'll just build spam forever. Because well, actually this is bad. These Loyalists are all very weak and they're running in, and that's going to be pretty bad. He can't afford to lose these Loyalists at all. Because if he does, it's basically GG. He needs to use the value of this superior Loyalist number to win the game, and they're just getting caught out, and they're all really low. But they're falling back. I think just maybe enough of them will get out to stem the tide. Reinforcement wave is coming in, rotating up from the south after they've successfully cleaned that out. More vet levels on the Loyalists. This is perhaps comeback time. Superior T3 land with good regen and good vet. Mask can't buy you vet. Well, your opponent's mask can, that is. Good control on these Loyalists from Nexus might get him back into the game, considering he does have the tech advantage. He has multiple T3 mass extractors versus Blackheart, who doesn't believe in them as of yet. No transitions into serious airplay, though. And these Loyalists being very annoying. This is a 51 kill Loyalist. Very impressive. And now, yet again, Loyalists trying to push forward, having to respect the fact that there is so much spam here that they can't do it idly. They need to be very careful. They need to slow push, be very efficient. Watch out for the counter push on this right side here. Nexus is ACU. With these Loyalists, probably should be able to hold this, as long as they're careful. That Loyalist doing good work. Looks like the Loyalist that was dropped out here has been cleaned up. 30 more T1 Nexus is significant, but all this reclaim, though, is a huge deal. Like, I wouldn't discount that. Because you see, Nexus is kind of catching up in score, especially as he gets this nice concave with the Loyalists. All these Loyalists are getting insane value. Multiple vets, which are allowing them to regen and stay in the fight. And now this T1 army actually just gets flanked. Corsairs coming out to kill the Loyalists. More Loyalists coming in to crush this T1 army. And now the Loyalists in the mid, kind of without reinforcements. An unfortunate pathing will get some of them picked off. But as more and more of them advance, we'll see how it goes. Looks like they will fall back. Nexus fighting for his very tournament life here. As this is the last game Blackheart needs to win to close out the series. Looks like these Loyalists will opt to maybe go and attack the right side, meet up with these Loyalists. So they have to be very careful. Because one wrong move from these loyalists of Nexus and they get overrun and they die. Like, this is what's keeping Nexus in this game, along with this reclaim, that he really needs to deny to Blackheart. Blackheart's getting a lot of this reclaim for no good reason. Alright, looks like Nexus will fall back, try to consolidate his loyalist gains while there's this minor raid going around the right side. As, look at all these T1 Nexus that Blackheart just is allowed to have. It's crazy. Blackheart with a lot of T2 power. I don't know if he can actually afford to spend all that. But the big fight in the middle continues as loyalists be loyalists. Blackheart, I think, is trying to transition out of some of his spam. And some of these are being transitioned over to NGs. As an unfortunate wall happened as all these loyalists get into range of each other and just constantly stun each other with the loyalist stuns. I think this is, yet again, an advantageous engagement for Nexus. He's just being cost efficient. I mean, look at the score. With all the T2 Nexus he's got, all the reclaim, he's affording the ability to get these troops back into combat and to have superior numbers. These loyalists coming around on a bit of a flank here. Blackheart, he's going to have to retreat. He's going to have to forfeit some of these factories. And if we just look at the mid reclaim, there's still 20,000 reclaim here. And a ton of Corsairs for Nexus coming in, because Nexus has air, fun fact, and the Corsairs being brought in against the Loyas will just put salt in the wound that Nexus has been creating in Blackheart's formation. Showing that, you know, maybe Tech 2 mass extractors exist. But this constant Loya fighting, look, these are 5-vet loyalists regenning at 30 health per second. That's a lot of regen. It's basically what a Mantis can put out in terms of DPS. But instead, you're regenning it every second. And then when the loyalists die, they get to pull off the stun. And now the Corsairs are just being allowed to free reign. Nice little raids around the top and bottom, but most of the mexes are secured with T1 PD, and now finally Nexus pulls ahead in the score count as these loyalists are just eating the enemy loyalists that are being thrown in one after another, getting some good stuns off though. But now Blackheart kind of petering out here as Nexus techs more T2 mexes on the back of this. Blackheart needs to make sure that he can control this reclaim field when all is said and done, and I'm not sure he can. This is a lot of loyalists, it's a lot of vet, and the Corsairs just being allowed to harass is a big deal. Like, Blackheart's random T1 mexes advantage, it's fading away. That's not as much as he could do as he used to be able to with it, because Nexus has just been growing that economy lead. Now this is very nice. This is earning Blackheart basically his entire economy. If the Corsair were to kill this, that would be huge. The Loyalists continue their very efficient assault on the infinite waves of spam. As Nexus's little raids continue. The problem is Nexus needs to make sure he can control this position, because if he loses it, that's Blackheart's way back into the game. Now these Corsairs doing good work, getting their mass worth in kills. Just taking free shots at these loyals, because there's no T2 flak in here. There's an occasional mobile AA, which is decent, but is in fact insufficient as an anti-Corsair weapon. This is really hard because Blackheart's factories are so close, and all these engineers are just getting so much reclaim. These are just random T1 mexes. Loyally getting into the back of the base is going to be mildly annoying. Maybe it kills off the E-storage. And now all these engineers do get cleaned up by a second front of loyalists coming in to do spam. Neither side opting for brick production just because they need the speed of the Loyalist in order to stay in this game. Plus, Blackheart has been known to put in a lot of random T1 units. He's trying to get the reclaim. He's trying. He's got the land factories out to try and get the reclaim. But some of these Loyalists have just been in the fight for ages. And what are you supposed to do about that? What are you supposed to do about that? Like, this is a 97 kill Loyalist. It has killed almost 6,000 mass. That's crazy. Loyalists should not be allowed to kill that much mass. Meanwhile, the Corsairs are running around doing good work. Looks like this got cleaned up. But Blackheart losing his mexes. Well, Nexus techs more T2 mexes on the back of all this reclaim. Mantis getting in, just being able to pick off all these engineers that are headed to the reclaim from these factories before they get there. Yeah, I think Nexus is kind of forgetting about the sides because he needs to be very careful about microing in the middle. But we are seeing some units being sent out to the bottom side, at least, to deny it. Although, really, he doesn't need to care about the sides, if you think about it, right? He has such a big eco advantage over Blackheart at this point. The way Blackheart gets in the game is he gets all this reclaim, which he's managing to do. He's getting good chunks of it. Just being able to throw Loyalist after Loyalist into the fire. But the inefficiency should be the end of Blackheart at some point. Let's see, are these players transitioning into anything? Like a Monkey Lord or something? Bricks? No, we're seeing more T3 support factories coming up from Nexus. He's looking to make use of all of this reclaim. And the constant fighting... Oh! Loyalists are managing to push forward and take out more of the expanding engineers. Blackheart very low on HP. What is his ACU doing here? I think he feels like he needs to desperately defend this position, but he can't, and the Loyalists just kill him. Nexus ready for the reverse crush. Maybe I should stop picking this, Blackheart says. That's an idea if I've ever seen one. Yeah, and he just dies to the overwhelming amount of Loyalists. Like, he was getting overrun, pushed back, couldn't get the reclaim, and if Nexus got it, that was it. And the ACU being squishy without gun just dies. Turns out T2 Mex's good when you have all the map control. You don't need to suicidal your units into the enemy base. That's the fun fact we've learned today. So we're going to Game 4. It's currently 2-1 in favor of Blackheart in the bronze match of the Summer Invitational. So that was quite a game, if I've ever seen it. So Nexus got first pick, Blackheart got second pick. Nexus gave this pick to Blackheart, and Blackheart lost on it. So in theory, it's Blackheart's pick again. And what will Blackheart choose? Unless he wants to give this to Nexus as a consolation prize. That is the question. Tech 2 Mexes were actually really bad. Yeah. But, like... Blackheart should have built T2 Mexes after he controlled the entire map. Instead, he wasted his spam just dying head-on first into enemy units, taking the most inefficient fights possible versus higher tech land units that
Group formed.
Nexus was more than happy to build. He was more than happy to build. And Blackheart was like, I'll spam and not tech all day. And there's a point at which just spamming and teching, or not teching, will lose you the game. Alright, Blackheart, yet again, getting to choose. So we saw Crazy Rush, we saw Desert Arena, and we just saw Pyramid. I wonder what we'll see game 4. Amor. Blackheart chooses Amor. I guess maybe Nexus should let Blackheart choose more often. Wait, what? Yeah. You didn't actually veto Amor. You vetoed Arcane. I actually know Blackheart. This should have been Blackheart's veto. Yeah. Vetoed Ditch, Williamson's, and Vesta. There's a reason rhinos are an endangered species. Oh my gosh, that's great. And now we're going in game 4. Bronze match for 3rd place in the 2020 Summer Invitational. Nexus versus Blackheart. It's a Cyber Mirror on Amor. One of my favorite maps, actually. I'll confess to throwing this in the pool. You get some really cool T2 timing options. I'm not convinced that Cybern is super strong, though. I'd take UEF any day on this. Because Mongoose and T2 timing pushes. T2 timing pushes are super strong. Because you have the option, if you can contain your opponent here, even briefly, you can raid every single thing he has and win the game. Well, let's see what the Billors are looking like. Nexus, traditional ACU to the Hydro. That's not something you normally see. Well, you see it some of the time. And it looks like both players will do it. Although there are some tricks to this map that were recently discovered in this tournament by Zlo in a group stage match. It's actually possible for the ACU to cliff build, like here and here. These are valid cliff build spots for the ACU. Oh, heck, I forgot. Whoops, my bad. Cringe. Cringe caster. I don't know why I had that still in the screen, but either way, like I was saying, the spots are in fact here and here. And I guess you can cliff build there to secure the 3 mexes without necessarily needing to do a drop. I mean, don't you just love looking at the UEF logo, though? Screen focus. Oh no. Delay. So we're going to see a second air build coming out of Blackheart versus a second land build coming out of Nexus. Both valid choices on this map. Ping the guy. Sad abominations. Oof. Terrible streamer confirmed. But anyway, this is the burden of being 45 seconds delayed, so none of these people can be epic hacksaws. Yes. Anything for you, farms. So, looks like we'll see third air out from Nexus. Well, you will see the first bomber out from Blackheart. He has been very successful with these early bombers, I've got to say. Against Petrick, I mean, when they worked, they worked. Against Nexus, they worked. And here we'll see how well this one works. So in terms of expansion, we're seeing no real offensive raids by either of these players. Just playing it nice and safe, taking no risks that are unnecessary. Scout will spot out engineers here and here. This might be a difficult engineer to actually bomb because of the cliffs, but this one is right for the taking, and it looks like Blackheart will go in. We'll see. Is there a dodge from Nexus? No dodge. Bomber takes it. Inti is about... Well, first Inti's already out. Second Inti on the way, but these Engis are actually pretty clustered. Nexus will split them. And a bit of a dodge. Does it work? Bombs go everywhere. Deals 100 damage to the engineer, but that is not enough to kill it. That's pretty effective. Knocking out this expanding engineer is probably worth the expense of getting that bomber out. Because now he has to send another one. And then the PD will be delayed, and there's now an opportunity to raid it again. I guess we'll see next when who gets the transport first, because there's good transport options. You like to drop here, and then you drop over here if you're Blackheart, or alternatively here to here. But what can you do? Blackheart has sent his ACU to the standard position, building a factory in the middle of the map. But Nexus will keep his ACU in base for some time to pump out additional land factories in here. I don't know if I like that. The aggressive ACU is probably the way to go because you do want to get that offensive positioning and try to contain your opponent. This is a very annoying Mantis right here. That's going to kill any engineer who drops there undefended. Meanwhile, Blackheart is able to secure this expansion because it wasn't bombed or raided. Both players doing a nice job taking the reclaim that's provided to them. Would watching the stream make them play worse? Maybe. There's a good chance. But there are some times when I'm shouting about someone building a nuke and it not being scouted that might make the difference. We'll see one drop here, the second drop here, although this looks like it might not be successful. Nexus has sent a good few units around this side to secure this expansion. So Blackheart might have to hold off on dropping there. Wow, we're getting one mechs in the factory. But a lot of units coming in to attack on this angle as well. Though almost even numbers of Mantis here. And Nexus will manage to win the fight. Well, at least until these Mantis show up. Yeah, I guess there is a good option for people to watch the stream and give callouts. Like have a second monitor open with the important information. So we're seeing a lot of land spend from both these players. Nexus's ACU eventually makes its way forward. Blackheart doing a nice slow push. He's got his ACU directly in the middle of the map. No gun upgrades from either of these players. Although this is a very annoying raid. Looks like it will kill the land factory. And Blackheart having to defend it. Although now he has the option of redropping this. And Nexus still hasn't secured his 4-mex expansion on the far side of the map. Wonder if we'll see a Tech 2 land or something. Looks like Blackheart has managed to lose his transport, so he'll get himself another one. And now the ACUs will meet in the middle of the map. This is always such a weird decal, though. They're like, it's a farm or something? These plants growing in rows. So Blackheart needs to find a way to dislodge Nexus from this location, because this is hurting his economy a lot, And he just doesn't have the units to get in there and deal damage. Nexus is being able to control this choke point with his own School of Mantis. Well, Nexus's ACU preventing any sort of contain operation from Blackheart. Looks like we'll see the PD up in here from Nexus, which might... No, it won't finish. Blackheart will go and crush the expansion, just like Nexus crushed his. And now Nexus looking to push in and take out these forward land factories from Blackheart. It will be annoying if they fall, but unfortunately this second time Blackheart is trying to drop this expansion, there are Mantis from Nexus. As soon as he pulls his Mantis away, more Mantis show up. Maybe there's a chance to spam up a PD really fast if you've got a lot of spare mass in the bank, but it's not looking like it. It's not looking like it. Oh, back in the transport they go. Off to greener pastures. And then meanwhile, Nexus takes out this nice land factory in the middle of the map, even though Blackheart will reclaim it again. Oh, the many ways one learns to play FAF. And now Nexus tries to drop this expansion also, but is forced to retreat by now Blackheart being able to control it. Man, just drop your own expansion. There's nothing there. You could kill it. T1PD might not finish in time. These two Mantis are going to sneak on past. Will they kill? Well, that's actually going to be very close. T1PD 77, 78. Looks like the Mantis opt to just sneak past instead of trying to kill the engineer. Although I think they might have been able to if they were lucky. So now Blackheart PD first, now securing this expansion. Meanwhile, this still completely denied. Nexus controlling these three mexes, stopping Blackheart from taking them. You know, I guess the real issue is that Blackheart has not played enough Astro Crater. So now this drop is going to try again. This is a game of people trying to drop this location and realizing they just can't. Unless they think they can. This is a T1 PD though, buddy. That's two engineers and you have no arty. So instead of trying to reclaim this side, Blackheart is committing to trying to kill this. There's the PD finished in here now. This is a bit of an interesting template though. Actually, I don't know if that is the template. That might have just been, I need my engine to do something else. He's finished building the walls. Hoorah. So in the interim, Blackheart has locked this down, and it looks like Nexus will slowly lock this down. Slow raids across both sides. Looks like this engine will die. T1 radar goes down. And now Nexus is ACU giving this army respect. There's a lot of units here. I almost like to see a gun upgrade to start doing the contain, maybe get T2 land off the back of it, but Blackheart really wants to commit to another spam-based strategy, like we saw last game. Meanwhile, Nexus already has two T2 mexes versus a grand total of 0 from Blackheart. Petrick literally had a power outage. I did hear that. I have no idea if that was a joke or not, but I guess it happens. So the deal is we're going to work out a time, perhaps tomorrow, that you can play Tagada. You might want to ping him if he's still online. But meanwhile, these 5 Mantis doing a nice raid on the run by. Oh, they're about to get the PD up, but they can't just get it. So this is all going to fall. That's a pretty big pickup for Blackheart to even out the map control after this has just been denied for the entire game. These Mantis doing incredible work. They're actually on a patrol order. They're dancing on the grave of Blackheart's mexes. Meanwhile, these T2 gunships in the middle. This is 18 kills? 10 kills? Oh, gosh, Blackheart. This is a lot of dead units. The Mantis army just being massacred here. He's got no air to kill this. Meanwhile, this is they're trying to do something. Something's trying to be accomplished. Blackheart gonna get T2, maybe for the contain. Static AA has to be forced up. guess Tagada is also busy for the rest of his life. So the PD has secured this position against easy run-bys, although Gunship don't care. He's going to try to contain the Mantis inside the expansion, but Nexus isn't having that. He doesn't believe in being contained inside his own enemy expansion. He's going to kill these engineers that are trying to build PD offensively in his own defensive position. Meanwhile, Gunships, this is 24 kills, 25 kills. This is a lot of value. This is a dangerous amount of value. Blackheart might want to consider, air units. He's getting the T2P gen up. He's getting T2 land. Looks like he'll be getting some flak shortly, and he really needs it. He really, really needs it. Looks like this guy is getting overrun. Although, maybe not successfully. Lots of walls dying. Sufficient Mantis do kill a lot of stuff. Meanwhile, the Gunships continuing to do great work on the left side. Mobile AAs, now a good percentage of this mix, forcing the Gunships out of there, and the 27 kill Gunship will survive. As Blackheart tries to get his T2 upgrade, I'm not even sure this is good. I mean, Gun might be better at this point. I think he was hoping for some nice contain option going on, but he does not have that option at this point. Mantis coming in the back of the base. And this might be the reverse sweep again for Blackheart. I think I'm good for Codecasters, considering this is nearly done. Unless Nexus stretches this out even to a 5th game, but even then, I think I'm good. Alright, so Blackheart is going to try to do the T2 PD contain, but there's just so many Mantis. There's so many Mantis. What are they going to do? What's the PD going to do? What's he going to do? They come for you. Alright, Blackheart is going to do the epic strategy of reclaiming the Mantis, because you can do that faster than shooting them if you got T2. But only if they stand still. Which they don't like to do for some reason. So, the year is minute 14. These 3 mexes are still denied for Blackheart. Blackheart's going to have to push back out of here, recycling all the spam factories, maybe trying to get some air production going. This position completely overrun. He's going to lose it. I don't know how he can take it back. And if he's not careful, he'll lose these 2 mexes in the back too. The score is currently 2-1 in favor of Blackheart in this best of 5. We decided to make this a best of 5 in the interest of time and the fact that it's just a bronze match. So Blackheart really wants to build a PD here, but Gunships say no. Gunships say, we're going to snipe you. Corsairs coming in. How much air does Blackheart manage to grab? Basically nothing. This T2PD is getting stunned. He's getting surrounded by a Mantis. He's got a few Mantis of his own, but the Corsairs are coming in for their second pass, and he's already down below half health. Good dodge. Only takes about 1,000 HP lost from the Corsairs there. But more Corsairs coming in, and they're off-cycle, difficult to dodge, plus the Gunships and everything. There's just no T2 flak here. Where's the T2 flak? Where's the T2 flak? There's no T2 flak. He's down below. And Nexus ties up the series 2-2. We're going into Game 5 of our best of 5 to decide the bronze match of the 2020 Summer Invitational. So this may be the reverse sweep. Blackheart wins the first 2 games. Now Nexus winning the second 2. Nexus with momentum, if you believe in that. T2PD without units? I mean, sure, why not? You can build lots of things in this game. Now, should you build them? That is the question. Is Tagada online? No, Tagada has gone to sleep, I believe. Let's see. I will switch over and remember to switch back this time. So, in theory, Nexus would get the pick of the last map. But knowing Nexus's brain is currently in some state of fried, he may opt to give Blackheart the choice of map again. Although, considering we're running out of, like, short maps to play, this may be, like... Well, the ditch has been banned. Very least. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw, like, a pizza. Even though Tegada did crush... Or, I actually forget who won the pizza game. Was it Tegada or Nexus? I've casted so many games today, I'm losing my mind. Maybe I'll go observe. Or maybe I'll just make them do a 3-way free-for-all. That's a tournament thing, right? Yes. Nexus can only win maps if Blackheart picks them. This is the rule. So Nexus, because he's going to choose the map, will lose. Unless he opts to give the pick to Blackheart, in which case he will win. I don't make the rules. This is just how it happens. Time for our last game. It would be pretty rough if you got reverse sweeped twice in a row. Let's see. What did Tegada actually say in here? He like called people. You can play tomorrow. Alright, so we will assume that the game will happen at 1500 GMT tomorrow. I will ping Tegada in the Discord later. Blackheart taking the last pick from Nexus just because it works better for him. Let's see. Via Blackheart, what is this? Alright, final game via 3 Protectorate. This is all or nothing. And given what we've learned so far, Nexus will win this game because Blackheart picked the map. Closing in on hour 9 of the stream. 1500 is not 5 p.m. But he then clarified later that he was free tomorrow in the later post. So I'm not sure what if that means he's free all day tomorrow and that we should assume on the same time. Some coordination is going to have to be done when both of you are online at the same time. But he is around, quote, tomorrow. Assuming you are also around tomorrow, Patrick. So it is Cybern v Cybern via 3 Protectorate to decide the bronze match. Blackheart in the top right corner, doing a nice second land, third air build. Nexus keeping us guessing. This looks like second air. The amount of pigeons. Nope. It's not. It's second land. Just planning to make use of a lot of that early reclaim to get ahead. But I guess we will see how it goes. Nice little manual reclaiming orders. Yeah, Finals is probably happening tomorrow. If all goes as planned. That actually looks like Blackheart changing his mind. We'll go for a 4th Air Factory. And Nexus also changing his mind. May decide to do even more P-Gens. Nexus not entirely sure what he wants to do. We'll get that. Looks like he's deciding to go back to a 3rd air build. And it makes sense, kind of. Sort of. If you're sufficiently indecisive about it. Meanwhile, the 4th air from Blackheart coming along. Only 1 NG assisting the ACU. Slightly faster expansion from Blackheart. Meanwhile, we'll see the 2 engineers assisting the ACU for Nexus. Should give him a faster build power, but slower expansion. See, these 2 engineers already leaving the base, where Nexus's furthest out NG is this one. Just to build the Reclaim Factory, or factories. He's thinking 1 for this side, and then this second one we'll do like here and this rock. That's one possibility. Although we'll see if Nexus does anything with the earlier air factory. I imagine he's probably going to go for interceptors and be defensive. But it's hard to predict these things. Looks like Nexus will send his ACU to the right. And Blackheart will send his ACU down, so it looks like ACUs will fight each other. As we are moving forward. Yeah, we're seeing first interceptor out from Nexus. Respecting Blackheart's bomber. And that's probably the thing to do when you go 3rd air in this map. We'll see the air scouts soon. And that will reveal the timing of the air factory. Not that it matters too much, because he's just going for an inti. Or a series of intis, no bomber or transport as of yet. I think the faster expansion is going to be a slight advantage for Blackheart. Although he doesn't have the reclaim factories up yet. He's going to have to build those now. Which is going to slow down his expansion. So the question is, you've played a long day worth of FAF. It's probably like 2 a.m. if you're Blackheart and in Germany. I don't know what time zones are, but that sounds about right. You have to be ready to play like a 30-40 minute match on Via 3. And can you do that? Do you have the tournament playing ability to accomplish such things? And if you're Blackheart and Nexus, maybe you do. Maybe you do. A nice raid attempt there from Nexus, but it will get shut down by Blackheart. I mean, one of the things that I've seen in a lot of these games that I don't see in my own ladder games is these players are extremely reluctant to build any sort of offensive raids. Like, I usually send 1 or 2 labs out across the map in my ladder matches, but these players rarely do. It seems they only do it occasionally just to make your opponent respect the fact that you can send raids, to make sure that they are defending them. I guess it's because these players are just so good at defending their raids that they'd rather expand more efficiently than actually send out raids of their own. But I'm sure all the pros in the chat will tell me I'm wrong. Like, this is a pretty good raid. But this isn't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like raids with labs or early Mantis pushes. Now this is a 10x10 and we don't really see many raiding options here. But I'm talking more about the smaller maps. Let's see, what have we got? Looks like Blackheart deciding to do this thing he does, where the air factory is actually the NG factory. We don't really need to fight seriously for air control, because if my opponent gets like T2 air or something, I will just make a serious play for air control then and there. I won't waste this power early on. I'll use my land factories for spam, and so forth. And I think there might be some merit to that madness. Both ACUs securing their expansions. I'd be somewhat surprised if we saw them fight in the middle for any extended period of time. Although it is on the table. If one of these players gets gun and decides to do a big push at like 12 minutes, it could kill the opponent's ACU pretty easily if like Nexus or Blackheart does not respect it. Now you do that probably at the cost of your opposite expansion. Maybe air control and maybe the risk of a draw, but I know you could do it. You could definitely do it. And reclaim, reclaim, reclaim. Now, it's a Mantis. You assume it's probably got enough health, and you just send your own Mantis to kill it. Besides, there's a million NGs over here, and they're just doing reclaim anyway. Nexus is pulling ahead in the score. Perhaps this having Blackheart pick the maps is his own undoing. These little probing attacks from Blackheart, keeping Nexus on his toes. But will we see a transport? No. Like, Nexus is perfectly happy to just pause his air factoring. Although Blackheart will get back into the air production. So Blackheart will be the first to the middle. Clearing out that first T1 PD, clearing the second one so there's a way in, and the engineers are already making their way over. Now the 3,000 mass chunk in the middle of this map is not to be ignored. It's pretty significant. Also significant is the 8 mass extractors in the middle. That's actually equivalent to this entire side right here, if you count these two. Although they're hard to defend because units can just sort of roll on through as they're moving between the expansions. Normally you see conflict going side-side or up-down, but in later stages, once these PD are cleared out, you can go directly through the middle. And that is a dangerous option. So this little raid, I'm going to try to take out some reclaiming NGs. But they're actually going to build an emergency PD, and that's going to work. That's going to make sure all this dies. In addition to the fact that Nexus is devoting a lot of troops to fall back to this position to crush this raid. Even so, a few Mantis will escape and successfully push into this area. They'll be able to take out a few reclaiming NGs if they want to. Meanwhile, Blackheart in the middle grabbing the reclaim. If we take a second to look at mass and reclaim numbers, Nexus currently sitting at plus 37 with about 15k reclaimed, and Blackheart sitting at about plus 53 with about 16,000 reclaimed. Now he's about to waste a bit because he's reclaiming all this, but he can easily convert that into T2 mexes should he so desire. I think that's what he just did, as we see the mass tickers turn around and go the other way. So, despite the score lead from Nexus, perhaps a deceptive score lead, as Blackheart has, I don't know, what sort of map control does he have that's actually letting him do this? Taking out the radar there, that's a nice bit of micro. Forcing Nexus to realize this has been destroyed and rebuild it. It's always difficult. But Blackheart choosing to build a bit of a defensive position in the middle of the map. I don't usually see that. Usually you're just all about reclaiming these guys and building mexes and that sort of thing. But it looks like Nexus will be able to secure this in the bottom side. Blackheart has transitioned to T2. We're seeing rhinos, not maybe as an endangered species as we saw in that game earlier, where T2 land basically didn't exist. And Nexus doesn't believe it exists. He's going straight for T3 land. He's going to get his Loyalists out. And Blackheart is going to transition to T3 land slightly slower because of those Rhinos. But the Rhinos will be able to do some serious damage as they push forward. Like, Rhinos kept at range will eat Mantis pretty easily as long as the terrain is flat. A slight incline is the enemy of the Rhino. Yeah, 3,000 mass in the bank hurts, but you know, if you just reclaimed a piece of mass worth 3,000 and then you spend it later, it's not as bad. Yeah, it's bad, but it's acceptable. We're seeing this nice forward T2 land factory from Blackheart. A lot of Rhinos actually being pumped out from there. Should give Blackheart the opportunity to go ahead and perhaps deny this push or do his own push. Well, these two Rhinos coming in. Yeah, they probably could kill this if they're careful, but the factory is going to cause a lot of trouble. And now this is just a crush. Nexus has really toned down his land production as he's trying to get these Loyalists out the door. No gun for either player, so Loyalists are a scary threat for the ACU to worry about. I mean, does this even save you time to have the PD kill the civs? I mean, you're not actually doing that. Because they just reclaim instantly. Rhino actually nearly vetting up. Not quite. Not quite there. But neither player really able to secure the far corner expansions. That's a bit unusual. You usually see some drops coming out, but neither of these players interested in building a transport this game. Instead, they'd rather focus on the land production, except, well, this is a logistical transport, if you will. Just moving Loyalists to the front to try and crush these Rhinos. There's 2 Loyalists here, and there's only 4 Rhinos. If the Loyalists are microed correctly, this is a good day for them. We'll see how this goes. Actually, the Loyalists are kind of running in versus the Rhinos, and Rhinos are tanky. Loyalists are not nearly as much, so the Rhinos actually look like they will win this pretty handily. And now they'll crush this. Meanwhile, it looks like Nexus is posturing to try to do a push on the top side. He doesn't have any Loyalists here, and there are a lot of Rhinos, so I'm not sure how well this can work. But he can certainly try. He can certainly try. Now we're seeing Blackheart pulling ahead and score. These Mexes giving him a bit of an advantage. In the T2 land units. Oh, look at this terrible shooting. They can't hit because their laser's broken. Because of the weird hill that's going on. Mantis hitboxes are slightly small compared to other T1 land tanks, but not really noticeably so. Meanwhile, Loyalists being brought in, and this is just an absolute massacre. All these Mantis are die. This is free Mantis food for the Blackheart Loyalist to consume. Wow, Blackheart ahead. 4K and score. Easy game, easy life. But this is definitely a favorable position for Blackheart if I've ever seen it. Maybe Blackheart breaking the curse. Meanwhile, it's like Nexus is trying to get up his first T3P gen. Same for Blackheart. They're about halfway done, each of them. But these Loyalists now running into the difficult chokes to push into. We'll see if they try to commit to pushing here. They might be able to do it. There's only a single Loyalist over here as far as I can tell. Plus, oh no, there's a second one. Plus some T1 PD. Meanwhile, Blackheart controls the Mexes in the middle of the map quite handily. And getting control of the bottom right, the top left. Nexus is intentionally delaying the game. Now, why don't you just concede when you're down one expansion, guys? No. Although somehow this PD is still alive, and it is killing Blackheart's units. I think he may have forgotten about it. Or kept it alive intentionally to prevent easy raids from Nexus on his middle masses. Looks like we're going to see some emergency defense PD coming up, and now bricks. You believe in bricks now, because the distances are pretty short. Bricks do quite well versus loyalists, but this is a pack of loyalists, and each of them, as they die, are going to stun the brick. And the brick can't stun anything. So Nexus really needs to hold this position. This is dicey. But the brick, with the PD and the support, is going to force these loyalists back. Blackheart's not going to risk it. He realizes that he is ahead. He doesn't need to throw away his entire army. He can get his own group of bricks, or like 10 loyalists. Petrick closes his ears. This was actually Jagged's map. Jagged put this in the pool. And now T2 Nexus is being raided over here on the left side. This is actually a pretty big loss for Nexus. He needs every speck of mass he can get his hands on. And these two T2 Mexes are... That's 12 mass per second. He doesn't have many capped Mexes. Doesn't have many T2 Mexes. He doesn't have Mexes. And if we've learned anything, you got to suck mass and build Tonk. Loyalists sitting around in nice formation, waiting to be deployed to the front should they be required. Maybe Blackheart builds like 5 T2 transports and drops them directly into the base. And there's nothing Nexus could actually do about that. That would win the game. I'm pretty damn sure. Because they'd kill the only T3 P-Gen and the T2 P-Gens, and then Nexus would die. But meanwhile, bricks with T1 PDs to retreat to are going to try to pressure Blackheart's tech army out of the way. Not even sure I remember what that map is. Betrayal Ocean. Meanwhile, a single brick will slowly clean up the middle. When do we see the Fire Beetles? That's a good question. Fire Beetle, the T3 P-Gen. Although no, they're Widow Mines now. They sneak and they hide and then boom. $2 a.m. gameplay. Yeah, this is about the 2 a.m. gameplay. I think these loyalists have been forgotten about. I mean, they'll be remembered if Nexus ever causes things to happen on this side of the map. But so far, I think Blackheart's attention is spread, like, over here and in his base, like, not on these loyalists. I really want the 12 loyal drop into the main base, though. That would be incredible. We gotta get a few trebuchets out here. Be moderately annoying. T3RDs have the ability to hide behind all these chokes on this map and do interesting damage. I have to assume it's purple on purpose, just to mess with us. And me specifically. To make it impossible to tell whose units are who when you like zoom in and do cinematic views. Next tournament I run, I might make that an official rule, is you have to have distinctive colors. Just to stop this nonsense. Three loyals versus single brick. Who will win? Hint, it's not the single brick. He does take a little loyalist with him. That's nice, at least. Now Blackheart with the incredible 75% map control at this point. Needs to maybe use these. But maybe, you know, guess what? I could build 16 loyalists and have them do nothing. And still win the game. This is BM. This is advanced BM from Blackheart. No, Blackheart with a lot of scouts. Oh, he's scouting for the possibility of the 12 Loya drop. It's happening. Blackheart getting a bit of tech to himself. There's actually a lot of bricks here. This is a scary force of bricks, and Blackheart just has Loyas in this position. This XU might need to be careful. If these bricks try to force their way through, give them sufficient support, they might be able to make it. Well, this is a lot of Loyas, though. The Mantis are trying to question why they're even in this fight anymore. Meanwhile, Trebuchet is just poking away at this base. As Blackheart has a significant force here, they could actually just run in and crush. And that might be just GG. Because Nexus doesn't have anything. Does he have a T3 max? I would be half surprised. But he cannot afford a T3 max by any stretch of the imagination. You know, 16 million colors, but each of them can only be picked once, ever. And then once someone has played with that color, it can never be played with again. Yeah, but this Crush coming in is going to kill the support factory. He's going to kill all these T2 mexes. There's a few bricks here, but if these Loyals just cycle around, there's nothing that Nexus can do to stop them. Now superior bricks beat inferior bricks. Just numbers advantage coming into play here as Blackheart can just push through. There's nothing stopping him. He's killed this expansion. Nexus does not have the economy to do anything. This is a 90% brick. That's not going to stop this. Nexus's small army is going to have to try to fend off both of these armies that are moving together and starting to converge on his main base. Where's Nexus's ACU? Where is Nexus's ACU? How is it like... Why can I not see it? It didn't die, obviously. Oh, here it is. It's just walking randomly in the middle of nowhere. You see, you could use T1 bombers to snipe the T3RD, but that implies you have the APM and the energy to be able to do something like that. And that is not necessarily a given with these players. Where the hell is the strat? We have this this nice whaler that might actually be invincible. All things considered, there's like a single flak here, and these inties will die if they try to engage, because there is ASF here. ASF is scary. Meanwhile, two Loyals are just in here, killing T2PD, killing all sorts of stuff. Blackheart's ACU chilling. Why is it? What is it doing there? These Loyalists probably wondering the same question. What are they doing there? What are they doing with their lives? Nexus reclaiming this. That's the first step to winning the game. These Whalers might be able to actually do good work just due to the insufficient amount of air here and the fact that Nexus has air control. If Nexus can kill all of this, reclaim all of it, I mean, Blackheart's reclaiming some of it, that probably needs to stop, and then it turns that into tech, and then manages to build a superior army off the back of that. I think following that series of unlikely occurrences, Nexus could still win this game. Hotkeys? Who uses hotkeys? Tryhards use hotkeys. Alright, the Whalers are trying to deter this brick advance, but they're not being super successful. Because they do have pretty low DPS compared to the health of these bricks. And now the Inchies can just sort of move in. And the ASFs will clean them up, but the Whalers will go down in the process. And now this is a giant brick army that can walk its way into Nexus's base, and there's nothing to stop it except more whalers, and the whalers and strats, there's not enough of them. There's not enough of them. Strat almost... Does he even have mass to afford this strat? I guess because he's not building T3 land units anymore. Sure, why not? Oh, he's got this factory going, but it's about to die. As these bricks, some of them with multiple levels of vet, are making their way forward. There's a rogue Nexus brick in the right side of the map. Is this snipe time? Do you load all your units into T2 transports, drop them on top of Blackheart's ACU, and win? You don't. You control K because this is beyond the pale. Blackheart with the GG wins the reverse sweep canceled. Winning this game 3-2. Taking third place at the 2020 Summer Invitational. Congratulations, Blackheart. Thanks to everyone who's participated in this tournament so far. Looks like we will have the finals tomorrow, schedules permitting. That'll be nice. And I'd like to thank you all for watching. This is pretty good stream numbers for me, but I have been streaming for 9.5 hours, and I think I'm going to call it quits here. And this is Swkoll signing off.